I don't know. Let's just do a fight though. I don't want to sit here and stall for too long. I guess we'll try it. It's gonna be horrible, but like Guardian is actually fun when you're hitting the guard counters. I managed to get a run last night where I was doing 2,000 damage per guard counter. But it's like, if you can't hit the guard counter, what the fuck does it matter? Epic. At least I got a stone sword key. Poison resistance. Sick. Right. Well. You know what? No. I'm gonna go. Oh shit. Are there enough enemies here? Hold on. I don't know if I should do this. But I'm going to. Is there a boss here? Oh, come on. That's so weird because I dodged, but like die, bastard. Damn it. What is this junk? Please don't be the beastman. Oh, this is nice. I don't know if it's good to riposte or not. Yeah, this is a really easy boss. All right, level 6. I think I might try to clear this camp and go to the merchant. Get the heal after. I don't want to have to climb back up. If I want to come back up here later. It's also just... You know, I'm just gonna ult. Oh, what the... We need... Ooh, improved guard counters? Yes, please. I don't want to level up. I want to go to the merchant. Alright, let's get one of these, one of these, one of these. Upgrade our shield. Nothing else good, really. You can take the 2 aromatics, I guess. Oh, good thing we upgraded that shield. Whatever. I wonder if the icon shield still has the effect of recovering your health. Maybe not. Oh my god. The fucking display fell off the wall. Yeah, it scared me too. Yeah, because it fell. There's a fucking magma worm there. Huh. Did it fuck up the paint? No, the paint on the wall is fine. Yeah, the fucking... It didn't even fall... Like... I guess I didn't... Well, whatever. Fine. They lied when it was said it would never fall off. Well, it might be my fault. Like, maybe I didn't... Maybe I didn't secure the paper... Like, the sticker against the wall well enough, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sponsored by Displayed anymore. Yeah, well, the The thing is, the magnets... Oh my god, his whole fucking head is in the wall. Like, the paper that is attached to the magnets fell off the wall. Oh my god. Oh my god, let me hit you, you fucker. Did I clean the surface before attaching? No. I mean, it's not like the wall was dirty or anything, but no, I did not. The thing is, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to fucking get displate backseating advice right now. I wish I had another stone sword key. Oh. This character can do a lot of damage, actually. Oh, come on. You don't believe me? Well, you know, that's fair. Against bosses that you can guard counter, you can do a lot of damage with this character. But you can't really guard counter Magma wyrm that well. Like, all of the damage on this character genuinely comes from the guard counters. How are you not staggered? Are you fucking serious? I'm just gonna leave him and just come kill him the next day. 5-minute wyrm. It wasn't that long. Magma wyrm is fucking tanky anyways, guys. Yo, Don, thank you for the Prime sub. This is probably stupid to do, but fuck it. Oh, come on. You know what? I'm just gonna ult. Also, something kind of fucked up, chat. You can get interrupted out of your ultimate. Like, you don't have iframes when you're You don't have iframes when you're coming down during the ult. So like if you are moving downward, or if you ult into like an attack, it can just kill you. I saw somebody ulted like directly onto the final boss's sword as it was active, and he just died. Like he was about to res his 2 teammates. I thought I could get that off. He's gonna stagger from that. But... Oops. Is he gonna do his charge? All right, Magma wyrm, I'm coming for you. Oh. I want to grab the rune buff. Ooh, golden halberd and fire attack power. That's nice. Now we just need a fire halberd. You know, I guess it might have been possible for me to start with fire on my weapon. Hopefully, if we're lucky, we can maybe get a jelly. Killing the jellyfish here as Guardian is like always worth it, by the way, because you have a chance to get the jellyfish shield. And the jellyfish shield is really good. I wonder if there's more jellyfish. No jelly shield. Bad. Ah, shit. Shit. I mean, it's probably better to take the grafted dragon. I want to take the improved guard counters, but like fire is good. Oh god. Oh, I hate this boss. Oh, I should have grafted dragon. Well, whatever. It probably doesn't really matter. Oh, right. I'm not level 10. That's true. That is true. We're not doing very much damage here. Hey, what the hell? The circle is... Oh, ruh-roh. The circle isn't even on the castle. There's a new getting over it record? Oh, really? Damn. That's crazy. Gosh, excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna level up first. I'm still gonna go try to fight the boss at the top of the castle, I think. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get a good talisman here. Hey, more poise. I'll take it. Wait, did I not check the talisman after the basement boss? Did I just, like, run away? Oh, right, I got kidnapped. Yeah, I was like, why didn't I grab that? I'm dead. Oh, man. I should not have tried to guard counter that. Oh, man, I really want to kill this death bird. Fuck. I don't know if we can do it, though. I'm dead. I'm not dead, but I'm basically dead. We actually have... I'm gonna die. Fuck's sakes. I hate this fucking deathbird. I can't fight him in the swarm. Oh man, you know, I thought that you were always guaranteed... Why the fuck did it spawn me here? I thought that you were always guaranteed to get the castle in the circle, but apparently not. That really sucks, to be honest. You know, funny enough though, there was a shared order that I could have had, but I should have grabbed it, I guess. I don't know if it's even worth coming back for these runes. It probably is. Yeah, but there is no shifting earth. I think I've only ever seen the castle not in the circle 2 times total. Like, ever. My controller, which also broke my audio, apparently. Come on. Thought there was enough time. I'm dead. That's cool. If I had the perfect block on, it would have been fine, but I don't know, the input like didn't go through or something. I was kind of greedy. Come on. We didn't do the super combo. Oh man. This is such a giga shit run, dude. I don't even think I can kill this guy. I'm gonna just accept that I can't. Man, he's still going. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can get Golden Vow here. I mean, we got a fire glaive, which is nice, but we're not gonna be able to get it to purple. I don't know about Guardian being S tier. I think he can still do respectable damage with the guard counters, but S tier, bit of a stretch. Probably shouldn't have wasted so many flasks getting here, but it's okay. Dancer, isn't this Godskin duo? There's a red body near the circle. Yeah, there is. What's your point? Oh, I can get a smithing stone from the red body. Yeah, that's true. We can check it after we kill the boss here. I'm just gonna ult. I don't have many heals left, so dude, there is like an issue. Oh, come the fuck on. There's an issue with guarding where like inputs get dropped. Is there 2 red bodies here? Oh, come on, man. Stop doing that. Oh. I swear his new moves are like literally borderline useless. Like when I first saw this, I was like, damn, they added new moves to Godskin duo, but they are like literally, wow, he hit me. Holy shit. Hey buddy, you got anything good? What was that, a purple oh, Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, fire attacks, though. Like technically we could go into this mine and actually I don't know, maybe I don't know if the enemies that drop the smithing stones despawn, but we'll just send it, whatever. Yeah, we could have got Sacred Order. I think we just pop the flame shrouding tier and then just go in and buy the res. I don't know if it's better for us to use the grafted dragon or not. If we can stagger him, well, definitely for the riposts, I guess. I've never done the dragon as a melee, so I'm kind of concerned. Thing is, I can't really use the grafted dragon weapon art that much because I don't have much mana. Maybe I should have bought Starlight Shards, I don't know. Can I... Okay then. Doesn't seem like I can block that. Well, maybe if I'm like on the edge or something. Oh, it doesn't hit? Wait, what? Oh, the frostbite interrupted me. Wait, what? Oh, for fuck's sakes, I can't... I should have just bought Starlight Shards. Oh yeah, my flasks do replenish FP, that's true. It's not much, but it's... At least it's a... I mean, you're right, that is nice. Craft the dragon, go burr. Good thing we decided to choose the grafted dragon instead of the guard counter buff. Yeah, I mean... guard counters aren't good on this boss, but grafted dragon is. The only reason, dude, if I didn't have the grafted dragon weapon art there, like, it would have been so, that would have been so much worse. Genuinely. The chariot face shield. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it could definitely be good. Man, the relics in this game are so bad. I mean, there are good relics, but like most of the time it's just so much garbage. So much garbage. Oh, Gino said he was ready to do some runs. Is he streaming? Or maybe he's not gonna... I don't know if he's gonna stream until the event. Maybe he is streaming. Oh, no, he's not. Yo, Mustafa, thank you for the Prime sub. Blurg, thank you for the 59 months. Thank you, man. Yo, thank you, Opa. Thank you, man. Kanagi, thank you for the 25 months. Playland, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Thank you, thank you. Show the relics on screen for chat. Yeah, sure. Here are my relics. All right, let me change my title. I think we're gonna do some runs with Gino. Yes, Mr. Machino. The machine himself. Why is the event so late? Probably because the people doing the event are on West Coast and PST. I mean, it starts at 3 o'clock PST, so. All right, it's 3 p.m. West Coast. Yeah, I mean, that's not that crazy, though. I mean, it is, I mean, yeah, it's at like 5 p.m. for me, so. All right, let me give Gino a call. Yo, Elohi, thank you for the 11 months. No, I'm not playing Guardian in the tournament. What's up? Good morning. Oh. Good morning. Oh wait, I don't think my chat can hear you either. Oopsies. Well, I hated Guardian until yesterday, and then I had a run where my guard counters were doing like 2,000 damage. And now I'm like chasing that. Yeah. The problem is a lot of noobs don't know that you can like do the special block, so they just like do the normal one.
Do go Recluse, Iron Eye, plus something else. What would you want to do?
I'm open. Yeah, sorry, I'm open to anything. Honestly, I can match you. Like, if you want to play Recluse, I could do Iron Eye. I'm not sure. Do we put Lud on? Like, Iron Eye would be good, but
yeah,
also, yeah. What do you
I'm
think?
concerned. Even if he does go Raider, I'm concerned. There's some bosses that hit so hard. Like if you get a DTS somewhere,
Yeah.
and like you don't know the moveset, and he's just like you can survive only like 2 hits from a DTS as a Raider. I feel like.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I mean, if he gets like damage negation perks, then he can survive more. But that's RNG, obviously. Yeah, it's tough. I just feel like if Iron Eye is really good, but you need to keep the mark up so we can get like the procs on that. Because otherwise I don't know. I feel like that's where most of his damage comes from.
Yeah, you're right. Like it's the mark and the R2. The R2 can do insane damage, but you kind of need to be. It needs to be on the right enemy, and you need to be close enough that it'll actually like hit them.
Oh, like the triple hit R2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
triple
and I
R2
mean,
is kind of insane.
you like Ludwig's not going to be going in melee range.
Yeah, that's
to like
yeah,
R2.
that's
You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess we can see what he's comfortable with, but
I mean, why? I was thinking like Wilder could be good too, just
Mhm.
because you get the cheat death at least, and that refreshes like at every grace. So, but
I wonder how bad it would be to have 2 Iron Eyes.
I think that's what Aggie's team did in the previous competition, and I mean they were like killing stuff pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it'd be a problem to go 2 Iron Eyes and then like if a Recluse plus 2 Iron Eyes would work. I don't know. I've never tried that. Because I feel like Recluse, you got to go Recluse for like the damage is just insane.
Mm-hmm. I do think it is the only thing, and I know I messaged you about this last night, but you know, having to need, you know, if you have 2 Iron Eyes, then you need 2 sets of like range attack bonus, you know,
Right.
for like the gear.
Yeah, that's true.
So it is nice being able to, you know, give stuff away to people when you get the
Yeah, that's a good
rolls that
point,
kind of
actually.
suck. Because
Yeah, that's definitely true.
yeah, when I did, like in the previous tournament, we did Recluse, Iron Eye, and then Raider and Wilder. We like switched on one of the
Yeah.
bosses, but you know, so often like Spicy on Raider, he would just be giving me so much like sorcery boost stuff.
Really?
It was
Yeah.
crazy, and yeah, like I would be finding a lot of like range attack bonus playing as Recluse, so it's kind of.
Yeah.
I think whatever we go with, I mean, it should be. I think all of our ideas are pretty decent.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see Ludwig like how how much of the game he knows. Like he
Yeah,
definitely
well,
played Elden Ring,
yeah,
and
for
yeah, if he's
sure.
being the first boss, I don't know. It should be fine. Like even one experienced player with like 2 kind of noobs is fine if they just follow.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think
That's
yeah,
like
like
one
it'll be
of
fun.
that's one of the hardest parts is just like the routing for people. I think just like knowing
Yeah.
where to go can be kind of overwhelming. I mean, he said he was down to practice a bit before the competition. Apparently, Aggie's team was practicing with they were practicing with Squeaks last night. So
Were they doing it off stream?
no, I think Parky actually streamed it.
Oh,
I
okay.
right before I went to
Dang.
bed, I saw she was she had her title was like practicing with Squeaks. So yeah,
Okay, well.
yeah. Oh, I've sent you a friend request by the way.
Oh shit, okay. Yeah, I think even with this sort of thing, just like even one practice run would be a huge difference, I think.
100%. Yeah. I mean, Ludwig probably hasn't played Nightreign in like I don't know. Well, I mean, not like the game's been out for that long, but he probably played it, you know, once like the day it came out.
Yeah. Can you do so can we do the queue like this? Like
Oh,
I don't know. Probably, right?
we can try. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think my chat has said it should work if we're just in a team and we
Yeah.
just queue as two. All right, so you're gonna do Iron Eye.
Well, I'm fine with I'm fine with anything. I have played Recluse a little bit less, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean the thing about Recluse is like the cocktail isn't even the high DPS. You just you just find
Right.
something like a good staff and you just spam Stars of Ruin or whatever. So some of the cocktail stuff is so cool though. It makes me kind of
Yeah, it is.
sad
Yeah.
that it's not like worth using a lot of the time.
Well, yeah, some of them are pretty good, but yeah, if you get a good spell, then I mean, getting like the what's the infinite FP one? Like that one could be pretty decent.
Yeah, if you get that plus Crystal Torrent, you
Yeah.
can
Oh, yeah.
like yeah, if you get a
Yeah.
boss stagger with the Crystal Torrent cast, it's insane. If you ult and then Crystal Torrent, you can also do the same thing, basically. Because the only like limiting factor is your mana.
All right, which one do you want to do?
You can do Recluse. I played her a lot before, so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I guess we should unequip our relics, since we won't have any.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that'll actually be like a big nerf. Like some of the relics are.
Yeah, like on Iron
really
Eye,
good.
dude, like getting a second
Yeah.
mark is crazy. Should we just queue for just everything, or just the bosses we're doing?
Yeah, we should probably do. So we're doing Pest, Dark Drift, and Fissure, right? But is there a specific order we have to do them in?
I think it's Pest, and then Fissure, and then Dark
Okay.
Drift. I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with doing any of those.
Okay. I'll just queue for all three then. Hopefully this works.
Yeah. Yeah, if not, we could just get someone else in.
Yeah.
Sure, that wouldn't be a big deal.
Hi, Bree.
Sit here waiting for like an hour. Oh, there we go.
That was quick. Is Gino's voice okay now? Sorry, he was like fucking blasting the moment we started the. He's slightly quiet. He was like super loud when I first turned him on. I saw it like fly up into the red.
Yeah, this is probably good. We got a Wilder. This could be similar to what we're gonna do.
Yeah. The circle RNG in this game can be so rough sometimes when it like it's like running across the entire map.
Yeah.
Some matches.
Yeah, it's annoying when the castle's not in it too.
Yeah. I love clearing the starting camp with Recluse though. It's so satisfying. Wait, did our teammate already run off somewhere?
Sorta. I don't think he helped again. Could probably get a stone
That's
sword
fine.
from here.
Yeah.
Maybe some spell. Classic random teammate. Oh, wow. I was running up the stairs, and it just like went straight to the wall.
Classic.
Tibia summons.
There. Yeah, this is the first time we've ever played together, actually. Gino and I. Get a key?
Yeah, I did get a key.
Okay, nice. It always sucks when you just get unlucky and
Ooh, ice crag.
just don't
Nice.
get anything. You think we go south and to that towards
Yeah,
that
we can probably
Everdrill?
go to the like here. Maybe we can go like Madness first or something.
Yeah. We could.
And then yeah, I usually like to do castle like, pretty early,
Okay.
but
Yeah. That's. I always like going to the castle. I always thought that it was always in the circle at the end of day 2, but I've had a few runs now where it isn't. So.
yeah, it's pretty rare. But yeah, sometimes it's not. I don't know. There's a scarab over there, I guess, but...
Yeah, I was thinking I probably should have grabbed a key from that building. Okay, though. Oh, you're at the madness camp. I was following our fucking teammate. Whoopsies.
Wait, who are we fighting again? Oh, we're fighting, okay. On fire.
All garbage. All garbage.
Honestly, like, I was kind of thinking about churches. I mean, they're good to have, but...
I mean, I think
not
it's
the most optimal.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you want to do the Sever Jail? You got the key.
Oh, yeah, shit, yeah. Yeah, we probably should get a few, but I don't think we should, like, go way out of our way to get a bunch.
For sure. We can grab whatever's, like, on route. I feel like normally, as you work your way around the map, you can at least get, like, 2 pretty easily.
Yeah.
Oh. That ice crag is really good.
Yeah, it's got good poise damage on it. I don't really, like, I don't know exactly how the mark works. Is it just, like, amount of damage dealt?
Yeah, I think it's, like, percentage based. So, like, if you do around 20% of the boss's health or enemy's health, then it'll proc.
Yeah, mark is just, like, there's no way you could do this. If you're trying to go for speed, there's no way you could just not go with at least one Iron Eye.
Yeah, the mark proc is just
yeah, like
dude,
it's actually insane.
I just don't know why they gave like an ability so much power. It feels like it should be an ultimate, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and even solo, I was doing a bit of solo yesterday with Iron Eye, and I feel like he's just the best solo class probably. For just speed and oh.
You get it.
Yeah, I got it. The ancestors for that.
I don't know if I should try to solid attack him. I mean, I can come up with you and maybe get you some good. Oh yeah, there's like guaranteed starlights here. I'm sure you.
Yeah, I picked them up.
Okay, nice.
Okay, I didn't really get anything too good, but I mean, Ice Crag's good. I'm just gonna need something for the boss.
I give you. There's Night Comet. Is Night Comet any good in this?
I think it's okay. It's very high FP consumption though.
Yeah.
So do you want to head castle next, maybe?
Sure. Our Wilder is just frickin' playing
That's okay.
single player.
Yeah, he's
no,
just
that's fine. I've got an FP talisman for you. So.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll just up here, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, we did get trolls. I don't know, sometimes for troll, if we just do the underneath boss and it's not the Bell-bearing hunter, then I like to just like...
Yeah. Oh, these jellies can drop jellyfish shield, by the way. As recruits, that should be good, right?
Probably, I wonder if it's the pre.
Oh yeah.
one.
Yeah. That's true.
This is the perfect preparation. We just have someone who's like not helping in any way. We gotta get used to.
don't know if I take the
Fortunately,
serpent
didn't really
bow
get
or
anything,
the.
but
Guess I'll take talons.
oh,
Oh shoot. I think the Iron Eye Grief is just like Dex or something.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if any of them are good. I haven't really checked. Yeah, the Wilder is just taking a bird somewhere right now. Just flying across the map.
He's doing good. I'm curious how you like approach the castle actually. You
There's a
like,
ranged weapon attack here.
Okay.
Well, so when
here,
it's trolls, I normally
take
go.
this mana.
Oh. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I usually for troll, I usually go on the bottom left side, and then I take out the troll, and then I go straight north to the other troll. Like there might be a better way to do it, but just doing it this way doesn't pull the aggro of the other ones.
Yeah, that's exactly because every time I do it, I'm just like getting blasted. So I was.
Yeah, so I come up here, and then you don't do this, the one that we're looking at. We do the one up here first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like troll's definitely a little slow. I mean, oh boy. Okay, and then then we go to the north one. And yeah, I think as long as you don't go too close to the right side, the guy on the right shouldn't aggro.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And then the next one we do is the one that's like right there.
40% damage negation at full health if you.
Sure.
I don't know
yeah,
if you
actually,
really need
Halo
any of
Sight is
that.
really good too.
Okay. And I guess you do have. Does this scale with Faith now though? I know they changed like a bunch of scaling. Like normal Faith weapons are just really bad though.
Yeah. So what happens when you use this tool here? The one from across usually aggroes, but you can just use the that structure there to block the pots. Like what just happened
Gotcha.
there.
Yeah. Reduce spell FP cost 20%.
Kind of a lot of good stuff already though, but.
Yeah, I feel that.
There's also a skip to the. I don't know if you know about it. There's like some skip from here up to the top boss.
Yeah, I haven't done this one on the wood. I normally do it in like a different spot. Is this one?
Yeah, it's kind of awkward, but it's pretty fast.
Let's see.
Like you basically you aim at the.
Oh, I
post.
got it. Yeah, you just gotta like
Okay,
spam jump.
Yeah, you spam jump. You aim at the post, and then you. Oh my goodness. And then I find just like turning the stick a little bit to the right once you get onto the post.
Okay. Noted.
So annoying. There's so many garbage attacks like that. You got the Nurtree avatar.
Yeah.
Spam and then get the charge.
Wilder's here.
Nice.
What is this boss weak to again?
Like Caligo's fire.
Oh, right. There's unendurable frenzy here. Maybe that would be good.
You could try it.
I've heard the frenzy spells are pretty good.
Oh, bastard stars. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm not taking that bastard stars.
I'll take it. It's good magic, anyways.
Yeah.
But what do I remove?
Oh, what's up,
Pretty good day
Badon?
one. Like I find when you manage to clear the top boss of the castle day one, that's like pretty good.
Yeah, you get so much. Although the amount of runes you get for the top boss, like if it's an air tree avatar on the top, you only get 70k. But if it's like a death bird, it's like 130,000 or something. Pretty big.
Oh.
Pretty big difference.
Yeah, that's what, like, getting, if we find Sacred Order somewhere, or Shared Order, or Sacred Blade, it's...
Oh, yeah, it's so
Someone
good.
should be carrying it.
Yeah. I had that on a death bird before, and I...
Oh, yeah, like...
just killed in, like, a few hits. Dude, our teammate's not even here. He's just camping out.
That's crazy. I don't know what he was doing. Kind of smoking.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't even think he cleared any camp out. I don't know what he was doing, but
He's just having a good time.
Where should we go now?
Yeah, I don't know, because normally I do
like,
castle like day 2, so this is kind of weird for me,
okay.
but yeah, lead the way.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, we still kind of need some fire stuff, I think, so.
Yeah.
I guess we could also take out that last troll that's over there. But... Okay, yeah, we could do the fire, and then there are a couple great bosses there, too.
There's 2 like fire attack buffs at the merchant from like the sold gear.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to buy that. That's the point. I don't know how unendurable frenzy will work on this boss.
Yeah.
I feel like that might be a little tough.
Yeah. I had a grafted dragon on Caligo just before you joined actually, and I killed him so fast.
Yeah, I honestly think grafted dragon's the best weapon for this boss. Like you just go underneath, spam the Ash of War, and he just dies.
Yeah, it was actually disgusting.
Flaming Strike Clayman's Harpoon. I forget what else is good on this boss. I need to check the...
Oh, the resistances?
Yeah. Because there was something else that's okay against him, too. Like, I think just normal physical is fine.
There's a shared order as well on the... I'll buy it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he actually, Wilder managed to kill one of the bosses there.
I'm so glad they fixed the climbing. It was so bad
Oh yeah,
before.
it's so much better.
His body like shaking as he gets hit by that. It's so silly.
Bolt of Grand Sax? Ah, okay.
Sometimes you just get a bunch of junk.
I don't know whether to keep Unendurable Frenzy or not.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that good. I feel like it should have destroyed that air tree, and it didn't seem. But then again, the dragon's kind of big, like really big. So
yeah,
maybe.
he is big. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep it.
I'm gonna go try to help the Wilder.
Oh, I got arrows.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if the like the spells that take a ton of effigy are any good in this. Like Comet Azure and Meteorite and stuff like
Comet
that.
Azure, I think, is nerfed. Meteorite, I think, is still pretty good. But you might need to utilize the, like, infinite FP.
Yeah. Another Bastard Stars. Oh, projectile drop-off reduced, though. Here, here, take the Talisman as well. And then this has, wait. Not this one. This one has the projectile.
And do I even need... Oh, a second.
Probably kill the Scion up here really quick.
This guy isn't undead, right?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I got Magma Shot.
Is that good? I guess
It's
for
fire.
Caligo, yeah. Yeah.
But oh, I really don't know what to get rid of.
Yeah, I hate when you get, it gives you like too much good stuff and you're just like, it's hard to choose.
I would have to upgrade it though, because it's only rare.
Oh yeah.
Or a
I mean, we
only
could
blue.
go into a mine. Go into this one if you want.
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna be that good here. Like it if I can get headshots
Yeah.
with it maybe, but it's so slow. But I can try though. Could be better to just use Stars of Ruin though.
Yeah, that will hit the head, like, guaranteed every time.
Also, Halo Scythe. I wonder if Holy's good on this boss, because Halo Scythe is also... Like, that would hit the head every time, too, probably.
Yeah, true. I think it's just a knife, yeah. You want another purple?
Nah, everything else. Well, actually, I guess I could get my ice crag purple, but.
There, I'll drop it. Or I can hold on to it if you don't have space.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Where next? Do we have a stone sword?
No. Not really sure. Maybe we go toward like the boss down at the bottom of that's normally a pretty like beefy boss.
Or we could do the ancestor too. That's down there.
Yeah. The vent's at 5 o'clock. I think we should do the one like the one I pinged first, just because it's right on the edge. I haven't done this boss in so long, actually. I normally always skip this guy.
Yeah. There's one remembrance that you had to come down here, I think, but.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Other than that, I basically never come down here. He might be.
Night cavalry.
Knight's cav.
Yeah, he's outside, but we could probably pull him in, right?
I did not mean to use a spell.
Oh, there's a Radagon icon out of the swarm. Oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's... Dang, he's smoking the moose here.
He's doing good.
I got a runes greatsword with projectile damage drop off reduced if you want, but
I've already got two of those.
okay.
So. I mean, I'm at 100% off reduced already.
Proof sorcery, sure.
Oh, nice.
Well, I really don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna hit level 14. Yeah, I would do like the Everjail. I mean, we could just do the poison runes, I guess.
I'll be very like imagine unendurable frenzy actually works well. I'd be so surprised though. I'm probably just gonna try to do it and then get smoked by the down breath or something.
Kind of tempted to grab the church, but
we could. I mean,
I don't know if it'll really be needed. I'm gonna go snag it. You know what boss this is?
Is this Dancer? I don't remember.
Yeah, me neither.
It's not the Dragonkin, is it?
The chat seems to say Dancer. Manually aim?
Yeah, the
Why?
Dancer spins
Why?
have got me a few times because they're kind of different.
Yeah, it's the like double hit at the end of it always just like hits me. Her other weapon didn't get pulled out. It's like invisible for me.
Yeah, I think because it was just canceled, right?
Yeah. Got the giant glint blades. I love
Nice.
this one. It's
Yeah,
so
that was
good.
really good. Okay, just not hitting 15.
Yeah. Luckily the like stat scaling or whatever is it's like soft capped at 12 or something, 13. Do you need starlight shards?
I wouldn't mind some, sure.
Alright.
Thank you.
Oh, drop more. You need more?
Oh. I'm like totally full.
Okay.
So-
Oh yeah, I don't know if
Okay,
you knew
so-
this, but you can get rid of like the Libra HP debuff if you just jump off the ledge here before the fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, usually I just go and get rid of it, but
Yeah,
That's
well
good.
like if you do end up here with the he
Yeah.
really wants to give you the starlight shards.
I'm full.
It's like
full, bro.
take them.
I guess, I mean, here, someone can take this physic, I guess.
Here, I'll take them, I guess. Oh.
That's so funny. I just dropped my physic for nothing.
Oh, I can say
Okay,
shared
so-
order us, I guess.
Strike is apparently good. Strike is minus 50. Fire is minus 35.
Oh, okay. Should have probably tried to get some like fire grease. If you get like right up in his butt, might be good. Like during a stagger. You should stagger soon, I think. Oh, it is going to be kind of RNG though if we get the kill or not, like quick kills. Because I mean, like grafted dragon on this guy will just cook him like so hard if we manage to get that.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing could be so much harder, right? Like,
yeah. Oh. Man, I wonder if I could like ult him out of this move.
That'd be really nice.
Yeah, it takes so long. Yeah, it was okay.
Not the best, but...
Yeah, I couldn't get a fire bow. I had like a lot of range attack up, but...
I guess the only fire bow you can get is when you have that like passive on it, right? That does fire. Or
is there no fire bow in the...
Not that I can think of.
Oh, he dropped everything. Hmm.
Because there's the holy, the Erdtree bow is always holy, I think.
Yeah.
The serpent bow is always poison, but then beyond that, I don't know if there's any normal fire bow. Like, I guess that's the only problem with Iron Eye is that you're like the only way to get fire is probably greases. That's probably the most consistent way.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is RNG then. Or well, even more RNG because you need the weapon effect.
Yeah, I guess like when we can start with relics, then it's easy, but
yeah. The game is too loud. I can turn it down. It's too loud.
I feel like the pest is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Like, is it better to go for the moth or not?
Well, see, that's like another one, right? Where if I get fire, I can have the moth like permanently just taking DPS from the fire debuff, but you know, if I'm playing Iron Eye, I'm gonna need grease or get lucky, I guess.
But yeah, that's like even with an Iron Eye, I wonder if doing the R2s to the bug or whatever it is better. Or maybe
like
you
scorpion
alternate or something, yeah. Does the fire ticks, do they stack up or is it just...
I don't think the scorpion can light on fire.
No, not the scorpion. So if you hit the moth with 2 fire attacks, does it?
I think it's just one, but I don't think it stacks. Yeah. I could be wrong, but because I did level 1 moth with Iron Eye, and yeah, I never noticed it like because I mainly just focused the moth, and it didn't seem like it ramped up or anything.
maybe the best way is to just upkeep the fire ticks on the moth, but then focus on the bug with R2s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, if the R2s are so weird because I feel like some enemies, I don't know if they have like defense that you have to like get through and it's getting reduced. It's like sometimes the R2 feels really good and other times maybe it's just they're weak to rust or
Yeah.
what's the damage type?
Yeah, could be.
I can try. What's up, Blanks?
I don't think I can. Wait. Oh, yeah. I think only the leader can do the Q.
Oh yeah. I turned Gino up. Well, I turned the game down, so Gino seems pretty loud. Like his volume seems okay. Should we just queue for all three again? Or I can get rid of Caligo if we want to just do the other two.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe just the other two.
All right. What do you think is the hardest character to do level 1 with? I was thinking about this, but I feel like Guardian.
I don't know.
I then again he can block, but he has like no stam. It's the thing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for level 1, I've only done Duchess and Iron Eye and Wilder. They're the only ones I've tried, but I mean Revenant must be terrible, right? Like,
yeah.
I assume the summons scale with your level, right? So
yeah, I mean on some
just
bosses it could maybe be okay. Like the Discus of Light is such low mana cost, like maybe that would still be good on like Gladius. But
I don't know. I feel like that'd be so bad. Oh yeah, I guess Executor I've also done level 1.
Okay. Yeah, I did him a decent bit. The starting weapon is just so it's so stupid.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, like easy triple status build right away.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Spam the Wraith Bell. That's true. That is true. Have you played like many games with randoms? Or have you mainly been doing like solo?
Not too many, but I've played a couple.
Gotcha. I barely played any. It's just I think that was like the first one I've done in a long time, like since the game came out. And that guy, I mean, he did good in the boss fight. He was nowhere to be seen during the days.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't bad. Just that's what I was saying earlier. It's just like they just run off. But
yeah. Enough? Nice.
Yep. Maybe we go here.
Yeah, go for a key.
That mark damage is so good.
Yeah.
Spellcast speed.
Tempted to give this to him, but
Ranged weapon attacks. Wonder if it's worth checking the... Like, I think there are
seals?
normally seals upstairs.
Yeah, somebody was saying there's like a way to get a guaranteed holy seal depending at one of these. I don't know if it needs to be a holy camp though. Oh damn, how did you get up there? So, oh, you climbed over there.
Yeah, there's like some scaffolding stuff you can
Yeah,
climb.
I always go the slow way.
Oh, these guys are so
Yeah.
annoying.
Try to stack them up. Almost got my ult
So
at
well.
least.
Ooh, that's nice.
I probably should have taken the... Whatever. Yeah, some of the Everjail bosses I feel like should not be blue.
Okay, I got some fire grease. I guess maybe it's
Okay.
a little early, but...
Oh yeah, we got Pest. Nice.
Ooh, Dragonfire.
Ooh, I got a fire weapon. You can also have this if you want. Oh, did we check for a key here?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay, cool.
You want to go do this Everjail, or...
There is a worm right next to us. I don't...
Okay.
I guess my fire weapon kind of sucks for this, though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ult him out of this. Raider is using the Wraith Calling Bow.
It's kind of good.
Yeah, it's actually not bad. It's like fixed damage no matter what class you're using it on, I think. So.
Yeah, I used it a bit on level 1, and it's actually like pretty solid.
Oh yeah, for level 1 for sure. Honestly, that might be the key to doing Revenant.
Yeah. Yeah. I was literally just gonna say this Raider knows what's going on.
I mean, he's been doing good.
No, he's been doing good. Just bad timing. Another Halo site, but
Yeah, I also got a Halo site.
okay. Let me just head to castle now.
Yeah, sounds good. Have you seen the cord end yet? I assume you know about the door.
Wait, the witch?
The door that like can be opened with the super rare item. You don't know about it?
I
It's
have
right.
no idea.
It's right
actually.
here. There's a door. It's it only opens. The you get sacrificial twigs if you open it. But you can open it if you get an item called the cord end. It's like a freaking 1 in 2,000 drop chance or something.
Really?
Crazy.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to level up. Whoops. That's actually crazy. Have you opened it?
No, I've never seen the item, actually.
Okay, interesting.
But yeah, I mean, it's just sacrificial twigs, which are sadly kind of useless.
Yeah, terrible. that's so funny.
I got a purple staff here, meteorite. Oh, it's might be okay.
I got Stars of Ruin, so.
Oh yeah, you don't need it then. You want to go to the bottom, or where do you think?
Sure, yeah, we can go bottom.
We can kill the lion here.
Yep. Family heads. I wonder if that's any good in this. Probably not, but
Yeah, it might be okay. I got another Sacred Order. Is that one just solo, or is that AoE?
Sacred Order is the single, yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured.
But yeah, Shared Order is probably the best for this. Normally, Sacred Order would be better, but or at least if you're doing solo. They do also stack though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Is one like an aura and one's body?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Sacred Order is really weird. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Sacred Order is kind of weird because it's. Oh.
Bro. I hate this guy,
know
actually.
if I have no FP, and I have.
Unbeatable. Thank you. This is like the one guy who's my nemesis.
Yeah, this guy's really. And they made him bigger here, and so he's harder to like strafe around.
Yeah.
Kind of annoying.
Oh, that was a true combo. And you can just try to kill him if you want, honestly. I can run back.
No, it's fine. Surely I'll pick you up. Oh, Revenant, please stop. No,
That's okay, dude. I'll just like it'll spawn me right outside. It's all
yeah.
good. I don't know how to dodge the Royal Revenant very well, honestly.
Raider comes in and just totally misses the ult.
Got a legendary. Oh, Eclipse Chotel. Wow.
Is that any good? I haven't actually
charge
seen that yet.
sorceries for you. I don't think it's very good. No.
Wait, I have something for the Raider here. Wild Strikes.
Oh, so I assume you know, but you can just like drop stuff from the loot menu.
Okay. I actually didn't even know.
Yeah, you just press square. Same as dropping an item normally.
Good to know. I do have a stone sword key, so
We could try to do it.
unless we should just.
I mean, we can try, and worst case, we
Yeah, we
just
can try.
run and come back.
I think we should be able to kill in time. And then I guess there's the boss here too, in the middle of the lake that we can maybe take out.
Yeah. With your stars, we can probably take them out.
Yeah. Too bad I can't aim for this guy's head,
Staggered.
though. Nice. Oh, kind of FP. Nice.
I feel like some of the average ale bosses are like some of the tier 1 ones that only give like the blue drop are
Yeah.
like so strong compared to the purples.
Yeah.
I hate getting like the 10 beastmen solo.
Oh yeah. The Banished Knights are probably my least favorite, especially for solo, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, like, during the actual, definitely should hit, at least one person should get the circle and start killing, like, as soon as possible.
Oh shit, wait, you're fighting... Oh, right. Yeah. 100%. I assume...
Yeah, it just needs to be one person, just, like, at least.
Yeah, I guess as long as everything's dead before the circle fully closes.
Like, here is perfect timing.
Yeah.
Getting the smelter at level 1 can be kind of concerning sometimes.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. He's really tanky.
Yeah, he really is, yeah. I wonder if magic's bad against him.
I feel like it should be good.
Oh, I'm gonna check after, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, wow. He just freaking died to that.
Oh, wow, that's not.
I wonder if it's possible to get 15 before day 1 is over, or like at the end of day 1. Probably.
The highest I've gotten is, yeah, I think probably solo you could. Highest I've gotten is 13.
I think if you get like the Crucible Knights and maybe the like Pest event
yeah,
early.
100%.
That had way bigger AoE than I expected.
Yeah, if you got Pest right away, Crucible Knight, and then you just like maybe some Everjail like plus 10% runes or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I got Crystal Torrent.
At 11% improved sorceries. Do you want that?
Sure.
What are we thinking?
I don't know. We still have a lot of the castle. Like
Oh, we
upstairs
still have
and
the
stuff, right?
top. Yeah, true.
do we want to kill any Banished Knights, or do we want to just go straight up?
Yeah, I actually should have picked up the black bow. You're right. I didn't realize I had a purple. Yeah, we can do the Banished Knights. I mean, it's the start, so. Yeah, I should have grabbed the black bow, though. Actually jump up there. There's a cheeky little jump up you did.
Oh, there's the instant.
Oh, nice. I guess that can proc on stars then.
Yeah. I wonder how the calculation on that works, because just get like insane multi-hit.
Yeah. I normally don't kill all the Banished Knights in the castle, but honestly, the castle has such good loot. Like, it is. I normally just do castle end of day 2, but doing Augur raid.
I made the mistake one time of leaving this. And I was doing a level 1 run the other day, and I was just like, oh, I really do not want to do Augur. And so I left it. And then I was taking a riposte on someone, and then the bubble chased me, but the knight had already started, so it just ported me straight into the knight. And then I didn't realize if you die here, you get increased damage taken. So
wait, really? There's like a debuff?
Yeah, I had no idea.
That's fucked up.
Yep.
I riposted as it pulled me in before, and then it like teleported me back to the enemy I was fighting.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah.
Dang. Kind of insane. Okay. That was pretty fast.
Yeah. Back to the castle. I'm just going around. Fuck it, dude. I'm gonna do my skip. Why is Gino not live? I don't know. I'm on my way. Gino,
we're in the circle still.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh. I got you.
Thank you. Wait, what did the raider do?
We were both trying to do the jump you did, and we were like briefing each other. Oh, my mark.
I actually don't really know what the fastest way up from. Or wait, which jump was it? Was it the?
Just like that tiny little one, not the one up to the boss, but the one you did before.
Oh, there he is. I don't think the raider was up here this whole time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nice. Still don't really have any fire.
There's a Revenant body here. Just Starlight shards. There's a Wending Grace. Guess I'll take.
There's also a township here, which might be
I
good.
love the town so much. Good stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, I love the town. It's got such good loot.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have like tons of extra money too, so.
Baby Steps is out. No, there's just a demo. Unless they just shadow dropped it or something, but no, I don't think it's out. Yeah, I can actually buy a purple smithing stone here. Nice.
Someone can take gold scarab. I've kind of had this the whole time.
Here.
A stone sword key.
This merchant sells dragon wound grease. I guess dragon wound grease would actually be kind of handy against Caligo.
Yeah.
Missed my mark. Dude, they're that attack and I'm getting pulled right into me. Alright.
Oh, that is not what I meant to take. Whoops.
Easy level 15 run.
Yep.
Oh, you have Crystal Torrent?
Yeah.
Nice. Is it a blue staff or is it purple?
It's a purple.
Okay, nice. Alright, well. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I guess we can go there, maybe.
Okay.
Wonder if sleep works on this boss. I feel like sleep in co-op's a little tough to use, but
Yeah, I don't think I've ever slept one of the Night Lords.
yeah, I've just never really tried. Yeah.
18% charge sorceries.
Probably could do this camp really quick, but
I don't remember where the other guy is.
right here. Sometimes you can get a physic tier from on top of this shack.
Oh, really?
This time though.
Hmm.
Yeah. Not that physic tiers are like they're I don't know. Not always that useful, but
Yeah, some of them can be good. I mean, at the top of the magic tower, you can get the magic cracked tier, like the 20% boost.
Got frenzied burst.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that's really good.
It's not great DPS, but it would be good for sniping the moth. But I also got flame sling, so I'm gonna take that.
Yeah.
Just have some fire.
I'm using the wrong bow. Am I dead?
Pretty good.
Yeah, Stars of Ruin just cooks.
Yeah.
It's so strong. I do almost feel that, yeah, like 2 Recluse and an Iron Eye would probably be highest DPS though. But then again,
yeah,
I mean,
I think that would be really good.
I have found like a lot of good drops for you that I was able to give you this run.
Yeah, it's almost too many. Like, I definitely think it could be split up.
yeah, that's true.
Because I had to drop so much stuff. That was like actually really solid.
Oh yeah, and I guess we don't really want to like stall here in the.
No, yeah, we would want to like.
Yeah.
Be very fast.
Mm-hmm. Did you need starlights?
I guess I would take some.
I can buy some. Yeah, I guess.
It's okay. I only have one more slot.
Oh, I'll just grab 2. Yeah, but in the actual run, like tournament or whatever, we'll just. I could buy starlights, and that's that's it basically. Oops. I think it would be cool if they had some way to actually influence like how quickly the night ends.
Yeah.
Just having like more control, kind of nice.
Oh, I've that auto parry. That auto parry thing's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it's yeah, it's sick.
Whoa. The bug just disappeared for some reason.
Oh.
Like he actually just disappeared.
Getting kind of cooked here, guys.
the raiders. Pillar just blocked my crystal.
Yeah, it's blocking me too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should just focus on the scorpion because like I can't really mark the moth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point actually.
Oh my. God, I'm not doing so hot here. Like, this is... I don't know how I feel about Iron Eye on this. I mean, it's... This fucking boss is so tanky, actually. Oh, it fell off. I keep losing the mark. Now this...
I want to say, like, magic must be pretty bad here, I think. My damage isn't very good.
This boss is just so freaking tanky, actually.
Yeah, that's also true. So the moth is 50% resistant to magic, but the pest is... like, magic's pretty bad, but not too bad. It's 10%. But fire's minus 35, so...
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I definitely didn't use the mark as well as I could have. I was like focusing the moth too much, and I kept letting the mark fall off.
Yeah, I think marking the bug is probably...
Yeah, I mean, because you guys... Yeah, I can't... You guys can't hit the moth anyways. And, well, I mean, you can, but he's magic resistant.
Yeah, I could have gone for the moth, but he's so resistant to magic, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like even fire on the moth, you do get the damage over time, but they're very similar. Have very similar fire resist.
Yeah, true.
Although the moth actually is pretty weak to pierce though.
Oh, is it different than the scorpion?
Yeah, the scorpion is weak to strike and pierce and fire. The moth is weak to every physical type basically, and fire.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. I'm not sure it would be the best there.
Yeah, these are my
Definitely,
relics.
I do think marking the scarab is probably the play though. Or the,
yeah, it definitely would have
guy.
killed it faster. It's just because I think it is percentage based when the mark procs. So yeah, I gotta say I do miss having the second mark though. It's so good on Iron Eye.
Yeah, and even just like the cooldown too.
Mm-hmm.
Cooldown reduction and stuff.
OP relics, I know.
Yeah, I guess just the main problem with Recluse is just the RNG. Like there, I didn't really get any good fire. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as Revenant, you're more likely to get fire stuff, but
yeah,
Revenant is. I don't know. I mean, I've seen runs where Revenant can do really well, but it's I feel like it's even more RNG.
Yeah, but like even just for the boss at the end of the day, like Stars of Ruin is so insane.
Yeah, it really is. And then also for Dark Drift Knight, I guess one issue that we have is the like you might you might not get any lightning as Recluse, and like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get a lightning bow either necessarily.
I wonder what class would have the best chance at Dragonkin Cragblade. Because I feel like that just totally smokes this guy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also possible we don't even get any lightning camps. It's on top of that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm actually like not that good at the Dark Drift Knight fight. Like if he gets that buff off, it gets a little spooky. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, he's just like raining down random projectiles that have huge AoEs on them while attacking at the same time. Yeah, it's not great. It'd be cool if they could set us up with the same seed for this.
What does blue seal mean? Yeah, that's true.
Because then it's like, okay, well, now the RNG is removed, so we're gonna have the same stuff, basically.
Hmm. Yeah, we're not allowed to use relics. Well, we can see how it goes, I guess. I do think interrupting Dark Drift Knight's attack is like pretty important though.
Yeah. Yeah, on this one, definitely we would want to go someone with a melee weapon. I mean, it's also possible. I saw Bolt of Grand Sax earlier on one of the runs, so.
Yeah, I just feel like Ludwig is probably going to be the one that's most likely to get lightning, and it's just, you know, I don't know if he's going to be as reliable at like interrupting it, I guess.
I kind of wonder how. Well, I mean, I guess if Ludwig wants to go with Iron Eye, this would be a good boss for one of us to go melee and try to.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna go use the restroom and then we can queue up. Do you,
Yeah,
think we just
I
do...
got...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we can just do Dark Drift, yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, same.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, we're not allowed to use relics in the competition chat for, like, fairness, I guess. Yeah, there will be a VOD for the event. All right, I'm back. Do we just run Iron Eye and Recluse then? Or do you think one of us should do a melee? I think Gino might be right back as well. Or maybe he is muted and maybe he doesn't realize, but... I mean, Aggie and Parky are really good. Like, honestly, I mean, I think Gino and I can do a good job, but at the same time, it's still... Like, it's still RNG what weapons we get and things like that. For example, if we get the grafted dragon, if we get Godric's grafted dragon, whatever it's called, like, we'll destroy Caligo so hard. It's like vile. So it is kind of RNG. Alright, do we just run Iron Eye and Recluse, or do you think one of us switches?
Yeah, I think we should try
Okay.
Iron Eye Recluse and just see what happens, and then...
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can... Like, I could still grab a melee weapon, because it doesn't take much, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just have to hit him with anything lightning, pretty much, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta hit him, like, a couple times. I think... I don't know if you're using lightning throughout the whole fight, it might cancel it, like, immediately when he tries to do it.
Yeah.
Or just from one hit, but...
Oh, yeah, 2 Iron Eyes.
Okay. Well, this will actually be interesting.
Yeah, on
I'm
solo,
kind of
it's
assuming
like
as
one
well
hit.
that we're gonna have we should have the crater for the moth and probably for the dragon too. So
Yeah, we might have the volcano for like the entire time.
yeah, so it shouldn't be too hard to get the fire.
True.
Lightning though, not sure. Alright, I got a stone sword.
Okay, nice. Damn, that guy dropped fucking nothing.
I guess we could do that camp, sure.
Yeah. I got a second key as well. Well, we do have 2 lightning camps this time. What it looks like.
Okay.
Have you seen the Skyrim strat that you can do on the Frost Mountain, by the way?
I did. I kind of saw it. I don't know how to do it myself, but
Yeah, it's pretty easy. If we go there, I can show you.
oh, nice. I don't know if it's worth it, but you can sometimes get the crystal darts in the barrels around here.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually used the the darts. Okay, looks like you got him.
Picking him, but him. I have no FP and no melee weapon. I've played myself.
Free Sentinel. Don't think we... I don't know if we want to do that yet, though.
Probably not, but
I still need a level up. I probably should have ran.
yeah, I need a level up too.
You want to just do the Everjail?
Sure. Oh, he's taking the bird somewhere?
Oh, he's going up to the healing church up north.
We don't need heals.
There's 2 churches like right next to us, though. Could grab him pretty
Yeah,
easily.
that's it, like, and in the circle, yeah, but
Oh my god, I really should have leveled to 3. I'm like stuck using this basic bow. Oh boy. Gino, I fucked up, bud.
yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
magic.
get you, please get. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god.
Dude, Matt.
Oh, that's so annoying, actually. Oh, this guy's like, yep, they didn't follow me, and
Yeah.
they went down.
dude. Rezzing as Recluse is like so painful, actually.
Yeah, I think if you have the disc, it's not bad, but I'm having some serious FP issues because I'm such a low level right now.
Yeah, I just not leveling to 3 really kind of screwed me over here.
I really hate these. Like, these are my least favorite Evergales for sure. So annoying.
They're gonna freaking one-shot me, I think. Level 1.
Oh, yeah, true. This is insane.
Doing a level 1 run.
Yeah, that's definitely what we should do for the competition. Huge play level 1.
Oh my god, this
That's
is so
taking forever to
painful,
kill.
dude. Okay, I got my guy coming.
Okay, these darts just do nothing.
I'm gonna fucking ult him.
He's still. That's crazy. Okay.
Brilliant.
All for 10k runes.
Oh jeez, that was rough. Our poor teammate.
Yep. How is his revive at 2 bars though?
Oh yeah, that is kind of weird.
That's secret order, I guess.
Maybe he got downed and went, like, crawled into the grace.
Oh, does that work?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got lightning strike.
Oh shit, okay. Nice. Oh, this is... I didn't know about this spot. Somebody was telling me about it, though.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of a scuffed day.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, you got lightning at least, so that's good.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to upgrade it though. It's gray.
Oh, gotcha. Do we just get both of the churches? I just don't even really know. It's just kind of little scuffed.
Yeah. Grab the church.
You know, I wonder if like lightning pots would interrupt. Like maybe it's actually good to grab some pots. Because those you can get like guaranteed at the... Yeah, I'm down. Oh, shit. I didn't know he was doing the tail swipe. I just saw him standing there, like, doing nothing. I was like, this is weird.
Oh,
he's doing it again. Oh my fucking god.
Uh-oh.
Our teammate's here. Okay, we might have to abandon this, my man.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll be back.
I'm gonna go through the mine because I kind of wouldn't mind a smithing too.
Oh yeah. You know what? I'll come with you.
Well, okay, it's gonna take us into the storm, but well.
No fucking way, dude.
What happened?
I was about to run into the mine, but then our teammate was baiting the dragon breath into the door of the mine.
Well, this is what we need to prepare for.
Oh my god, what a scuffed run, dude. Move
Actually,
to the
am I gonna get
grace.
screwed by the storm? Like, I didn't really realize this cave goes so far to the
yeah,
south.
no, you're cooked, man. You're gonna die.
Nah, I can probably take the bird.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
plan.
Recluse just like the circle does fixed damage, so
Yeah.
the caster classes just get cooked by the swarm.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna die. It's okay. I'm gonna at least get my 2.
Why does this enemy still have a mark on him? Oh,
Yeah, most likely dead.
this is a really scuffed run. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Oh, there's a buff here.
Well, quite a day 1 here.
You know what? It's okay. We'll make it. Well, was I close enough to the grace to run into it? I'll be honest. I just kind of accepted death there, chat. It's funny because I was even telling Gino, I was like, I was telling him about that, and then I didn't do it. Can't tell when he's doing his fucking. Can't tell when he's doing stuff. His tail attacks, man.
Got a purple from the tail there.
Oh, nice. I'm not sure if charging the R2 makes it do more damage or not, though. I'll have to test
Honestly,
that.
not even too bad considering level 5.
Yeah. We could do the Everjail, and I do have a key. Double boss there.
Sure.
I think we should hit the lightning camp as well. Yeah, I need to get my runes back, but we'll go over there later. It's fine.
I did get a couple lightning weapons.
Oh, I got a lightning slash. Bow.
Oh, nice. Okay, I probably won't take them then. I got max at FP.
Gotcha. I'm kind of curious about that red lightning. Oh. Could be good.
Yeah, I don't have room for it.
When you're casting stuff as Recluse, that effect like activates, right?
Yeah.
I think it makes you walk, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could go try it.
It might just be like close to you anyways. Like more of a melee range thing. Oh, there's a super town here.
Yeah.
Gonna upgrade my lightning bow to purple here.
I haven't really gotten any good spells yet.
I see. You have the one lightning spell at least, right?
Yeah. Oh, this guy's got Stars of Ruin, but it's 42k, which I don't have.
Ooh. I mean, could potentially come back later and...
Yeah. I also do have a Stone Sword key.
Okay. Oh, we can do this then. I almost feel like I would rather just do the castle than the mountain.
Yeah, probably.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Yeah, only 30k from that guy is pretty...
Yeah.
Whoa. Ancient Dragon's Lightning Spear, I got.
Oh. Okay. You want to just start heading towards the
let's
castle?
Go castle?
All right.
Yeah, I feel like the mountain's not that great.
Yeah.
Compared to the other ones, at least.
I mean, the dragon does give, like, legendaries, but he's so tanky. I don't know, like, what its resistances are. Sorry, go ahead.
Basically just need to use Strike there, and, yeah, the constant Frostbite is brutal, too.
Yeah. Oh, we can... Come on, Jelly Shield.
Wonder what the drop rate is on it. I've never seen that. And I do usually kill them. Or at least sometimes.
I got 2 yesterday. Just killing these guys, but I think I got really lucky.
Got a Winding Grace.
11% improved sorceries.
Do we have Banished Knights or Trolls here?
Oh, there's a Magic Scorpion Charm.
Well, I'm probably...
Banished Knights. Oh, right, you're not... You're going to be using electricity.
Yeah, Lightning Strike seems pretty good in this, actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's in a lot of these guys, anyway. We just go straight up top, you think?
Sure. Yeah, we can kill the one that's up here and then just go to the top, and then we can drop down and kill the rest.
Yeah.
Only problem is I can't move when I'm casting this.
You might be able to tech. There's like a glitch you can do. I don't know if you've seen it with Recluse. Oh,
I don't think I've
You
seen
can
it.
basically cast spells whilst doing the surge sprint.
Wait, what? How do
Yeah. It's... I can't
Seems kind of
remember.
insane.
I never actually tested it, but yeah, it's new tech people figured out.
Oh, nice. FFB again.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
I'm a recluse using a bow. That's all I've got.
Doing great, bud. Oh my,
Ooh,
no fucking way. Oh, I'm alive. Okay. I thought he was gonna just kill me with that. Oh, I got hit by the backswing. Oh my god. Just kill him. This fucking camera,
that is not
man.
what I meant to do.
Hey, no, it's perfect.
Bastard stars.
18% charge sorceries.
Someone want to take this Sacred Order? I don't know if we're going to get a undead on this, but...
Yeah, I don't think we will. Yes, it's kind of a rough run.
Yeah, this would be not ideal.
Yeah, you don't say. Oh, there's a giant over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Although I guess we do want to make sure to like do the circle.
No, we definitely have time. Like, killing the mobs doesn't take that long.
Yeah.
Man, that does so much damage. I got projectile drop off reduced if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking one shot though by like Dark Drift Knight, actually. I don't know, like, I'm still not that good at the Dark Drift Knight fight, honestly. I'm okay, but... Oh, the trolls, he's coming in.
Did I really do that to Joey?
Oh, yeah. Does that ult increase, like, damage, though, if you know?
I don't think so. I think it's just the leech.
Okay. Going for the melee recluse.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't have, like, starlights, so...
Oh, yeah. That's, if we ever go to, like, a merchant, it's good to pick up two there. I'm sure you have them. They're so cheap.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Why not charge though? Because it makes no difference. I'm gonna drop 2 shards here for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have like no damage negation on my build right now though. I may get like 1 shot by this guy.
Yeah, just his charge move. Like if you ult for that charge, I don't actually know if it even cancels it, but
Yeah,
that
I'll
move
try to
is
save it for that.
such a huge time waste. I don't know if it's fast enough. Like I don't know if it
I have
works
golden
though.
bow as well, so I can
Okay.
bow us here.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah, I don't have my ult. Tried to lightning pot him during it. Did not work. Oh, there's actually safe spots on the final one.
Too far. Oh
Damn, I actually wasn't able to get it off.
I'm not sure why he sometimes still does the thing after, like when you cancel it and he still does the like mini version of the attack.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, using this lightning strike on him was kind of a little tough.
Yeah. Yeah, he moves around so much. Yeah, I don't know, the one time he got it off, I shot him with like four shots, but I don't know if add lightning to weapon is like, I don't think it makes it lightning. It's just it's almost like having a lightning grease on it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that still wasn't too bad considering we were level 13 only.
Yeah, we were pretty weak. He still has the debuff on him? Oh, really? Hmm. Yeah, it could make sense. Which is fucking up. I see. Hmm. I mean, all the runs haven't been too bad, though. I think Dark Drift Knight is probably the one that's potentially, like, sketchiest. Because he
Yeah, I feel like Fisher's the most time-wasting one, though. 'Cause
Yeah,
Dark Drift is usually pretty quick.
that's true.
But yeah, I don't know, like, it was hard to say how well that double Iron Eye Recluse combo went, like, because...
Yeah, I mean, we
I
were
don't know.
split up and
Yeah.
definitely didn't help.
I also didn't really get any good spells on that one, like, I didn't get Stars of Ruin. Lightning Strike was solid when the enemies would sit still, but...
Yeah, the lightning bow, and it didn't really feel like it was all that good. Like as Iron Eye, all of your damage just comes from the mark. Like that's it. It kind of feels like.
Yeah, or I mean, if you can land those triple R2s, or the triple shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was
But
using it a decent bit, but even then, I mean, it does like a little. It does okay damage.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Well, should we do another one, or what are you thinking?
Sure. What time did Ludwig say that he could potentially?
Let me double check. I think he said he has like some photo shoot at 1 o'clock, and then he said
Dang. Yeah.
he might be back around 2. So in like an hour from
Okay.
now. So that would give us enough time. I mean, if he does show up, then we could probably get like 2 matches in, maybe 3, if he wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonder what the photo shoot's about.
Yeah.
Just for fun, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't ask. I don't know. I kind of want to try Raider for one of our matches.
Sure.
Raider is pretty insane if you can get like power stance colossals.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even without it, just being able to attack through stuff so well, like the Crucible Knights and the Banished Knights, it's very convenient
Yeah, for sure.
because the hit's done so good.
I'm thinking maybe we just do Dark Drift Knight again. Or...
Yep, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh. I'm gonna unequip all my relics. We're not allowed to use relics in the competition. Oh, shit.
Double recluse here.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, well,
Oh, change his mind.
I guess I swap. I haven't really. I now that I think about it, I haven't really tried Raider without that rally relic. Like
Oh, really? Yeah. I've never even used the rally relic, but I could imagine
okay.
that's really good on him.
Yeah,
with
so
the whole
good,
punching through. All of my rally relics are just like single. Like that's the only good thing on it. Is the rally.
Yeah.
But it's such a strong effect.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they made it as good as it is from the relic, especially considering the like rotted woods exists.
You want to do the castle, then the Evergel?
Yeah. Sure. Well, unless
Or what do you
wants
think?
to go to the church. Oh, he's going somewhere else. Okay, we can go to the church maybe first.
Yeah, sure. I don't know about the tree spirit though.
Oh, I forgot to level up.
There's a grace down here too.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, tree spirit probably not.
You want to
unless
just
this guy's got a bunch of statuses or something.
Yeah, should we just like climb back up then?
Yeah, I guess we could, or we could. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't really know.
Yeah, we can do the castle, and then or that fort or whatever it is, and then we could go like big castle, I guess.
Sure. Wish there was a faster way to get up these castles. I mean, sometimes you can spirit spring.
Yeah.
I wonder if can you use the spirit spring on the backside here to get up?
I doubt it. I think it like just gets you up high enough to get to the plateau or whatever.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was gonna try it, but I'm just gonna go through the center. You know about the 2 like stone sword key chests in this castle, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Not until kind of recently, but.
I'm so far behind. I got a giant crusher. It kind of feels to me that the giant crusher got like nerfed in this game though. I haven't had good results with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything super special.
You got some keys?
Yeah, I got 1 key.
Okay.
Do we want to go do the Everjail? And then I guess there's a chest there too.
Yeah, I'm down. I got an extra Starlight shard here.
I can literally cast the spell twice and then all my stamina's gone. Insane.
Oh no. That's still gonna... Thought it was gonna kill me from the grave. Oh, dude, the castle isn't even in the circle.
That's okay.
Yeah. Do we do castle day 2 then, you think?
Probably, yeah, probably. I got successive attacks negate damage if you want. 2 of them. And an iron jar. I don't know if iron jar is any good. I'll bring them to you.
Okay.
This one and this one.
Does it work differently depending on like your weapon type, the successive attacks? Like, can you proc it on Raider easily?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I would assume so. It probably takes less hits, but... Alright, I got another stone sword.
Nice.
I've been wondering if pest threads is that good in this.
On the right target, probably. It's weird how some stuff seems like super buffed in this game though.
Yeah.
Like the shattering crystal, that thing is, it's like a nuke. Do we do the Everjail? Maybe the double boss there?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm kind of griefing.
Yeah, that's... I wish they would fix this and make it so that like enemies don't go inside.
Yeah.
Kind of unfortunate. Okay, I'm quite liking our build this time.
Go to the church. Do the camp.
Yep.
Guess you could also get the Sorcerer's Rise.
I got the rates while walking, and it is doing very good. Night Comet? Do we have another stone sword?
No.
Okay.
I do not have one. Have you seen the, like, the magic tower that requires 3 seals to be broken? Does it have better loot?
I don't know. I would guess it does.
I saw it once,
I've only
but...
checked it once, though.
Okay. I couldn't find the 3rd seal, so I just had to leave.
Yeah. Ooh. Slicer? I'll take FP consumption.
Ancestral Engine set. I don't think it's very good.
I'm gonna try it. Maybe Lightning Camp and then the 2 bosses that are next to it?
Yeah. I might go... You guys can start on the Lightning Camp. I might see if I can grab a key from this, this castle. Because then we could do the Everjail close by.
Yep. I just got the instant death on both of the army knights.
Damn.
And we got scammed. there was no drop.
Oh, was it a golem?
No, it was the knights. Oh wait.
Really?
Oh, did you just kill the Everjail?
No, no.
Oh, wait, what just happened?
I have a key for the Everjail though, if we want to go run to it.
Oh, the drop is. Oh, it kind of bugged out, but the drop's up here, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, it must have been because the instant death just totally bugged it out. Oh, I have Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
And I got a bow with. Wait, is anyone an? No one's an Iron Eye?
Nope.
I got a bow with lightning on it too. I'm just gonna take the.
Yeah, we can try to do the Everjail. It might be a little.
We just start it and then.
Yeah.
Then leave. Here we go. Oh god.
I mean, that was kind of nice.
Yeah, I didn't really get to see much the effect did there.
No way. Oh, that's okay. I think the Gray should also res me, maybe. Nice.
Uh-oh. I may have picked the wrong way.
I might have to just... I don't know, I might have to just die here. Yeah, that's okay. You can just get your runes back. Sometimes it's better just to actually die.
Definitely during the event, though, I kind of forgot, but we definitely should, like, hit the circle.
Yeah, I'm so used to not...
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Like, doing everything else except the circle, but...
Yeah. Oh man, the successive attacks are proccing off like one power stance.
Yeah.
Jump attack.
Yeah, you're probably like basically just invincible with that setup, I would guess. What is happening? Is
there an
there's
enemy?
rats. That was totally wasted. Okay, go in the ancestor spirit. Let's see it. I mean, is it kind of smoking him?
I'm not sure.
This was a pretty fast kill.
Yeah, that was...
Oh my god.
We cooked him.
I think, is it the, I think inflict blood loss at low HP is bugged, right? Is that the one? I think it gives you, whenever you repose something, I think it gives you a bleed buff on your weapon.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I thought it was just like if you know, get hit for like half your health, you'll end up getting like a bleed grease on your weapon.
Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to do, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it does, but then it just, whenever you repose something, you just get like a seppuku buff or something.
I did notice sometimes I would just have the bleed buff, and I'm like, I don't feel like I should have this. Alright, I can do these two bosses and then just do castle.
It's a DTS. I don't know. Not my favorite.
Yeah.
I find that there's like the horse bosses are so tricky because the aggro change.
Yeah, fighting the bosses in co-op is just really mess with you when you're used to fighting them solo.
Yeah. Should have taken Slicer. Bug.
So now.
Probably be pretty good against the bug.
Yeah. Weird tree.
I'm just gonna go get my runes really quick.
Okay. I don't know, my damage isn't that good. I kind of wish I could upgrade to purple. I punched through his AoE, but Elden stars got me.
Yeah.
All right, castle time, I suppose.
Yep. I'm so interested to open this door, but how could it only be the
the twigs?
Twigs? Like that just makes no sense.
Yeah, I know. It's like so elaborate and it's so rare, and then yeah, you just it's such a useless item. But I was thinking that, you know, it's got to be like a different ending, or there's got to be something more to it, but I don't know. Checking for the jelly shield again.
The one oh, it's a Bellbearing Hunter, but maybe it's fine. Definitely should have gotten Slicer though. Ow. Nice.
No jelly shield.
I cannot see a single thing that's happening because my
Yeah.
brain's...
Yeah, this guy just has so much health. Oh shit! He's on top of it.
Wait, what? Oh, there he is.
It's actually so hard to see, genuinely.
Yeah.
Ooh, ice cube.
Oh, he just bonks off. That's really cool, actually. Didn't know that.
I'm not sure if the attack up while wielding 2 armaments even works, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I mean I'm like power stancing, but it at least doesn't seem to reflect in the actual damage numbers of the weapon.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if things just didn't work properly. I guess we can go to the upstairs one. Big boss.
Okay.
Is it gargoyle? I've actually seen that quite a bit in this game. Oh, that's
Awesome. And his aggro is like bugged there. He was attacking, I don't know, just, it was like he was targeting me, but then he would just miss towards them.
yeah. Wait, was it this run that we were fighting the Agil down there?
I don't know. Runs all blend together so much in this game. Yeah, that instant death is, it's working on the rates. It's pretty crazy.
Just take out this guy and then maybe go down to that Agil. Although the rain's probably going to be coming soon.
I probably could have dropped that for Gino. Oh well. I still don't have a good... I don't have a lightning weapon in my power stance. I do have lightning grease, though. Just one, but...
I have a Thunderbolt Highland Axe. Okay, I guess it wasn't this run.
Oh, yeah, it was the tree spirit. We're like, yeah, let's not fight this at level 2. Are we gonna skip his transition?
We might. Yep.
Nice.
Almost.
Oh, that's still one off.
I got a Honed Bolt.
Dragon Great Claw.
Nice. What to do? So we can do this camp.
Yeah, sure. Oh, there's a golden vow weapon.
Yeah. I don't know how good Golden Vow is in this game. Like, I guess it doesn't hurt to have, but...
Yeah. I got evaporated.
There's another lightning grease here.
Oh, nice.
I wonder if we have time to kill the boss that's over here. Here's more, probably.
Actually, I think we do, since the tree is so close to the end. Yeah, I guess I could have taken stam regen. It's true. I can still go back up.
Probably be pretty good if we can just get 15 before the boss comes in.
Yeah. Yeah, then we don't have to have to worry about the timing.
That should be enough. Posting, I guess.
I'm like stuck
My
up his
shitty
ass.
Wow, a little bit of a better kill than the other times.
Yeah.
Got a Wending Grace.
I have power stance hammers, but they're not lightning. But I do have 2 lightning grease, so maybe like if just the double grease will be enough.
Yeah, that's probably good. Well, yeah, that's probably good enough.
I mean,
I've also
I can
got
test.
bolt that I'll try to use.
Yeah, I'm gonna golden bow us as well.
Okay.
Oh, I did it in the wrong order, chat. Fuck.
Nice. No way.
Oh. Don't have my ult either.
Ow.
About to block you. Oh, no, you're out of the way.
No, I'm...
It was okay. I feel like we nuked the first 50% super fast,
Yeah.
but it kind of slowed down.
I don't know if Honed Bolt was actually doing that much there.
Hmm.
Wait, what's this guy's name?
Fulgore?
Oh, well, like, yeah, Fulgore, yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess magic... Basically, everything is fine against him except for Holy. So I probably should just use my comments there.
Hmm. Ooh, this is actually a good one. Faith and Holy attack power up. That's good for Recluse. If it was like health, if that was like health or something, that would be even better, but not a bad one. Not bad. Not too shabby. Well. Try Night Aspect as both Guardians. I mean, Raider seemed okay there. It's not like...
Yeah, that worked pretty well.
Yeah. There's good posture break, for sure.
Yeah, I kind of think a build or a comp like what we just did, and then Ludwig going Archer.
Mm-hmm.
That could be the way to go.
I do think having him on Iron Eye might just make more sense, because the mark is kind of like a free dodge, and I mean, it is a lot safer just being at range.
Yeah, we just need to tell him to like make sure to keep that mark. Like,
yeah,
use it as much as possible.
Yeah, true.
And then yeah, you have really good stun, and then the mark has the extra stun, and it would like.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll work pretty well.
Yeah. Agreed. So the thing is, chat, Ludwig said he was down to practice a little bit before the competition. I don't know if he's actually... he said he'd be around here around 2. Will Ludwig listen? I think so. I mean, we'll see. If he doesn't want to practice, it's fine. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm not sure if we should do another one or just kind of chill and see if Ludwig is gonna be here. I mean, we could probably do one more, but we could also just kind of wait and see.
Yeah, I'm good with whatever. I feel like the timing might not be like I don't know if it'll be exactly at.
Yeah, I don't think
2,
he'll be here exactly at 2 either. So we'll probably just do another one. Ludwig only needs to show up and get engaged. Oh shit, Salad, thank you so much for the raid, man. I'm sorry I didn't see that right away. From what it sounds like, Ludwig is not on time very often, so I mean, we could just
yeah,
we could just do one and yeah,
sure. Yeah, somehow that's not like super surprising, but
I think that's streamer things.
yeah, that's true.
I'm not sure how Raider is going to be against the dragon though.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point.
Like, do I go Wilder instead for the dragon? Like maybe the ults. I don't know how much. I mean, the ult does fire damage, I think, but
Yeah.
I don't know how impactful it is.
I wonder, like, hopefully we get the crater during that, and I wonder if there's a class that has the highest chance of getting grafted dragon.
Yeah, seriously.
Because I'm not sure if there's a better weapon against him. Like, you do one weapon art, and he's basically debuffed already, takes the big chunk of damage from it.
Yeah. It was actually just gross. I think I killed him in like 30 or 40 seconds when I was playing as Guardian before.
Yeah. My first time playing against him solo, I just didn't get phase 2. Like,
Oh man,
he just died. Like, and I
Damn.
didn't even get to see it. So.
Listen, guys, Gino and I have obviously played a lot, but like Aggie and Parky are good too, and they were practicing with Squeaks last night. Like ultimately, it's going to be kind of like RNG, whether we can. Like it's going to come down to RNG more than anything, I believe. Okay, well, let me queue up. I guess we can do Pest again.
Yeah, I guess the dragon would be insane against Pest too. I don't know if I've tried that though.
Oh yeah, yeah, true. Oh my god, dude! Imagine the hitting the weapon art when the moth's on top of the.
Yeah.
This is the double hit. Oh, we got a bird enjoyer.
Okay.
No, this is the real hard mode.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is with this, no matter what we do, it's gonna be so much RNG in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was just telling my chat. Like,
Yeah.
because yeah, I mean, if they get grafted dragon and we don't, it's like they just win.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, basically. It's too bad. I don't know if I was saying this earlier, but it's too bad we can't just get the same seed.
Yeah, for sure.
But still fun though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and it's not like it is kind of just a for fun event. Yeah, I definitely cared more about winning the previous events than this one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was such a meme.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And you know, I'm usually not on the right side of those things either, but I don't know, just got insanely lucky.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting them to do, like deaths or something.
Yeah. Well, we thought it was gonna be the like how many the great enemies killed or whatever.
Yeah.
But so we just targeted all like the giga shit enemies, and we got like no runes for it. It's like, we killed the golem for 3,000 runes, right?
Yeah, the problem is just there's no way to not. I think deaths would be the only one that's not. Oh, nice. Like super RNG, I guess. Even then, it still is a bit, but just not as much.
This game is just inherently RNG.
Yeah.
I did get a key if we want to go back up.
Oh, did you go up top?
Not yet, but I can.
No, that's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we can go. Yeah.
Getting up here kind of sucks, though.
Yeah, this one particular spot in the map is so annoying.
Yep. Yeah, there's just like no good. Maybe we should have went to the one to the east instead. Oh well, too late.
Yep.
I also kind of despise those stallions.
Yeah. I have basically no way to poise break them.
Yeah, I'll start breaking them. Could get some sleep pods, see if we can put the pest to sleep or the moth.
I guess both rune bears here drop something, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
No, I think so, yeah.
You guys are kind of scary though.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty tanky.
Like, I'll sleep inside my... anchor?
Fir tree bow. Uh-oh. Oh, and the sleep took off my FP. That is...
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. That's so annoying.
Back here, you bozo.
Okay. Oh, we got one of those tornado things. I don't know if they're worth doing, but
Yeah, they're kind of cursed from my experience.
yeah, they're really yeah, they're scary.
They just do so much damage, and like the enemies are so buffed up too, but they don't really give many more runes.
I got Crucible. That R2 is so funny.
Yeah, it's so... I don't know what they were thinking with it. I mean, it does a lot of poise damage, but... Man, it's slow.
So damn slow. Oh, the insane sleep.
Yeah, I got the sleep anchor.
Ooh, nice. Stars of Ruin already. Should we kill this guy?
Yeah. I swear, these Crucible Knights have like the same amount of HP solo as they do.
Yeah, solo's so annoying with like just blocking, and there's not really. I don't know. That's why I like Raider so much for solo.
Yeah.
Like you just punch, and they're I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So much money.
I don't know. I feel like I should have dropped the horn for him. You see that Guardian can be like hit out of his ult as he's coming down. Doesn't actually
no.
have iframes. So if
Wait,
you,
really?
Yeah, as you're
That's so
like
weird.
coming down, so you can. There's clips of people like they're about to hit, res 2 people at 3 bars, and they like dive into the boss's grab attack, just get like eaten.
Oh wait, what? That's insane.
Yeah.
That's really dumb.
Yeah, they might change it.
Yeah, that feels like it's... Yeah.
I blocked myself out. Oopsies.
Oh my, are you still there?
Dude, I had to wait so long. I don't think we can do the top boss.
I wouldn't mind going to level up first.
Yeah, that too. I think the circle's gonna be like we probably have to do the top one. A2.
Okay, what should we do? Probably go get the church, I guess.
Yeah, church and the madness camp, I guess. We could go and get smithing stone. But I don't know if you need to upgrade anything.
Wait, who are we fighting again? Like, I wonder how good Frenzied Burst would be against the boss.
I've heard the frenzy stuff is insane. Like, that might cook them off like, crazy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess in that case, if I actually do want to use it, then I should upgrade it, but... Yeah,
we
I'll
can
just...
go into this one.
Yeah, because I definitely don't want to be using sorceries against... At least not the Moth.
Mm-hmm.
Scarabit's fine, though. Yeah, just Frenzied Burst is just kind of slow is the only problem.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, that fire breath actually heals teammates too. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a cool one. Pretty good damage too. Holy shit. My game might have crashed. Oh, never mind. I just froze for like 5 seconds straight. That was Whoa, that's
concerning.
Yeah, yeah, that's not great. Oh, these hands are not letting me.
Does that buff weapon arts? It looks like it does.
I don't know. Oh, wait. What?
wasn't too bad.
No, it's pretty decent.
I forgot to upgrade at the merchant. Oops. Could go north.
There's always two bosses. Yeah, two bosses up there.
Grab the key as well in the castle, maybe. Why am I killing pleb enemies, dude? I got a key.
Nice. Yeah, I guess we can do the bosses here and then maybe key on that one.
Yeah, we could also do the one
back to the castle or something. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
there's a Libra there too. I don't know if he's worth talking to.
Are the deals like during the day actually decent?
I don't know. You can get. I mean, in terms of DPS, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
You can get a like Symbol of Avarice. It's kind of cool. Gives.
Is it like a constant?
It does drain your health. Yeah, but it gives you item find and rune gain. You pay like 10k to get it from him.
Is it permanent?
It's a talisman that you can
I see, okay.
take on and off, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I've missed every attack. Sometimes I feel like it's better just to focus his feet. Oh man.
Wow. No. Nice.
Do I even do thrusting?
So there's a treasure here too.
I don't actually know of that one. Oh, nothing great. Yeah, maybe doing the one south is better, but I can do this.
Well, we can check the Libra here.
True. Anchors pierce. Okay. Well, it normally is. Maybe they changed it in
Yeah,
this
actually, you
game.
know, my glint blades might trigger the...
Well, no. I think it takes a few hits, at least.
Yeah, but it hit him like 5 times, though.
Yeah.
Want more runes?
I got proficiency with strength, which, quite honestly, probably wasn't worth it, but...
I guess I'm gonna take the symbol of avarice. Oh, that's kind of insane. So I can just take it off at any point?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. It barely does any damage.
Yeah, it's
like,
really
so
not
much
bad.
less.
It's not bad at all.
That's cool.
Oh, I tried to ult, but no luck. Thanks. Oh, this is the thing about melee, dude. It's like melee in the teams is just it's easy to get super greedy.
Wonder if it'd be worth trying to kill the Libra in some cases.
Yeah, maybe.
I've done that a few times.
I mean, as long as we don't have the HP cursed, it's more reasonable to do. It's just Ludwig's never fought Libra, so... I mean, no, he hasn't fought any of the... I didn't even mix up the dog, I guess. Oh, I was muted. Yeah, I mean, we could fight Libra. It's just a little... I guess a little sketchy.
Yeah, he's kind of insanely tanky and stuff.
Yeah, and Ludwig's never fought him before. It's so
Yeah,
easy to
sure.
die to him.
Yep. Oh yeah, but I guess okay. I guess I didn't think about. I can't just put the symbol in my inventory or something. Like, you actually just drop it.
Oh yeah. But I mean, you're not forced to use it like during the Night Lord at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Too early.
You want to beta back here the storm
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die, I think.
if you need to.
Yep.
Oh, and uh-oh. FP.
Oh. Oh,
I
he's...
think I'm still down. Sacred Relic Sword? And I'm gonna take Sacred Relic.
Alright. Is that like the big AoE one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Farming weapon.
Yeah.
And it has a cool R2 in this too.
Oh, right, because it's a legendary. And all the different weapon types get so confusing.
Should we kill any extra crew? Nah, I guess there's no point.
Nah. I was heading towards the basement. I forgot we already cleared it. Not having power stance on Raider just makes me really sad.
Yeah.
Like, I have a great hammer, but the moveset is just so bad. Compared, like, base game great hammer moveset is just disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so fast.
Yeah, you did like 80% of the damage there, I think.
Oh, I wonder if Fire's Deadly Sin is any good. I'm gonna try it. I got Dragon Fire and Fire's Deadly Sin.
Okay.
It's gonna be insane. I got the Symbol of Avarice plus Fire Deadly Sin. I'm gonna kill myself on this. I don't think we killed the boss down there, did we? Probably not.
No. You could also just grab the church.
Yep.
Yeah, the L2 on the candle could be good for me. It has spell casting speed, which would be good for Gino, but I don't know. I wish I could power stance, but it's so hard. Like, sometimes you just get so screwed. You just can't power stance at all. Also, I still have this fucking purple stone. Maybe I'll give it to Gino. Oh, and I have a stand under the moth and L2. The moth? You mean the scorpion? I have like no FP though. At all. I hate that it doesn't even say. It just says.
Not what I meant to do.
It says it changes status. Oh, that Sacred Relic Sword was so good there.
Yeah. Oh, you got the candle. The candle's actually so sick in this.
Yeah, it should be pretty good for this. I have like no mana at all though.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, I got a power stance. Great hammers now.
Okay, I'm gonna drop
fire.
this now. Oh. There's a golden vow if someone wants that.
We have so much time.
Yeah, I was also just totally going the wrong way there. I thought I was on the other spot.
Oh shit, right, we weren't even killing the actual... we were just killing Maggie.
Yeah. Don't exactly remember this boss is. I don't know why. I do not remember.
Yeah.
The boss enemies very well.
I think it's. Nah, I don't know.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Oh, good thing I have fire damage.
So bad.
Oh, God, I know. Sometimes he can do it like 6 times in a row as well.
Yeah. I feel like he does it more in this.
I feel like getting this guy would be just bad RNG.
Yeah, he's so tanky. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, there's just nothing we can do. Like, even if we get good builds, there's still no guarantee that we just win.
Yeah.
With our boss RNG and the
Oh my god, I'm just face tanking chat. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm doing so little on him right now. Yeah, it's kind of troll that, you know, this guy is a boss that you can get for the Night Lord that's weak to fire. You know, like,
yeah,
you focus on
true.
fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I don't even need the foot. Got 2 shards. I'll drop here.
Thank you. We should have an insane build for the boss, though.
Yeah, I've got
Candle, just go underneath him and just spam L2, and then I've got Fire Deadly Sin plus Dragon Fire, which is hopefully fine.
I've got power stance fire weapons now too. So.
Nice.
I'll be able to use the candle a little bit. I'm gonna run out of mana real fast.
Yeah. I don't remember how much it takes. I don't feel like it's too much, but...
Yeah. I went for strength increase though from Libra, and I think it like reduced
Guardian's
my
still
mana
wearing
pool.
the Guardian's wearing
he
the...
likes it.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's doing good damage. Oh, that restores my mana. Cooking him.
I'm trying to get like double hits with the Dragon Fire. I'm not sure if it's really working. Oh, we stunned him. Nice. Oh, we're doing really nice this time. I get poisoned now. Shit.
Oh, I can hit it off, I think.
Oh, wait, is that... Oh, I didn't know about that.
Can I punch him out of this? Nice. Oh, please let me do this. Oh.
Yeah, we are smoking him this time. Oh, the beam. Ow. feel like this is definitely better than last time.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice.
Yeah, I got like a full 6 or 7 of the candle stand weapon arts off. Yeah, your ult actually works so well because I can just keep spamming it and give my mana back.
Yeah, and that should be really good on Caligo also, I would assume. As long as he doesn't run around too much.
Yeah, true. Well, I've not heard back from Lud.
Yeah.
May just be
It's fine. I mean,
yeah, it's really not a big deal.
Doesn't really matter.
Oh. I think this is the first time we've done like co-op together before.
Yeah.
Unless I've forgotten about forgotten. But.
No, I don't think so. I don't know when else we would have, but
yeah.
Yeah, this will be fun.
So yeah, I mean, assuming he lets us choose what he should play, I guess Let on Iron Eye should be good then.
Yeah, I think Iron Eye is probably just the safest bet. Yeah, and I think Raider on Caligo should be okay too. If you get the candle stand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do one dragon fight.
Okay, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom really fast.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'll be right back as well, chap.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. Did you get your laptop, by the way? Did it arrive today or no?
I'm still on the hopium that in the next, I don't know how much, in the next like hour and a half maybe, but I guess we'll see. I don't know.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't
way.
really matter. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're just practicing the bosses that we have to do in the competition, guys. Like, yeah, we could do other ones, but right. Well, we could do Caligo then.
Yep. Yeah, just this whole thing was on such insanely short notice.
Oh,
I don't know when
you get?
I think they asked me on the 7th.
Oh, shit. Okay. I think I've known about it a little longer than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody like dropped out or something, or they just couldn't figure out who else to bring in. But
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure
but
like if Ludwig even chose us or if it was just.
I feel like they probably just. Oh, we got the rot one. I feel like
yeah.
they probably just. I don't know.
Just looking for.
Just form the teams.
Yeah.
That like themselves. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess if it was Ludwig, like, you'd think he would have like messaged us or something. So. Oh, did we get the walking mausoleum? Is that what it was? So
oh yeah,
rare.
Yeah, I've only seen that once, I think. Guess maybe we could go there. Well,
I mean, we can go to that church and then do the castle, I guess.
sure. No fire.
Oh, is there no fire on the map?
Well, no, just the seal.
Oh, gotcha.
There's like a triple seal drop.
Dude, all the camps on the map are just like neutral.
Yeah, there are 2 frost ones, and then that's it. There's also a Libra down there.
Oh,
but I don't know.
Probably should have restarted my game because I've been having this some concerning lag. It's okay though.
Is that on like the laptop, or is that?
No,
your...
I'm on my main PC right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna process.
Yeah, I've been having some lag issues too. Just like sometimes. One out of every 10 games, I'll just be lagging like crazy. And you know what? It might be especially worse on the rot shifting Earth too. I think I've noticed that.
Hmm.
It's missed.
What is Eruption? Well, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know how.
Shit. Wait, let me drop this for you. Golden Vow.
Yeah. Yeah, that Golden Vow is definitely more worth it.
Yeah, that one's so good.
Okay, what do we get?
The Glint Blades.
Glint Blades, Magma Shot, sure. Race while walking, sure. I already don't know what to drop.
Oh, I got a great stars, but it's so sad on this class.
Let's get Wild Strikes on it. Wild Strikes is so insane on Raider.
Yeah. Oh shit, you're already up there. Did you just climb?
Yeah, I just climbed, yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't sure which one would be faster.
Yeah, it was. Seems yours is faster.
Oh.
Go back for the tree sentinel. I don't know. I'm still only level 3. I'm level 3.
We maybe could. He might just deflect my stuff though and one-shot us, but
yeah, I don't know. Maybe we skip.
we can try. I mean, we can just try it, I guess.
Okay.
Surely Shatter Earth is good.
I do have bleed at least on Great Stars.
Oh, this is wrong one.
Oh shit. Damn, what a res. Beautiful.
Yeah. Kind of looked like it wasn't even going to work for a second. Oh no. Oh, that's... Oh.
Oh, did I just res you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfectly timed.
I was gonna say that was so unfortunate because you just salted, but...
Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Our teammates got me at least.
I'm so dead.
Perma-stacked him.
The only problem with that one is it leaves you so vulnerable.
Yeah. I was
It's
trying to
so
use
slow.
it solo and it was just miserable.
Okay, nice. Winged Scythe.
Death's Poker? I guess that could be good just for killing stuff in
Yeah.
general.
Really do not know what to get rid of.
I don't really know where to go either. I guess we can follow our teammate.
Sure.
I don't really feel like we have time for castle anymore.
Yeah, we can... I don't know, I feel like Rot area is really good to go right at the start of day 2. Like,
Yeah.
we could maybe hit Castle really quick.
We could just do bottom and top castle and then go straight for Rot. Oh my gosh, our teammate is going in. Oh man, that's doing a lot of damage.
We only have one stone sword, right?
I used mine actually. So we don't have any.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh yeah.
Maybe this guy down here? Oh, I guess we go church after, maybe.
Sure. I got good fire damage at least. was trying to punch, dude. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Getting cooked, man.
Uh-oh, I'm me too. Wow.
Oh, you actually survived. Damn.
What's the best revive? I don't know. That sucked. Oh, nice big one. Yeah, I've got defense at max HP, so.
Oh, nice.
Probably why I survived that.
Yeah, I love having that. Oh. And it's weird, like playing in a team. Oh, ooh, Hand of Millennia. I mean, I guess I could drop it for our Duchess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how good Hand of Millennia is in this, but it's at least nice to have just to put an offhand or something.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we're doing Bligo. Not really sure. I'm just kind of killing random shit. Kind of a weird circle. I don't know if I've probably seen an end here. I don't remember though.
Yeah.
I do kind of feel like maybe double recluse might just actually be top DPS though. Oh my goodness.
This guy's insane.
Just bolting this in. Will I play Nightreign?
Are you gonna dupe anything at the
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I could dupe my fire hammer, I guess. Although it's only blue. If I could get it to purple before I upgrade it, that would be good.
Yeah, we could do that. That's good. That's actually a really good point. I didn't think about how, it's like we're going to a fire boss, or weak to fire boss, and if we just get a bunch of bosses that are super resistant to it, then we're just totally toast.
Yeah. So I try to normally have like an off weapon that's just like pure fizz.
Yeah.
Because pure fizz normally works. Alright.
So do we want to head into the mine and then...
Sure. Do the mine and then castle? Or do we just go straight for rot, do you think?
I don't know. Like, Rod, I think, always has 6 major, or whatever bosses there. Which is pretty good money, like.
Yeah, for sure.
Where is he? Oh.
This guy is incredibly fucking in the night. That's so much.
Yeah. It's too bad there's no, like, the DS3 poise casting on Faltering Prayer. It's too bad that doesn't exist in this game.
True. That'd
Really
be
nice.
super good. Well, we can go over to the church, I guess, and then...
Yeah, I'll hit the mage tower too.
Yeah, sounds good. Man, I've not been doing good at using my cold and foul foots. Gino Machino. I'm gonna go do my hammer, I guess. Not sure how to climb this thing, actually.
I think it's just one of the legs you just...
Yeah, I think I got it.
Okay.
We do have increased damage while two-handing, though, which is kind of like, for what we currently have. Rip Death Poker. Yeah, but it's not very good for us, anyways. Our teammate is pinging the mausoleum, I hope. I don't know if he knows I already. It's only only one person can use it. So.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna go
There's
upgrade.
a death brood here.
Thing.
Bro.
Yeah, I don't have any holy either. Where's this merchant? There's Mikola's Ring of Light here, but I don't have enough money.
Shit. Thought I had my super punch up. It's so annoying when it. Oh. Oh, that was sick, dude.
Did the other guy die?
Oh, you rezzed him, I think. Oh wait, actually no, I think he did die. Oh, he's doing it again.
Really, two of these attacks is kind of insane.
And is there a way to know like what direction?
Yeah, it's uh-oh. It's really dumb. It's always like you have to use the compass.
Really?
Yeah. Please.
Oh, dude. There was like 1 millisecond left.
Yeah, that was close. Yeah, you gotta, like, you just have to know based on the... Oh, do you want this, here? 60%.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so... You need to be... But, yeah, well, I guess basically just the attack. What do I use here? The attack is always in the same, like, cardinal directions.
Oh, okay. So what directions is it? Is it...
So... Oh, no. There's so... Probably the easiest one to remember is if you're just straight to the south of the boss, you're fine. So, like, if you see... You want to have the boss between you and north.
Gotcha.
Okay, I got Stars of Ruin. But... Yeah, there's some other ones as well.
Why, where you use the compass for the attacks, or?
Yeah, well, like, there are other spots you can be, because it's
Oh,
really
yeah.
dependent on where you are relative to the boss.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah, I never knew.
So there's like...
That's cool.
Basically, the strat in the base game is you... Whenever you're going to fight a Deathbright bird, you mark on your map like a bunch of waypoints, and then you can basically just run towards those waypoints when he does the attack. But that's only if you're doing like insane low damage. Most of the time, you just one-shot them.
Yeah,
You're actually
for sure.
prepared for them. Giant's Red Braid?
I could try it.
I'll drop it, I guess. I mean... I don't know if it's any good. Wait, where are we going? Whoops.
Oh, should we? I wonder if the rot buff is... We missed it.
Can you get it without checking the...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
I mean, you gotta know all, like, the spawn spots, I guess, but...
I think I've only seen 3 spawns. Let's try how many
Same,
there
I
are.
think.
Okay, yeah, it's over there. Didn't miss it.
I'm kind of slacking, chat. Gino streaming right now too? No, I don't think so. I think he's just chilling before the tournament. Let's see if there's anything up here. Not far behind. Nothing. Is Jimmy saw? Yeah, he's the founder. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen this spawn, funny enough. No, maybe I have. Fucking magma.
Yeah, I wonder how many there are.
Everything I have is fire.
Wow, this guy is so tanky. I don't think lightning's bad on it, but maybe it is.
You just double staggered him.
I just don't even know what's happening. Like, nice.
There's so much shit everywhere.
Well,
well done.
Winding Grace. There's an Ordivis Greatsword, I guess. And do you want another successive attack negate damage, or?
No, I don't think I need it.
Okay.
I just want, like, jump attacks at this point, I think.
Yeah. Okay, unfortunately, probably... Oh, actually, the tree's in a good
we
spot.
could do both.
I've never seen the tree
Yeah.
there before.
Yeah, normally it's, like, right here. Like, in the center, more so.
The most common spot I've seen is basically just from where we fought that boss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm so scared to use this because he's just going to deflect it back. But...
He doesn't deflect very often, from my experience. At least in, like, teams. And I am really doing, like, such little damage compared to... Like, I don't know if Raider is... I honestly feel like double Recluse just might be the best, actually. 11% improved sorceries. You want that?
Or
using incantations?
It's probably fine. I'm pretty full on everything.
Okay.
Oh, that's weird.
I don't know if I really want this or not. Like, yeah, it's good damage, but... I need to frickin' help out.
Getting close. There's a massive stall. That's insane.
Yeah, we got him.
I think in the race we maybe would have had to just leave that, or I don't know actually.
Yeah, I don't think we should try to be too, like, greedy with Ludwig, essentially.
Oh, that's insane.
I do love the power stance for rezzing. It's so good.
Yeah. I really hope someone gets a double boss during the, during the thing. He's so funny.
You're jinxing it, man. You're gonna get it.
Yeah, well, I don't care who gets it. It'd just be funny if someone does.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd be funny if it wasn't us.
Mad.
No.
It's like, oh, well, we got unlucky.
Yep, here's a Theodorix now. That has like 10, like a million HP.
I do still want to try like double recluse, because I
think that'd be pretty good.
Yeah. Your DPS is just so crazy compared to mine.
It's actually insane with the Millennia effect too, plus my leech, and then I'm just spamming and getting so much health back.
Do you have the? Did you grab the Hand of Millennia?
No, just from the
like,
ult secret.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Going after. I feel like that was pretty fast for a DTS.
Yeah, it was good.
All I've got is Magma shot.
That's decent.
It should be okay, but it has no range basically.
Yeah. I always forget to use the frickin' foul foots.
I also have a rot grease if you want it.
Yeah, I'll take it. There's 2 shards here.
Wait, where are they?
They were just out front.
Okay. Yeah, I think especially on the final boss, it's almost not even worth doing the pull. Just because I can get so many Starlight shards by this point.
Oh yeah.
I just want to use them and just spam.
For sure. I mean, I'll try the frickin' the giant's hair. Spam the weapon art.
Yeah, unless they improved it a lot, which maybe they did. In the base game, it's so bad.
All right, here we go.
Seems alright so far.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Especially if you can get a stun. I think that's a big thing on this boss is if you can like stun him quickly, then you can avoid some of the annoying stuff. I'm just gonna follow you because I'm on the speaker, so I'm basically useless for this move.
Oh, come on.
Oh, too bad.
I need to use my fucking buffs. What am I doing, man?
No.
Jerk.
Yeah, if we could get a kill where we cancel this move somehow,
Yeah.
that would just be such a huge time save. Oh shit.
You're fine. Nice. Okay. Pretty solid. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I feel like our Duchess was actually doing... He was doing pretty good. He's doing a lot. Hey, he had Eleonora's.
Yeah, I saw a couple bleed procs there, I think. I guess I haven't really been checking the time of our kills. Like,
yeah,
34:15. I have no idea if that's good or not.
Oh yeah, I had the incantation talents. Probably should have dropped that for you. Although you, looks like you had.
I was using sorcery, so.
Okay, gotcha.
Nothing from Ludwig yet, I assume?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll probably, I should probably get some stuff set up for the stream, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can, do you want to do one more and then we can, or if you want to go now, that's okay.
Yeah, we can do one more. It's not for another, what? I'll probably start streaming in like an hour, 20 minutes. So yeah, I could definitely do one more.
Gotcha. Are we all doing... Is the tech check like 30 minutes before, right?
I think so, but I thought we might not even be doing it.
Oh, did they say something?
Someone at GG told me that Alienware confirmed there will not be an actual tech call before.
Oh.
But I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't think they said anything.
It said something about an Alienware plugin? Oh, I guess they're just talking about the OBS like profile or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't want to try one as like double recluse and just kind of see how that goes.
We can do that.
I do feel like, you know, when you do have boss aggro on you, it does make it kind of hard to do like high DPS as her though.
Yeah, but if you got two, then.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean? Because like with Raider, at least I can just kind of tank through and like keep the boss off you.
Yeah, you need to have like I feel like you need to have one quicker spell just for when the boss is targeting you, and then the big spell is when I don't know.
Yeah.
Not. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think double recluse will be the play here because like if Ludwig's tanking or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you don't have good spells, rezzing on her is also pretty awful. You've been doing good with it though. Like I normally struggle a lot.
Sometimes I have no FP and it's just I don't know.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, sort of like everything is You saw that too?
Yeah, bugged out, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes it's like you're fighting the boss and you got the sequence down of the pulling and the spell, and then if someone goes down, it just kind of can just mess it up, and then you have no FP.
Yeah, I've been in that, that position a few times.
Yeah.
Dang, well, I guess I don't have to end my stream then, too. I was gonna, like, stop streaming to go to do the tech setup, but guess I'll just do it while I'm streaming.
Yeah, that's probably fine. This person's probably like, oh great, 2 recluse. Perfect.
What were they playing? I didn't even
loss.
see.
They were playing Duchess.
Okay. Oh gosh, yeah, we're all so, so squishy. We got
We
pests.
probably shouldn't go that way. Damn, that's a fast cam clear. Yeah, I found that, like, Linstone Arc is so... during the network test, I played Recluse a lot, and obviously just with randoms. And Arc was so good at picking them up. It just pierces through everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I got a stone sword, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, what do we have here? Warder's Blade, I guess. If you're playing an Iron Eye and you find like frozen armament or something, it does work on the bow.
I don't know. Or are you saying
like
it does?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
So it's really
wow.
good if you can get that.
Damn.
Oh, there's a scarab here. I'm not sure. I've never seen fire negation. I've never seen the fire buff or anything though.
Oh.
Like, I've seen poison armament and I've seen frozen, but I haven't seen
What is the fire one called?
I actually have no idea. I can't even think of what it like what it is in the base game somehow. Just never use those.
Oh, I got Slicer.
Okay. Black
Oh,
flame,
what was
sure.
it? A is the chest
Wait,
up
who are we
top?
fighting?
Pest.
Do you want a flame sling? And okay, sure. Actually, there's 2 black flames here if you want.
I'm checking the chest upstairs.
Okay. I'll carry. I guess I'll carry both.
I can take.
Oh, here. Do you want a black flame?
Sure.
Here. And it's also got a heal, so if we get a revenant. I haven't tried that in this game. Apparently, it's majorly nerfed, but probably still okay.
Yeah, I've used it a bit. It's still decent.
Okay.
Well, we got 2 keys, so I don't know. What do we think?
Go to church and then
Everjail, I guess. Could do the frost rune after as well.
Sure. Well, the Everjail's a little out of the way, but
Yeah.
unless we just want to go to the castle. No, we can go to it, and then maybe we can go to the Rise after.
Sure. Yeah, we can do Everjail, Rise, and then like straight to castle, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's no bell-bearing hunter at the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, if there is, we just need to skip it.
Yeah.
Unless we're like level 12 or something. But great. Wait, Rise of Punishment, is that the... There's no one gonna be able to use it. Wonder if taking this bird is faster.
That's what I was thinking. Probably a little bit.
Yeah, probably. It is a Revenant, so do you... Oh, I've got the heal. Okay, I'll try it. Let's see. I would say that's pretty good.
Crystal Torrent, dude. This combo.
Yeah, that was actually
so
really
good.
sick. Oh, I got a Moon Veil.
I got Magma Shot.
Okay, yeah, the Magma Shot's good, but solid. I seem to get that every single run. It's that side thing.
Oops. Wrong spell.
Some of these are such trolls, like the
Dude, the candle.
one.
Oh my god.
Here, I'll take... You can get the other Starlight. Yeah, the candle one's so dumb. I don't know if I just don't know how to do it properly, but I have a melee character with Raider or something, and I'm trying to jump attack it, and I just can't. I can't reach it.
Oh, Godfrey icon.
Savage Flames roar while walking. What does that mean? I'm gonna try it. Oh, but I already have Wraiths while walking. Do you want it?
Yeah, I could take it.
Okay. I guess it's Castle next. Yeah, we're gonna drop it here.
Okay.
I'll be curious what that actually is.
But the Savage Flames. I think
Yeah.
it's like a little... It's kind of like Firestorm, but it doesn't seem... There's only like a few that proc.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. We've got not the trolls. Can't really tell who it is though. I think it's a Crucible Knight. Oh,
Oh god. Okay. I don't think
probably
we do it.
skip. That's annoying.
Yep.
Oh, okay, well I guess we're doing that. I don't know if jumping makes it go any faster,
Yeah, we both had the same idea. Oh, I have Rocks thing. That might be good on this guy.
yeah.
Man, you are...
I guess another thing with Double Recluse is when you have, if you like coordinate the ultimates, then you could have so much FP regen. Right?
Yeah, true.
That was really fast for level 5.
Um,
Okay.
Well, back to castle, I guess.
Oh, I should have leveled up.
I don't think there's a race that spawns after that.
Oh, there's one just like right behind.
Yeah, true.
Okay, anything good?
Multiple periodical glint blades, but it's fucking 40k.
Yeah, it's probably too much. Guess I can just hit this one. I actually really like, I got glintstone comet shards, it was really good. Very FP efficient.
Yeah, you're doing a lot of damage.
There's a sacred order here. I'll take it.
Alright.
Should we go to the top, or maybe the other Siluria first, I guess?
Yeah, sure.
Dang, we're kind of melting here.
Yeah.
It's an ancestor.
Okay. Fox thing should be good against him.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. I think maybe it's nerfed.
That works. Do you have any, like, fire or holy? It's the best.
Gotcha. What else?
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's not a good guess. Do I have a melee weapon? I have fucking no melee weapon. Alright. Slicer is like so nerfed too.
Yeah, maybe it well, it kind of makes sense. This went down immediately. Kind of makes sense because it's so FP efficient.
Yeah. That's true. Oh, I guess I should just black flame this guy.
Yeah, Black Flame's good.
What is our teammate doing?
I have no idea. I think he's trying to figure out how to get up.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Right underneath. Oh, there we go.
There he is.
Nice. Just in time. That was really weird.
I think I've never seen him
What is
stagger
happening?
midair like that before.
Whoa! Yeah, but just kept trying to jump up and then just... I got a Wending Grace.
Bunch of junk for me.
Yeah, me too. I got a Wending Grace, but I just... Level 11. Day 1's not bad.
Yeah.
Crucibles.
Yeah, weirdly enough, Shield Grace goes up to 3 stack. Where all the other ones go to 2. I don't know why. Odd little thing.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I wonder how absorbing the affinity from your teammate works. Do you have any idea?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, because like sometimes you can get like a cocktail from your teammate.
Yeah, it's if like so if someone gets hit by holy damage, right? Then that's when you can do it.
I see. That makes sense.
But yeah, you can't like. Well, you can actually do it if they're downed. You can also pull from them too if you hit them.
Gotcha.
But I think aside from that, wow, weird. Oh my god, that was insane actually. Rain of stars while walking. More visual clutter.
Well, there's a Libra. I don't know if we want to bother with them though. I do have a stone sword key. We could do the.
Yeah, we could do it. You also probably could go do the Bellbearing Hunter underneath if we really wanted to, but
yeah, I don't even think he gives like that many runes for how
how
scary he is. Anyways.
Oh, another one. Wish you could lock on these guys' heads. Put a frame in, I guess. Wow, that we are actually just we're doing so much damage.
You want to go to the south one, actually? Then we can like.
Oh yeah,
work
that's
our
a
way
good
up.
point.
With the church, I guess.
Dang, yeah, we're actually just demolishing.
Yeah, double recluse is pretty good. I mean, I don't even have any purple stabs either. I don't have any like damage boost.
I don't either.
As well.
Yeah, and then the Dutch is just also adding.
Mm-hmm.
The animation's so funny. Wow.
Purple Carian Slicer.
I got a purple glintstone arc, but I don't know. I guess I'll take it. That was insane.
Dude, the comments on the slicer switched locations. Messing me up.
Do we want to go to the
Oh yeah, the Libra. Sure.
Libra? Do we try to fight him?
I'm down, honestly. Maybe get a trade first.
Oh,
not again.
well, it worked.
I guess I can get more runes. Why not?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do that too.
Although it's gonna get rid of my full damage, full HP negation.
Okay. Oh. What just happened? Oh, he leaves when everyone makes it. Oh no. I thought he just disappeared.
He's not leaving.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit. Oh boy. Yeah. You can honestly just kill him. Oh my god. Oh, you're so close.
Okay, I got someone up. Oh, how
Help
did I
me,
get...
Beppis.
Oh, he's using the...
Whatever. Oh, he's got you.
Okay, got me. Okay, we got him, I guess.
I'm like 2 feet away. No big deal. Oh, you got a scarab.
I don't have any fire yet. Oh, no, I guess I have the... Maybe I should take the incants, I guess. How much money do you... Like, he drops a good amount of money, right? It's not bad.
I'm at 140,000, but that I also got runes from the death.
The circle is very far.
Yeah, it's not great for us.
I kind of wonder if we should try taking out the... actually, you know what? Probably just going to these two is...
Yeah.
It's better.
I think you're right. I mean, we're already level 13, so we're gonna hit 15 either way. I think.
True.
Oh my god, guys. That was epic.
Maybe we should have hit that castle, actually, for a stone sword.
Yeah. I mean, there's one castle over here, but that's pretty far.
Kindred.
It shouldn't be too bad. You know, maybe we should... Do you need to get any weapons to purple? Might be good.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Probably wouldn't hurt. I could get my Glintstone Comet Shard. Yeah, the arc is so good for reviving. Actually, it's
confused.
Yeah, like this happens a lot in the game for some reason.
I've never like seen this before. It's weirdly enough.
I got nothing. Unless someone wants this, maybe. Okay, it's a Loretta.
Comet's just not actually that good.
I don't really know how bad magic is on her.
And Rock Slinger, maybe I'll be good.
Yeah, maybe. Or if you have Lightning, maybe that's good. Lightning, I think's the best. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. And that's a true combo. Nice.
I love that. The fucking true combo.
Oh, wow.
That was bold move. The moon.
And it totally shot at the wall too. It's crazy.
Oh man.
What a play. Play of the game.
Let's see, how much does my slicer do? Yeah, it's not very good. Does a bit more now that she got moon.
Yeah.
Holy fucking lag, dude. Man, those wraiths go off so much though that you have. Wow.
Yeah, just any of the walking stuff with the mage is just so good. I got Magma Blade. I wonder if I should take that. It's really, like, should be really good on the boss. Here, if you want reduced FP cost. Just do this now.
Yeah. I'd be down to go to a mine.
Okay, yeah, sure, we can do that.
Yeah, my only good fire is Black Flame still.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, that's the same as me. Oh, well, I guess I have the Magma Curve Sword, but...
I have Magma Shot, but I feel like Black Flame is just better.
I don't actually know. Because
It leaves the
Magma
fire
Shot
on the
has
ground.
the ground AoE,
Yeah.
which like does add up quite a bit. Oh, I got Flame of Frenzy,
Oh.
but but then I don't get the Smithing Stone too.
I think Crystal Torrent, even though it's not fire, might still be pretty good. All the crystal magic seems kind of insane.
Yeah. Pretty early 15 on this one.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Slicer is pretty good. I'm just doing like 300. Not bad.
Lightning Scorpion? Too bad.
It was Dark Drift Knight. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the Magma wyrm again.
I'll be curious to see how much faster we kill him on this one.
Yeah, it should be a lot faster. I'm gonna try to just Crystal Torrent him, I think.
I mean, we basically have 3 mages here, so like, and having a Renala Moon too is pretty good. This is
I'm just Crystal Torrenting.
This is actually insane. Compared to last time,
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't crawl this time, I guess, but even if he did crawl, we still just hit him. That is insane.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts.
I guess I'm gonna upgrade my Black Flame.
Oh yeah, I probably should have still upgraded Black Flame.
Screaming this early is kind of annoying.
Man, this charge is so obnoxious.
Have you tried this boss at level 1 before?
Yeah, I did it on the Iron Eye, I think it was.
Okay.
And I mean, you can use the Scorpion's body to like.
Yeah, it is kind of cool like that. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Holy shit, we just... demolished him.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so good, like... It'd be nice to go with that in the...
Yeah, I mean, we could do double Recluse. It was pretty strong. I mean, I did get Crystal Torrent. Dude, Crystal Torrent is, like, kind of insane. If you...
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to get it off, but if it lines up and you like ult and you can just hold it for like 15 seconds during like a stagger. It's just crazy.
"32 minutes. 32:23.
Oh, really? Jeez,
Yeah,
that was
seems
fast.
pretty good.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast. That Duchess was doing a lot as well, though.
Yep. Okay, well, I think I should probably get some stuff set up.
Yeah, sounds good. I need to set stuff up too, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even have like the laptop fully set up,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna go do that. Yeah, good games, man. That was fun.
Yeah, that was good. The double recluse, it would be so
Yeah.
fun to go with that, but I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, we could try. We could do double recluse plus iron eye.
Yeah.
If we wanted to go insane.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm down to try it. I think we're kind of at the mercy of RNG a bit more, but it is definitely like the highest DPS potential, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well,
All right. Talk to you in a bit.
See you soon, man. Yep. Sounds
See ya.
good. I don't know, guys. I don't know what we should do. Double recluse does seem honestly not bad. Triple Guardian. Okay, yeah, very funny. Very funny. Oh, wow. This is a good one. This is actually a pretty fucking good one. I mean, it's definitely not bad. That is not a bad relic. I mean, the thing is, if we go down, he's going to have the easiest time reviving as Iron Eye, probably. But if both of us go down, that's really, really bad. That's the only thing, though. Like, as Recluse, you know, you're obviously not as tanky. Like, it is, I guess, potentially a little scary. It's bad no matter what. Yeah, but if I'm on like Raider, it's, well, I don't know. I mean, if I'm on Raider, I'm like way less likely to go down, but and also like rezzing as Recluse is kind of rough. Yeah, Restage was doing a ton of damage. I mean, I think our fastest run was with double recluse, but that Duchess was also like that Duchess was doing really good. I'm not gonna count like that Duchess was spamming the moon and boosting our damage. So yeah, we definitely don't want to like try to tank the swarm too much or anything, I think. All right, guys, I gotta do like a bit of setup for the Alienware competition thing, so I don't know. I mean, I want to keep the stream running. I guess I can, maybe I can put on some like soul salt or something. I don't know. Well, I thought I was gonna have to join a tech check beforehand, but apparently it's fine. It's just, it is a little, it's a little awkward because they want, well, hold on. I'm just, they want me to play on the laptop. So I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, I don't have to stream from the laptop, but I'm gonna have to. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this. Well, playing on the laptop shouldn't really change anything, chat. I just need to. Stuff out. Sorry guys, I'm just setting some stuff up. Bear with me here. Okay, let's see. I think we got mostly everything set up. Now we just need to figure out the... So I have... Oh shit, it's working. Nice. Okay, cool. Okay. I have my capture card is hooked up to my laptop. I need to close out of Nightreign on my... It says that I'm playing Nightreign on my laptop. Or, well, it says the game is running, I guess, because I'm playing it on my PC. No, we're gonna start... It's starting in like an hour, so we're just chilling. I need to set stuff up. I'm basically trying to set up... Oh man, I feel like my camera is so bright. I'm trying to set up dual... Like, I'm playing Nightreign on the Alienware laptop they sent me. But I'm not sure if... Oh shit. Do they also want my microphone? Hmm. Oh wait, no. I think wait a sec. I'm booting up Nightreign on the laptop. I've never done a dual stream before, or like a dual PC setup. Waiting for my glow up in Resident Evil 9. I'm so excited for RE9, man. I'm also very excited for Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is going to be pretty dank. I'm like, I want to speedrun Death Stranding 2 potentially. Okay, Nightreign. All right, let me turn some music on for you guys. What's up, Blanks? What the fuck is this blue thing? Sorry, I know it's kind of loud. All right, hold on. Okay. Let me see here. Oh. What's up, Spectro? Okay, well, it looks like uh looks like my OBS. Oh shit. I'm not used to using a capture card. Ruh-roh. Test, 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 test. Okay, it's working. Okay. I've never done a dual PC stream before. It's it's kind of interesting. Oh, hi. Hello. Test, test, test. Can you still hear me, Gino? I guess not. Cool. All right. So I got that set up right. We're gonna need to get. I'm gonna need to get Ludwig as like a friend on Discord though. And also on Steam. I'm not sure if Ludwig is in the Discord server or not. Or is his name different? Is his name Tim? Is he already streaming? No. I'm looking through the Discord server and I don't see Ludwig. Maybe is he not in the Discord server? No, surely he is. $2K quality stream is region locked. What's up, Zeke? It'll be fun either way. All right. Well, let me boot up the game and make sure that it's running okay on my end. I'm gonna need to plug my headphones into my laptop as well. So I'm actually playing on my on the laptop right now, chat. Just FYI. I've got yeah. I've got the laptop right there. And that's what you guys are seeing the feed from. I updated the graphics drivers on it, so hopefully it should be running pretty smooth. Oh wait, you guys can't hear it though because I don't have my Gato on. Oh wait, no, you still can't hear. Well, the people on the... This is why we're setting stuff up. Oh, the audio is mute. It works. It works. Yeah, I am getting slight screen tearing, and I'm not... Is the audio crunching? Oh no. It's really bad. Oh, fuck, man. For some reason, Oh no. For some reason, my controller doesn't, like, work properly as well. Hold on. No, relics aren't allowed. Oh, for some reason, L1, R1 doesn't work on my controller to, like, switch the tabs. Like, I can't... Like, what the fuck? What is... Like, I can't even click on them with the mouse. What's weird is that R1 to R2 works. Yeah, guys, I don't... Okay, just... I know that it's crunchy. I don't know what to do, okay? I'm working on it, alright? I don't know why it's doing that. Just, Jesus, chat, just, I'm trying, okay? Just stop fucking complaining for 1 second. You're driving me crazy. Is it fine now? I'm not really getting screen tearing anymore. It was happening at first, but it seems fine now. It's very loud. Yeah, I can turn down the game a little bit. What's up, Ain? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, but I can't... Dude, like, the... What the fuck is going... Dude, the menus in the game are broken. Like, they don't work. Maybe if I replug the controller? Dude, it... Oh no. What the fuck's going on with my capture card? That's concerning. Okay, I think I fixed it. Maybe. I just replugged the HDMI. Wait, it's fucking blue now? Oh god, what is going on, dude? Why is it blue? What? Does the controller work now at least? I'm using HDMI. Because my capture card is HDMI. Okay, well, the controller works. I just need to figure out why my capture card is blue. Oh, in HDMI. Oh, there we go. All right. Boom. Don't turn blue, I swear to frickin' God. Okay. Okay, is the audio good? Okay. All right. Listen, guys, this is the very first time I've done a dual PC stream. So, yeah, my apologies, but it's, I'm playing on the laptop that Alienware sent me. You see why I yell at chat so much? Only thing is, I guess I need to plug my headset. Plug my headset. Wait, no, I can't. I need. I'm gonna have to just play on speakers, I think. I don't know, cause I need my headphones connected to my main PC for Discord. I mean, I guess technically I could. Whatever. Speakers aren't that big of a deal. The game audio. I could put Discord on the laptop and then plug my headphones into the laptop instead. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, when Caligo spawns... No. Should have done tech check. But that's literally what we're doing right now, man. The event doesn't start for 30 minutes anyways. We still have plenty of time. And I mean, everything is working now. The game works, the controller works, the people running the event have my feed. Oh, hold on, let's turn off. Why is it? Oh, because it's my... Guess I should just go... Oh, I don't know. The option is in notifications. I don't see notifications. I don't know. The Steam overlay is off in game now, so actually the thing is, chat, I can't put Discord on my laptop because my good microphone is hooked up to my main PC, and then the thing is, the people who... Yeah, no, it's not gonna work. I'm just gonna have to play with the game on speakers. The only thing that might be kind of sketch is Caligo. Like, I might not be able to tell where to go, I guess. Can't afford a handicap. I mean, it's one mechanic of one boss. Like... I can hear the game. I can hear the game chat. I can hear the game through my monitor because I'm using a capture card to capture my laptop, which I'm playing the game on, which is then being output to you guys and output to my monitor, which the monitor then has the audio. Technically, I could plug my headphones into the monitor and then I would hear the game audio that's being output via my capture card. But then I wouldn't be able to hear Discord because I need to be on Discord on the main PC. And I don't have earbuds, and to be honest, yeah, it is what it is, guys. You can add the capture card output in your OBS on your PC. I don't know. Yeah, but I can't listen to the Elgato output because my monitor... I'm not... Oh god, I don't know, chat. Honestly, I'm just gonna play with speakers. It's really not that big of a deal. Okay. I think I've got everything set up for the sponsored stream. What's the format? So we're doing 3 Night Lords, and the winning team is basically just whoever manages to beat them all the fastest, essentially. That's the gist of it. You'll see the friends list. I mean, I can... Why does it... Do not disturb. There we go. And log into Discord with 2 accounts. Nah. I'm okay. Yeah, this is more so this is more of a show match. Like, obviously everybody in the, well, like Gino and myself are gonna be trying as hard as we can. I mean, I'm sure Ludwig is gonna try as hard as he can. He doesn't have much experience with Nightreign, but no, I don't have voice meter set up. Guys, it's not that big of a deal. It's really not that big of a deal that we have it's not a big deal that the audio is on speakers. It's like literally only gonna affect one thing. The only thing that it matters for is Caligo, because it's kind of hard to tell where the audio is coming from. Yeah, I'm using the speaker right now. Mm-hmm. I use NVIDIA Broadcast, so anything that's not people talking won't be picked up by my microphone. Yo, what's up, Cynic? We're playing in like 20 minutes. Well, it might be a bit longer than that, though, because apparently Ludwig is still on the way home, so we might be waiting around for him for a little while. Yo, Pepperidge, what's up? Will it pick up Discord voices? No, that's why I have my headphones. Like, technically, I could get game audio on my desktop if I played through my Elgato capture software instead of through my monitor. Or, well, I'm obviously playing on the monitor, but like, I could play through my capture software, but I think there's a slight delay if I do that. And I definitely don't want any input delay or any nonsense. I mean, Ludwig has like barely played Nightreign, guys, so like, you know, we're gonna have to carry him pretty hard. I mean, I'm sure he's like, I'm sure he's okay. Have we tested Discord audio yet? No. I mean, I can test, but it should be fine. Like if I play... Hold on. Sorry, is it really loud? I actually can't hear it. Which is strange. Oh, fuck's sakes. I can't hear my desktop audio. Why can't I hear my desktop audio? Oh wait, maybe I know what. We haven't tested real gameplay. What are you even talking about, man? Oh, okay, wait, I know why I can't hear it. What are you even talking about? Why can't I hear anything? Okay. And now if I switch my HDMI, it should be fine. Okay, nice, nice, yeah. All right, everything is good. Well, actually, okay, you know what? Technically, I might be able to get the game audio on my... He said, nah, I have distortion and Gino, we're good. I asked him and he said he was down to practice, but I guess things ran a bit later than he expected. Oh no. Should I have not done that? Oh, ruh-roh. Why is it? Why is it tabbing me out of the game, dude? Dude, what is going on? Do I restart the game? Wait, oh, is it because of this? Dude, what the frick? I don't know, it's just tabbing me out over and over again. Let me Oh god, I don't know. I'm gonna restart the game. Okay, I gotta use the restroom, chat. I will be right back. I think everything's okay now. All right, I'm back. Hello, hello. The colors on my graphics card set wrong. I don't think so. They don't force you to play on the laptop screen? No, I don't think so. How do I like streaming in 2K? I mean, I don't, for me, there's no difference. You should be the one to, do you like it? 'Cause I don't know. I'm not the one watching the stream. Okay. All right, it was Alienware actually sent me a new headset. And it's actually really nice. I was a little sussy at first, but it feels really comfy. Although all right. How are the bosses chosen? They're just chosen ahead of time. Alright, Elden Ring. I gotta say, this headset's really nice. I hadn't actually tried it until just now. I kind of forgot that they sent me a headset, but it's actually really nice. I bought so this is my other headset. It's like a Sennheiser, and I bought it. I bought like a new one for when I go to my parents' place. But man, dude, it gave me like the worst headache I've ever had in my life. When I used it, because it was so tight on my head, it was like crushing my freaking head. But this one actually feels like it's like really comfy. Right, playing an expedition. I mean, I can boot up into the game, sure. But I mean, we basically got everything ready. We have Ludwig and Gino. All right. Ernie is too late for you? Yeah, it's pretty late. I get it. All good, man. Alright, well, we can queue for like a solo and just see how it runs, I guess. Although with these headphones, I'm not going to be able to hear the game sound very well. Well, I technically can get the game sound. Alright, you know what? Hold on. Turn off music. Well, yeah, the music will obviously be off, but the headset has like, it has like noise canceling on it. Maybe I can turn it. This might break my capture card again. Oh, no, I got it. Okay. Okay. I have game audio. I have game audio in my headphones. Yeah, sorry, the audio's repeating. I don't know, we can see if it's laggy. It should be fine for the most part. Let's see. Turn it down a tiny bit. Yeah, I'm like capturing my laptop audio through a capture card, so it might be, I don't know. This is not my normal setup, so just bear with me. I'm trying my best here. we have a voice chat. The tourney is probably going to be like 2 to 3 hours long, I think, ish.
Yep.
Yo, what's up? Hey, can you say something? I want to make sure my audio levels are balanced.
Yep.
Okay.
Is it?
I think it's okay.
Could you say something? I need to
Yeah,
get your
yeah.
level.
Test. Hello. Is my audio good?
How was that? Okay, apparently good.
All right. Yeah, I've been running. I've never done like dual PC setup, so this has been
That's interesting.
interesting.
So how are you set up with a capture card right now?
Yeah, I have my laptop outputting through the capture card for my main stream.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm playing on the laptop.
Yeah, I really like my 2 PC setup. Like I don't know if I'd be able to go back.
Yeah, once you have it set up, I guess it's fine. I was just running into like a lot of issues, but I mean it's my first time, so I don't mind one PC setup though. Like why do you like the dual PC so much?
I don't know. I think it's just because for a long time I was kind of on a budget PC, and so I would have huge issues in the game. Like I'd be doing,
yeah.
I'd be doing some no-hit run, and I'd just be getting eaten inputs constantly.
Yeah, that sucks.
But yeah, once you get it figured out, and then you got a good setup, then it's really nice.
Yeah. Well, I'm streaming my gameplay from the laptop, actually, to the Alienware event feed. But I'm... What's the model of the headphones? Let me tell you. It is... Oh. The Alienware Pro. Wireless gaming headset. Yes. Okay, guys. Well, while we're waiting for everybody to
Hello?
Oh shit.
Yo.
Hello.
Yo.
What's up, man?
How's it going, guys?
Good. Good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, ready.
Yeah, my chat has been telling me that I might be the worst one of us three.
No.
Nah, no way. You
No,
got
no,
this.
no, no,
Okay, yeah, that's what I was telling them. Is I feel like I'm in the running for top 2.
no. Maybe top 1 even.
Maybe top 2 and it's not 2. So I mean, how far have you guys got in the game? I guess. Have you beat a boss yet?
We've beaten it a few times.
You've beaten like which boss a few times?
all of them. We I think I have 100. I think I have 150 hours.
You beat all the bosses a few times.
Yeah.
Oh my god, is this really what it's gonna be like? You guys are gonna be yelling at me the whole time.
No, we got you, man. You just gotta follow us.
150 hours. It took me 5 hours to be my first boss. Well, what team did you have? Like a strong team when you beat it, at least?
So sometimes. So there can be. So, are you open to us like deciding what character you should play, or do you want to play a specific one?
Oh, it's happening, Chad. It's happening. No. They're putting me on the freaking. Who do you want to put me on?
Who do you want to play?
Just hypothetically, do you want to put me on Iron Eye?
It's possible.
Yes.
Oh, yep, there it is. I'm an Iron Eye. No, I figured this day would come. No, I deserve that role. It's a good role for me. Usually I play Duchess.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Duchess is good, actually.
I find her breathtaking.
Huh.
That's why I play her. Is she good though?
Duchess is pretty good, yeah.
She is a little squishy though. You can die pretty easily on Duchess. Yeah. I mean, same with Iron Eye. Yeah.
I don't want to. What's the word? I don't want to lose to Squeaks. Okay. But I also don't. I don't know. I want to be valuable. So I guess how can I do both?
Well, unfortunately, this will be a lot of RNG. But I don't know. I think we're gonna do fine. You don't have to worry.
We think Iron Eye is probably the best, just because the ability he has is like a free dodge, so it's, you know, it's pretty good for like beginners, I would say.
Okay. Understood. Look, I'm a foot soldier, so whatever you guys want me to do, I will get done. Gino, someone said in my chat that you did a no-hit run, is that right?
No, not in this game.
Okay.
No,
Wait,
I did level 1.
Sorry, what games
Solo.
you do a no hit run?
A few.
What do you mean a
I've done a few.
few?
Yeah.
Like, okay, can I just name a game? You say yes or no?
Well, I play the Souls games, but sure. Let's hear.
Elden Ring,
Yes.
Dark Souls 1,
Yes.
Bloodborne.
Yes. I've done them all in a row.
I was gonna sit there like an asshole naming every
Yeah.
game for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, my resume is I beat Elden Ring, and it took me 102 hours.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's good. Did you play
I broke
the?
3 controllers.
No. Did you play the DLC?
I did play the DLC. Yes, I beat
Okay.
the DLC as well. Pre-patch are done.
Oh, okay. Very important.
You know, it's stupid. Stupid. Yeah, I just play. I don't know. I feel like I play it like a kid who got it on Christmas.
Yeah.
And you play it like the Terminator got dropped into the world.
That's fairly accurate, yeah.
Oh no.
We're starting in, what, like 15 minutes?
Yeah, we're gonna have to make the group. So
Oh yeah, we need you to add us on Steam.
Yeah, I just added you dis on Steam because I had your code. And Gino, if I maybe
Okay,
if you want to
perfect.
send your code in the Discord, I can also add.
yeah, I just sent it.
Oh heck yeah.
What's your name on Steam?
Oh, I think it's Air Coots is my gamer
Okay.
tag.
Got it.
What was your guys' first gamer tag?
I've been going with this one for a long time. Wait,
Like how
what is the
long?
what? Oh. I don't know. At least 15 years, probably.
Okay, so that's really the one is Chino Machino.
Yeah. It's just some nickname I had when I was younger, and so I don't know, just stuck with it.
I mean, I think it's fire. I understand why you stuck with it. I
Thank
didn't
you.
stick with my first one because I thought it was dumb.
What's your Steam name?
Air Coots.
Can you like copy paste it in the
Yeah.
Discord maybe?
Yeah, like the code or the name?
Just the name, just so because I've got a few requests here. Okay, perfect.
And this was your name, Distortion. Like, do you have one before that? Was it Distortion 1?
Used to be Bacon Bits. That was my old name.
Okay. Wait, that's kind of fire.
Yeah.
Mine used to be a Cooter Killer 420.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was a bit crass.
I think I invited you both?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Nice.
Okay, chat. I do want to let you guys all know. Sorry, I got a little
All right,
distracted
so what are we
there.
thinking then? So Iron Eye Recluse plus.
I don't know, man. Do we do the double recluse or do I go like a tank? I'm a little scared of playing recluse just because I'm so like squishy and
Yeah.
the reses are, but it is insane damage. I don't know. What do you think, Chino?
I don't know. I don't think it really matters.
Yeah.
To be honest, like just whatever's fun, I guess.
God forbid, I don't want us to fail any boss fight, and there's like a very small chance it could happen if I go recluse, but.
Okay, is this a dumb question? So have you both beat this game solo?
I have.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
assume this has also.
Okay, so how could you possibly lose with 3?
The bosses have way more health when you're in a team, and they like are a lot harder to stun. So it's not necessarily easier in a team.
Okay.
They also made solo a bit easier in like one of the recent patches. So
Yeah, especially if we're going for speed too, then you know, some tanking might be a thing, or some greed.
yeah.
I think go high risk, high reward.
Yeah, I kind of think so too.
Why do you think I should just go recluse?
Well, we can always
Yeah.
swap on another game too.
Yeah,
Or
that's
another-
true.
Crazy this.
Now,
Thank you.
like maybe for sentient pest though, I don't know.
Yeah.
Where would we? We're probably
hard.
most likely to die on Dark Drift, right? Or pests. Like Fisher's pretty okay.
Yeah, I don't think Pest is too bad either. Dark Drift, maybe Raiders better though. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree. I think having melee there would be a good idea.
No relics allowed at all? Oh,
Yo, Bean
okay.
Man, thank you
Okay.
for the 10 months.
Instantly
Unfortunately.
started equipping them.
So yeah,
Yeah, that
we
makes things
are
harder.
we are sponsored by Alienware Chat and
Yeah, a little
Intel
bit.
as part of today's event. It's called the Nightreign
All right,
Trials.
Iron Eye. This guy has the bow and arrow ult that just insta reses, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Probably the main, yeah. His ult is insane, which you should probably just use as much as possible, and then his skill is really where most of his damage comes from. Like, have you played Iron Eye before?
No, I mean he was on my squad, but I didn't play him. Squeaks actually played him.
Okay, but
I was just Duchess the whole way.
yeah, Duchess is good, but his basic skill, it'll mark an enemy if you make contact with them with the skill, and it's like it's also a big dodge too, which is pretty nice, so you can move out of danger with it. But yeah, you hit an enemy with it, it'll mark them, and then basically, if we hit them a bunch of times, we're gonna get a huge proc of damage plus a stun. So you're gonna want to have that up at all times, basically,
I'm
like as much as possible.
I'm insta marking big foe, and then just using my ult to res. Are you guys gonna die? Don't die, please. Are you gonna die?
Pino probably won't die. Well, we'll see. We may go down. But if you die, it's actually not really the end of the world because you can just revive. As long as you don't die on the Night Lord, like all 3
Right,
people,
right.
obviously. But it should be fine, honestly.
Yeah, and then you've also got Ludwig. You've also got your R2 with the bow, is a triple shot, which it'll do more damage if you hit all 3 arrows, but it's sort of like
close
spread
range?
out. Yeah. If you're close range on a big target, it should be more damage than just the R1s. But
Okay, so marking I have to dodge forward like through them, yeah?
Yeah. Well, do you have the game open right now? Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I'm in the
obviously
team.
you're out there. Yeah. So you can go to like the training grounds and kind of mess around with it.
So what's the combos? Like dash through mark and then R2?
Honestly, the R2 is good, but you got to be close, which for you, that will mean like needing to dodge more. So I would say probably just focus on like R1, just the long range, like R1. And so like if an enemy is attacking you, you can just mark, use your ability, and you'll like slide through them and phase through them. You know, you'll mark them and you'll also dodge. You get like iframes when you do it.
I mean,
All right. I'm a gamer, I got this.
yeah, I guess it really wouldn't be the end of the world to go. Like if we go Recluse, Iron Eye plus a Duchess, like that'd still be fine too. Like if you're a lot more comfortable playing with Duchess, then we could definitely make that work.
I can run the Iron Eye for you. That's
Okay.
no worries.
I mean, I could go Iron Eye instead, and he could Duchess. I mean, it might.
I
could
feel like
be
it'd be
better.
a waste.
Duchess is really good.
Really good. Yeah.
Really?
As long as you time the stopwatch ability correctly, like on like huge damage procs and stuff, then it's also very good. I was strongly considering a comp with Duchess for this, but Yeah, honestly, just whatever you're more comfortable with, and then we can just like swap around if you want to go Duchess instead.
Lud
I'll
is
try
touting
Iron
his
Eye
ability to
out.
be a gamer.
Sure.
I feel like it's lower stress.
Yeah, I mean, you probably will get targeted at some points, but yeah, it'll probably be easier.
I don't know, Chad. I don't know what to say. Like, I kind of feel like he should do Duchess, but... Also, yeah, so everybody, we are sponsored by Alienware and Intel. They sent me a laptop, which I'm currently playing on. That's what you guys are seeing my game feed from. A monitor, which I am currently using, and this headset that I've got on my head. It's an Alienware Pro headset. And you guys can check out more information about the laptop by typing !AW in the chat. You can also click the panel below the stream. Oh, you know what? Let me pin... Let me pin my, my message here. All right. I don't know. This is going to be fun either way. Honestly, I don't know, guys. What do you think? Like, I don't know. I feel like if maybe we should just have him play Duchess. And then I could go Iron Eye instead. And I could also res with Iron Eye, like, pretty well. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking, like, maybe we should have Lud play Duchess.
I think it's fine either way. Like,
Yeah. Whatever you want to, yeah, whatever you want to do, Lud, honestly. Like, because if you are more comfortable with Duchess, seriously, like, that comp is super good too. So, whatever you want, man.
Let's imagine, like, the person we're talking about, whether they play Duchess or whoever, dies a lot. What would be the best character if you're going to die a lot?
Well, if I'm on Iron Eye, I can res you easier than if we're both on Recluse, I think. That's...
I don't think I'll die more if I'm Duchess too, though, because I'm gonna be in the shits.
Yeah, you are up in melee. Well, you can, like, cast spells as Duchess. I don't know. It's... I don't want to, like...
I'll go Iron Eye, bro. It sounds like it's easy mode, and I want to bury Squeaks in the dirt 6 feet under it. Love and respect to Lil Aggie and fucking Arbor.
I'm kind of scared being on Recluse, though, dude. Recluse is so fucking squishy, man. Like, I'm like, slightly nervous.
What character's bad?
For this or just in general?
In this.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't recommend a Revenant for this. Honestly, other than that.
Is Wolf Boy good?
Wolf Boy as in the Executor?
Is that his name? The one who turns into like a
yeah,
flock, like a big wolf?
He's all right. I mean, the best thing about him is honestly just the starting weapon is good. It's got bleed on it, but other than that, like his skills...
No,
his parry skill is really
Revenant
cool, but
is butts, man.
Super slow.
Yeah, Recluse is bad at reviving.
And then his beast form is decent. It's okay. Not as good as some of the other ones, though.
So I don't know, like, man. 6 hours in this game. What is like, what's like your gold day one?
What do you mean? Oh, just
like do you have like a level target? Like, is there something you're trying to do? You try to get like 2 pots, like a certain level?
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be pretty fast, but generally at day one, so a good level to hit on day one is between, you know, like you want to be around level 10 day one.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh like that. That's crazy. Day one?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're probably gonna do it, but yeah, generally I like to hit the castle pretty early, because you get a lot of money there, especially if you get the right spawn.
Oh my god, with like the 800 giants.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's a specific way to do giants. Giants are kind of tricky, but the other ones are a bit simpler.
Okay.
But so we usually land. We clear out the first camp that we land at, and then that'll give us the first level just for a bit of HP.
Yep.
And then, you know, if there's a church nearby or two, we can pick it up and just get some heals. But if we're going for speed, then heals aren't as good. But anyways, yeah, maybe clear like 1 or 2 forts on the way to the castle, and then we do castle basically. And then
Dude,
that should basically take us to the
I don't
end
know
of
if I
day
should
one,
play
assuming the
Recluse or
castle's
not,
actually in the
man.
first ring.
I don't know what I should play. Fuck. Recluse is good, but we're not gonna have that much posture break. Is the only thing.
I'm saying you go Recluse.
All right. I'm doing it. It is really big damage. She's just a little squishy. Yeah. Like you can get one shot by some stuff if you get unlucky with certain drops. So it should be fine.
You're gonna go crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, I got you, by the way, if you're ever down. My goal is to die the least of the team, which I feel like based off my character I should.
Yeah, Iron Eye, he's
maybe.
Right? There's no reason. Like, why am I dying?
Well,
as long as you
sometimes the bosses like to go for the ranged characters just because they're attacking constantly and they're doing a lot of DPS, I think. So it's possible that bosses go after you sometimes, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Do they need me to change something on OBS? Encoding speed. Coding speed. Are they talking about pre? Yeah, that's the only thing I'm concerned about is like, if Ludwig isn't marking reliably, I don't know, like the mark is the most important thing about Iron Eye, so it's, I don't know, it's kind of tricky. But if he wants to play Iron Eye, we'll just send it, dude. We just send it. It's not that hard to do. It's not that hard to do. He just needs to remember. Guys, he's only played 6 hours. Like, it's hard to remember to use your abilities. The Wraith Calling Bell is not that good, guys. Is it likely to not remember to use stopwatch on Duchess? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think Iron Eye Mark is easier as well because, like, if we're doing enough DPS, as long as he gets the mark off, we should be able to proc it. You know what I mean? Whereas Duchess is like all he needs to do is hit the enemy with the mark, and then we potentially get big damage. Whereas with Duchess, it's like he has to time it properly. I'm just a little bit worried about, like, we're so squishy as Recluse that we can get like one shot by certain stuff. Like I'm tempted to go Raider, but like Raider is not as high of DPS output. I've barely played Duchess is the thing. Oh no. Oh, my control. For some reason, if I alt-tab the game, it breaks my controller in the game. I can't... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's holding alt in game. Oh, you think so? It's holding... It's like stuck holding control. Oh no. How do I fix it? I mean, I can restart the game. If I hold control, I'm able to use my controller. But if I can only... I think I have to restart. Gonna kick me out of the freaking lobby? Oh, whatever. But the problem is I can't... Oh my god. I need to turn on the in relay because the problem was I had to alt tab the game to invite them on Steam, and because of that, broke my controller. You can invite them in game. Yeah, but you can't invite them in game if the Steam overlay is off, chat. Steam input is already on. It's just when I control escape, the button gets held down permanently and it won't fix itself.
Whenever you guys get a second, I invited you to stream together with me.
Yeah, I joined it. Also, the team got disbanded. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, what? I had to restart my game. I was having some issues.
No worries.
I think I fixed it now, guys. Because now when I invite members, yeah, see now it pops up because the Steam overlay is on. Okay. Yeah, we're starting a little bit behind schedule here. Apparently the Alienware stream will be going live in 10 minutes. Yeah, I already have it set to do not disturb. The Alienware stream will be going live in 10 minutes, and then we're doing like a intro interview, I believe, or something like that. So we'll probably be starting the actual competition in like 25 minutes, 25 minutes. All right. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back. I am back. Hello. Sorry guys, there's like a bunch of things going on at once. My apologies. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna send invites to you guys again.
Yep, sounds good.
Why is Ain on Nightreign? I don't know. Maybe he's practicing. Yeah, I'm in the stream together, I think. I'm like pretty sure. He's practicing bird. I'm somewhat of a Guardian enjoyer now. I do think he's still not like amazing, but if you get the right combo, if you get guard counter boost stuff, it can go pretty hard. The other team practiced. Yeah, I know. I tried to get Lud to come practice with us before the tournament, but he was not available. So yeah, we are going on hard mode. They get my invite? You got 0 guard counter equipment. Well, I mean, that's just alright. That's just the nature of the beast, right? Like sometimes you just don't get any guard counter boost stuff. One thing that's really, really good, if you kill the jellyfish on Guardian and you get the jelly shield is purple. It has like 80 guard boost, and you know, you can do the damage buff on it. And that's just like free damage when you guard counter. It's very good. Does Ludwig have the volcano shifted earth? I don't know. That's a good question. He probably does. I don't know. We probably should have set up like a shifting earth, but I don't think well, I don't know. Getting the legendary weapons with the volcano shifting earth is pretty useful. Honestly, I probably should have set up a save file with it, but it's too late for that now. Yeah, 2 recluse is kind of greedy, but we're trying to go fast, so. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. No, relics aren't allowed. I mean, I'm like kind of tempted. Dude, I don't know. I'm like also kind of tempted to play like Executor because the bleed status buildup is so good. I don't know, dude. There's so many good team comps in this. It's honestly hard to like choose. I'm not playing the bird. The bird in teams is still griefing. I'm just scared that if Ludwig goes dead, dude, rezzing as recluse is so it's so bad. Like, no, you're not allowed relics. everything is kind of better solo. Yeah, except for casters, yeah. It's just like, the way that what I'm like slightly concerned about is that one of us is going to have the boss. One of us is always going to have the boss on us. So like, if, I don't know, it's just like, if the boss is on me, when the boss is on you as Recluse, it's hard to like do good DPS, that's all.
Did you send the invite?
I did. I can try to send another one if.
Yeah, I don't think I got one.
Okay. That's so weird because I don't know if I can even invite you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Did I just send like a million or something?
Yeah, you sent a few.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully there we go.
Okay. I sent you an invite as well, Ludwig.
I do believe I joined. I'm in.
I see ya.
I'm dubbing.
All right, we're doing a team interview in a moment. I really hope that I find an item with damage negation at full HP. Like that's one of give me one of those and I'll be like comfy. But yeah, I mean, Squeaks' team practiced last night. They probably did all the bosses last night ahead of time, so like they have a pretty big advantage.
Oh, I hear Discord sounds.
There we go. Hello.
Yo.
How's it going? How you guys feeling?
Pretty good, I think.
I just gotta let you guys know, the other team, they were saying there was some mad trash talk going on there. Squeaks called you the flat tire of the tricycle, Ludwig. I gotta hear your response to that. Like, what do you have to say in your defense?
He said that about me or Distortion too? Sorry, who was he talking about?
I don't know what he was talking about.
I mean, to be fair, we're still trying to figure out amongst our own team who's top two, who's bottom one, and you know, it's contentious because we're all excellent gamers. But
you said all at the same level, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The guy's name is Squix. What'd he say? Squix said it?
You guys have a really relaxed confidence to you, so you know this might be a tough competition. You're just like, whatever, we're gonna win.
Distortion. Look, we got this. We got the rule set up properly here. You know, just all about the speed run, all about the fastest possible. Do you guys think this is your time to get the win, to achieve your deserved crown here in Nightreign?
We're gonna try our best. We are going for high risk, high reward though with our team comp. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I mean, with you guys all being just incredibly strong players, all on equal footing, that should be, of course, no problem for you.
Of course.
I can see that very intimidating pontiff statue in the back too, giving you good luck.
Well,
Yeah,
all right, guys.
big things from our team. I expect big things. And I find the mouse who barks the loudest is the smallest of the pack.
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
Well,
It's a quote from the game.
It's a French saying. It doesn't translate well. Just move on. Sorry.
All right, Ludwig. Well, we're going to wish you good luck. We're going to send you off into the competition. Of course, all the talk is meaningless. You got to get into the game. You got to see who is the superior gamer. That's what we're here to find out. And, of course, to compete for the community, for you guys to be able to give away some.
Gino, I need you to take point next time they do an interview. I choked that. I don't even know what the hell
No,
I
that
said
was
there.
really good. No, that was.
I don't even know. I said the mouse who barks. Mouse don't even bark.
Yeah,
Hey, it sounded like a saying, you know.
Confusing them. Okay, so
Thank you for the raid, Lobos.
wait, are we queuing up now or?
Well, you two can ready up, I guess, right? Can you ready ahead of time?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then just to confirm, we are doing the pest first, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Pest, Dragon, and then Dark Drift.
I feel good right now.
So when's the last time you played Nightreign? Was it like the day it came out you played?
No, probably like maybe 2 weeks ago. Not even like 10 days. A little under 2 weeks, 10 days, something like that. I played
Okay.
for like 6 hours.
Gotcha.
So I mean I'm pretty familiar with the map. Like I know the castle.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta follow us. Like you don't need to lead the way or anything. So we got you. Dead silence. He's like, oh fuck. He's the team leader. You must follow him. Thank you again for the raid, by the way, Lobos. Thank you, man. No, dude, I have faith in Lud. This is good. This is gonna be fun, man. This is gonna be fun. Team leader. I mean, we could have him lead the way. I don't know if that's the best choice, but we could. I don't know, man. I'm not admitting anything. Dude, we're doing double recluse. We could cook the boss, but recluse is also kind of squishy, so. All right. Are we starting? Okay.
By
in
the
next few
way, we're
minutes.
probably gonna want to like skip cutscenes, and I think the timing is based on just from when we start to whoever finishes first. So when we come back to the round table, we're gonna want to queue up probably immediately, unless they're gonna do a stoppage in between that or something.
Yeah, maybe we
but
should
I
ask.
assume we're just gonna. Yeah.
I assume to be like a NASCAR situation, like everyone chills, but then we get like a lead afterwards. I also don't think I know how NASCAR works, but
No, I think we're just gonna be like rapid fire here.
how sweaty are we going? Should we change our language to like Japanese so the text is faster?
I don't think that works in this game.
No, it's not like
It
Ocarina
might.
of Time.
Who knows?
All right,
I haven't tested it, so yeah, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I think we just rapid fire.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, so just
2 in a row.
be ready to
Alright.
skip cutscenes and stuff.
Yeah, skip cutscenes. Pick your character quickly.
Who's the hardest boss, if I might ask?
Dark Drift Knight is, well, at least for what we're doing, Dark Drift Knight is kind of.
Is there a
I don't
secret
know.
boss if you beat all the other bosses?
I guess so,
Kind
yeah.
of? There's a final
do they unlock
boss
another one?
which you might
There
not
is.
have unlocked, called Night Aspect.
Yeah, the last one I have is Fissure in the Fog.
Okay. Yeah.
Guys, I'm nervous.
It'll be fine.
We got this. I mean, the
I
day
feel like,
one and day two is pretty chill. It's mainly just the Night Lord that we got to go fast on.
I feel like a friggin' like an e-kitten. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to play with you two guys. I'm getting boosted right now. Oh, please boost me. Please boost. Okay, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm actually really focused.
Okay, here we go.
Let's go, baby.
All right. Here we go.
Let's go.
All right, so everyone's the character they want to be here, right? So probably should be able to just like spam A to make sure you're ready here.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, skip.
Can you skip this? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, nice.
Loading. And I got a 5090.
Yeah.
Oh, we did get the
All right, where we
volcano.
going, boys?
Do we want to start? Yeah, so let's clear the first little area here. Just kill all these guys. So we're gonna get money, get the first level. I'm gonna check what this is, but yeah, we should probably head towards the castle, I would assume. Okay, I got a Gil's Flame Disc.
Okay. Oh, there's Flame of Frenzy. I guess I could take that.
Yeah, so follow here.
Yep, so we'll get our first level up here.
Yeah. Blood Boon. Okay, so yeah, what's pretty critical on this boss is we really want fire damage.
Okay.
So I don't see any fire camps though, but we have the crater, and the crater's really good to get fire stuff. So we don't have to worry about that until later.
I'm following you under the water.
Yep, yeah, we're just running
under
through.
that bridge. I'm gonna check the stone sword key chest, and we got one.
Nice.
Are we killing anything or does it matter?
We don't really need to. We could just go upstairs. We just want to take out the boss. Unfortunately, I have no melee weapon for this boss though.
Oh.
Oh, I got another stone sword from here. Yeah, I have zero melee weapon for this.
I have a torch.
Yeah, torch is good. Torch is good. Nice.
Oh my god! Okay, good job.
Oh, I got Shattering
Ow!
Crystal.
Yeah, I did too. Okay, level up again. Do we want to hit poison next? And then castle, maybe? That's a little unfortunate.
Anything good here?
Not really.
So you got one Stone Sword key?
I have two. I have three stones.
All right, I'll take the third.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we could do the poison camp. Sure.
What level are you guys?
Level 3.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, poison, and then we could do the Everjail. Like, we probably should get at least, like, one heal, maybe?
I think it's still good to get the heals. Like, yeah, it... Just for safety's sake.
Dude, I thought it was pronounced Evergale.
Maybe it is.
We're killing this guy?
No, it's not the flower. It's over this way.
Okay.
Let's watch this page.
Yeah, I'm scared he's gonna one-shot me with his arrows.
Nice.
Ow.
Can we tell what we got at the fort yet? I don't see any trolls, but
I don't know. Do we even want to do that for it?
or sorry, the castle I meant.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure. I wasn't looking.
They don't have the best spell against this guy, but
Oh. Fighting. Okay, my bad.
castle's inside the circle. Nice.
Nice. 20k runes. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, runes are good.
I feel like maybe I should have taken the island stars.
Should we do church first? It's a
I
little
think
out of the way, but
the one like to our west, or
oh no, well, no, I was thinking the one across the bridge.
Okay,
This one.
okay, yeah, we can grab that one.
But we could just do it after. So, but yeah. By the way, Ludwig. So if we get trolls at the castle, we want to jump up from here. It's pretty important.
Okay.
Just so that,
I'm on your 6.
Okay, perfect. It's just so that you don't trigger like a
Them
bunch of the
throwing
trolls at
bots?
once, basically. Watch out, spam combo. Nice.
Whoa.
Okay, I got magma shot, so I have some fire.
Okay.
Whoops. I just totally fell off. I like power slided off.
We're going up, yeah?
Yeah, going up.
Yep.
Heard.
Nice mark. Yeah, see that mark causes that big stun.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
so
what
good.
am I doing? I need mana, but I don't have no mana.
Gotta.
I keep freaking casting darkness,
Whoa,
dude.
purple thing. Purple things aren't good though, right? Because they don't stack.
Which purple thing? Did you
Like
get?
the purple
Like,
weapons. If it's, if
it can be
it's
pretty
not worth
good.
grabbing.
That one, like, you're looking for bow mostly.
That's-
Probably should have saved this one.
Yeah, I would wanted to use mine as well.
Oh, we're kind of smoking so far.
I love that. I love to be smoking with you guys.
Dang, the double recluse is just so insane.
Yeah, you can ult here if you want.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Alright.
Nice. Okay, so we're gonna want to level up now, and then I think after we level up, ooh, there's not a really good grace though, but
Yeah, where do we level up?
I mean we could level up there, just like take out this lion down here really quick.
Okay.
Does that lion give a grace?
No, I don't think so. Oh, the shattering crystal is just nice. Oh. I haven't really gotten anything super good yet.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, I feel like we should just go level up and then come back and kill these guys.
Heard.
All right, you know what? Let's go get the church too, and we can just level up with the grace next to it. It's a little slow, but just so we get a heal going.
Damn, I got 100k runes.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good so far, I'd say.
I think I'm usually level 4 right now.
Dude, I'm shy of Shattering Crystal though. Shattering Crystal's so good.
There's also the mage tower that's down here.
Yeah, we
want to
might not
do
be
it,
a
and
bad
I
idea.
have a stone sword.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, sure.
Not sure if we'll have enough time, but
Yeah.
it's a good start though. Level 9 already. Pretty solid.
What's your peak? Like best day one?
I think
I've gotten,
Geno's is
13
13.
solo.
Yeah. I think I'm
Damn.
something similar as well.
Okay, I think this is the Let's hit it. Yeah, we might have time for the Everjail too.
Yeah. I think we can.
I didn't really get anything.
FP sucks.
Primal Glintstone Blade, but I don't think I really want that.
Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of scary. Yeah, I'm starting the Everjail. Okay, so the tree is pretty close to us. Does anyone want to go to the mine? There's also a boss here. This
Yeah,
is
we
the death
can.
camp.
Let's go in the mine first, and then we can.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, who's the boss down there? It's a knight's cab, so we could do that really quick.
Yeah. I think it's still best to go in the mine though, just because the circle. Do it first. Are you guys fighting the boss? Oh no, you're fine.
No, I'm right behind you. I think it's this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could be. How did that? I tried to go for a headshot, but oh my god, that was actually disgusting. Some stuff in here.
I got smithing stone.
Do you have a
can take
blue
smithing
weapon?
stone and then we can get a,
Yeah.
Okay.
a what is it? A rare, I guess.
So do you have a blue bow right now, Lud? Or is it still like your starting one, the white one?
No, I'm using a blue bow, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So I can upgrade it.
Yeah, you got the purple smithing stone?
Yeah, I got a... Yeah. Smithing stone
cool.
too.
Okay, we have to remember we do want to
Oh,
start.
what the?
What is happening here?
I think he's bugged.
We do want to start
no,
the
he's not.
circle. No, he's totally messed up.
Are we in the storm? Are we chill?
We're gonna kill him, so...
That was, oh my god. What just happened? Wait, I just died?
Oh,
I guess maybe I
that's...
didn't. I thought
Am I
I
gonna die? Am I chill?
Nah, you're good. We got a grace here.
What even just happened
Careful
there?
for your health. I don't know. I've never seen that before. That was really weird.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay, we gotta go in circle.
Oh, I died. Fuck.
Okay, let's go, we gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta run.
I'm going.
We can get this scarab after. But yeah, like one of the only things we can manipulate with the speed of the day is just the pre-boss mobs spawn before the circle fully closes. I'm gonna ult here.
Okay. Good idea. I got mine after.
Yeah, okay.
Should I hold mine?
Yeah, just hold it for loss. Not we're a little slow, but it's still fine. He's kind of tanky, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So just rip ult whenever.
Yeah, just use your ult as much as you can. Also, you can charge it, by the way, if you didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah, make sure you just mark them as much as possible. Someone want to repost?
Can you actually repost him?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay.
Really no double boss. Okay, nice. That was pretty good.
Yeah, considering it was Smelter, it was pretty good.
Yeah, Smelter's is tanky. Very tanky.
Nearby blood loss increases attack power. Is that good?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
So should we go to the church?
Oh, did the Scarab disappear? I guess he did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can go church and
You want to kill the Deathblade
we want to be
camp?
hitting the crater.
Or no?
Wait, sorry, what'd you say?
You want to do the Deathblade camp or just skip it?
Let's just skip it. Well,
Okay. Yeah, we can skip it. That's fine. We could do the Everjail at least. Do that double boss. I do have a key.
Okay, nice, yeah.
And then maybe just go Crater after that? Or what do you think?
Well, we still have the lower and upper castle, right?
Oh,
We
yeah,
can do
yeah.
lower
We can do Castle and then go Crater.
But yeah, we just want to make sure we have enough time for the crater, though.
Yeah,
The
for
crater
sure.
get the legendary, so it's... Yeah.
Oh, it's a Bell-bearing Hunter. Maybe we just do the
Just
Everjail.
try to ignore the Bellbearing Hunter. Like, try to not aggro him.
He's
Awesome.
he's walking away from us at least, so that's good.
Unfortunate.
Nice.
Not bad.
Okay, so let's... Castle's kind of far, but...
I think we still just go for it. It's the start of the day, right?
What
Yeah,
level are y'all?
10.
11.
We can also kill, like, we should probably kill the Falling Star Beast at some point. Like, I don't know, the way I started doing the crater is Falling Star Beast, go down, get the legendary, and then you take the bird up to this bird, you take the bird back, and then do the
The gargoyle and the...
gargoyle, and then get the church,
Okay.
and then run back, or take this tree.
Do we just go Crater then, or do you think we still do Castle?
I think we can do one boss in the castle.
Okay.
But yeah, level 10 crater should be perfectly fine, I think. But should we do lower or upper boss? I guess lower boss we also get the... Oh, I should upgrade.
The talismans. Oh, yeah. Same. Yeah, you can upgrade your bow here.
Oh, heck yeah.
I know what to upgrade, though. But I can't...
I'm just gonna get my Shattering Crystal, because it's still
Okay.
slapping.
I upgraded my Magma shot.
Okay.
Who do we have down here?
Surely not another...
Okay, no, it's good.
Okay.
Nice. wonder if Beast Claw's any good in this. I didn't really get anything good. Okay, so up here is the guaranteed talisman.
Oh, yeah. I know this place.
Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, then I think next we probably should go Crater.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down.
Just so that we have lots of time for it. Ooh, a Godfrey icon I got. Nice.
Ooh, okay.
Actually, I wonder, maybe a Gil's Flame. Maybe we should have upgraded a Gil's Flame for the boss.
So we're doing Falling Star Beast first?
Yeah, I think Falling Star Beast, and then we just go straight down to
Okay.
Start the path.
Do any of you guys have blood loss? For me?
I
No.
do not. Oh my god, this attack.
Oh!
Nice. Super fast. Oh my god.
Oh, I got
Oh, I
Stars
gotta
of
get
Ruin.
that. Nice. Okay, Stars of Ruin.
Yeah.
I feel like we're probably a little bit behind the other team just because that's Smelter.
Yeah. That's
Like unless they got
was
Smelter
pretty...
too, but Smelter is probably the tankiest one. Okay, so down this way. Nice. Oh my god. Right
Axe
down the
of
hole.
Godfrey, isn't that awesome?
Maybe not for a ranged character, but true. Pretty good. Have you done the crater before, Ludwig?
No, I have no idea what this is at all. But I'm
So
running
when we get
fast.
to the bottom, if we kill the boss, we get a guarantee, like we can upgrade any of our weapons to legendary.
I see that. So if you have a really good weapon, it's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade
get
my
a-
Flame
get
of
a-
Frenzy seal to legendary. That should be pretty good.
Yeah, I might upgrade my Gil Flame. I also have Magma Shot though.
I have a poison inflicting bow. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
that's
okay.
pretty good. The boss isn't immune, but it's pretty resistant. But no, that's probably pretty good.
Cool.
Oh my god. Oh, I have Ronnie's Dark.
Oh, is fire good? Should I add fire to my weapon?
Yeah, that's really good.
Boy. Should I keep shared order? I'm gonna keep it just in case, I guess.
Sure.
Okay, this way.
So then I should upgrade my fire bow instead of my poison one here, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, frick.
Do we want to? We can probably. I mean, we have time, but should we ignore these guys or?
I think just ignore them. They don't drop
Yeah.
anything. It's just
No.
some runes. It's better
I
to...
hate fighting these guys.
yeah. You can plunge attack them, and that one-shots them, at least. But it's a little janky to do.
Oh my god.
You good?
Yeah, the hand scared me. What level y'all? 13?
I'm 12 at the moment.
Oh my
So,
god,
yeah, so
did
yeah.
I do this right?
Yeah, you're good. Just drop all the way to the bottom, not in the
All the
lava.
way to the bottom.
and then
Okay.
We gotta kill this guy. We should kill him this time, probably. Oh, that's not as annoying when you have 3 ranged characters, though.
Slow down!
Actually, can you just get on top of that thing up there and just...
Oh yeah, maybe. Just nuke him.
Oh my god.
Poor guy.
He's trying his best, man.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right.
Alright, so this is where you get the legendary up here.
Okay.
Ah, do I do a Gil's Flame? I don't know.
I'm gonna try Flame of Frenzy. I think it's gonna cook the boss.
Ooh, Legend Forged.
I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do Magma Shot. It's more consistent.
I didn't loot the boss.
Okay.
Oh shit. Well, too late.
Did you what? Okay, so Ludwig, take this bird here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Did you forget the boss drop?
Yeah, I got the legendary at least. But
Okay, it's probably fine.
yeah. Whoops.
Okay, so and then usually I take this bird back here, back to the
Oh,
gargoyle.
right. Okay.
And then we hit the church on the way back, and then we could do the red wolf up top after too.
Where's Burning the okay, I see.
Yeah, so just you can dismount with the left stick down. Like once you get what is happening.
And then you take another bird?
Yeah, we take this bird back to this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, imagine this grafted dragon.
Oh, I hate these guys. Oh my.
Killing him in the lava is gonna be a little
Yeah, maybe we let him move.
Wait.
We wait.
Come out.
Yeah, just
There we
wait
go.
until this attack's done, and then okay. Nice. What if Crystal Burst? Or, oh, I got a Lion Great Boat. Here, Ludwig, you can take this.
Okay.
Here, right there.
Whoa. Do I use that instead?
Well, I don't know. The
Sure.
Ash of War on it's pretty good, but
I think it scales
Your
with
normal
strength mainly, so you could try it. Might be okay.
you can try the Ash of War on it. But your basic bow is probably better DPS.
Sure.
Okay, get Star Lines here. Okay, so there's a boss here, and then we could probably kill the Red Wolf first, but we want to make sure we're starting the boss on time here.
Right, and so you're starting it like before the night's over, right? When they spawn,
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that it?
exactly.
I heard that, so-
It's gonna kill this guy really quick.
Oh my gosh. That was awesome.
Oh, I got Grafted Dragon. What do I do?
I don't know. I mean, it's
Oh,
good.
Okay, someone has to take it.
I mean, you just take it, I guess, and
Yeah,
see.
I have too much good stuff. I don't know what to get rid of. I guess Dark Moon I get rid of, but Dark Moon's so good though.
I got Godslayer's sword.
Okay, that's good on the boss too.
Do we want to kill the Red Wolf or now?
Sure. Yeah, I think we have time. Maybe. I mean, if not, we should just.
We're gonna get the Grace
Yeah.
from Maggie at least.
Stop dodging. Okay, nice.
Make sure to heal Lud, just in
Yep.
case.
Yeah, so hit the Grace, and then yeah, we need to get to the circle. As soon as
Yep,
possible.
right down here you can heal it.
Why didn't it work? Oh no.
It's not working. Okay.
Oh god.
Are you good?
No, I guess. Okay, just go to the boss.
Oh no.
Wait, are you sure? Should.
Yeah, it's probably fine. There was these, like, all the mobs were.
I mean, I could have
blocking
rezzed.
grace.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's fine. Just start the fight so that we could get the kill.
Right. Yeah. Shit.
How do I get up?
Oh, did you fall down?
Yeah, I did. It's not looking good for me, boys.
I
will make
don't
it.
know if there's a good way up, actually. I can ult here. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, this is not ideal.
No.
Super slow. You're kind of late getting here.
We probably shouldn't have done the Red Wolf. I think that was. You're probably. I don't know if he dies, is he even gonna be able to come back? And
Yeah, I don't know actually.
all these guys are so tanky.
Yeah, these guys are so annoying. The shield guy's just blocking everything.
This is tragic.
Oh, this is not so good.
Not ideal.
Oh, and we get a DTS too. Oh, he's going. He's going up.
Oh my god, I got down to. Oh, Lud was. Lud, you might need to get me. You can. All right, nice, nice. Well, at least you're back in. I wasn't sure if
I'm
that
back.
that would work.
That was stressful.
Yeah, it's going after you, lovely.
Bird.
Nice. Okay. Okay, so we gotta pick the thing quick and then head into the final boss. We're gonna go quick.
Yep, yep.
Are we getting a double? Okay, oh my god, I thought we were. I thought we were getting a double boss. Okay, and then yeah, we're gonna have to be quick.
Do we
And
skip animations
probably
or
just.
animations or something?
Well, we just need to like buy quickly and get in here.
Okay.
I'm just gonna buy some starlights. Let's go in.
Good to go.
We got so unlucky with that final, that like smelter demon, and then the other thing on top of it. Oh yeah, make sure to skip this cutscene.
Yeah, skip.
Yeah, yep. Skip.
Yeah, it's too bad. Are you guys a level 15 or?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm 13. I died.
Yeah, I died too. Okay, so this fight, basically just focus on the big, like, scorpion guy.
Okay.
But you need to watch out for attacks from the mob as well.
You want me to save my ult for res, or should I
No,
use
just
it?
use it. Okay, screen. Oh, that's got so much range on it.
Oh no, I'm down.
It's okay. And he disappeared for some reason. And you can use the, you can also use the big bug to block the moth attacks also. get a stun? I think we stunned.
Yeah, we stunned.
Pretty good. Oh no.
Where are you going?
A screen. Okay, so he's gonna do charge, and this is on you. And the laser's on you as well. Oh boy, this is a long charge. Oh, that was an insane charge.
Oh, nice stagger. Could be dead here.
Double stagger. Oh, we had such a quick kill, but
Yeah.
we just, I don't know, we kind of misplayed.
Yeah,
So
I
a lot
didn't
more
realize.
race to be done.
Yeah.
So what do
Okay,
we do
so
now?
So you might get a cutscene here, so just skip the cutscene. We're gonna
Heard.
queue up immediately for the next boss, which is the
Okay.
Caligo boss. Probably go same comp, I assume, right?
Mm-hmm.
So skip all this stuff. Okay, I've queued him ready.
God, shut up. I'm queued.
Yeah, that was actually a really fast moth kill.
Okay, all right. Okay. Sorry about
Ready
that
up.
fall, boys.
It's okay.
It's all good. Honestly, we would have been fine there if we didn't, like, if those guys weren't blocking the Grace. Probably would have been okay.
We just shouldn't have bothered with the Red Wolf. That was like,
Yeah.
that was a bad call. I
a
didn't
little
realize how little time we had left.
Okay, we do have Crater again, so we might want to hit this church first. And yeah, probably same idea, unless we want to hit this castle after and then maybe Everjail. Get a key.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, sure, so. Wonder if it's worth us... Nah,
In
never
this
mind.
the tiny camp.
Yeah, we could do this little camp
I
first,
think
just
we
to
should
get
get,
one.
yeah.
Kind of unfortunate we got spawned there. Oh. Okay, anything? It's kind of funny, the parts that we can chill at are the parts where normally you'd be rushing the most in this game, right
Yeah.
now. Wonder how our pace is so far compared to the other team.
I heard we caught up with that boss fight. We were pretty far behind.
Okay, really?
Apparently, so, yeah.
Nice. Okay, I did get a sunscreen. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, we kind of.
Yeah, that was a really good pest kill.
Yeah, that was
we did
really
so
fast.
much damage.
Do you have a melee weapon?
I have a
even
shield. Yep.
Although I can't wield this, I think it doesn't matter. Nice. Nice. Got magma shot again.
Shattering crystal.
Nice.
Crystal torrent.
Crystal torrent? I'll take it.
Okay. Charge sorceries.
Okay.
Oh, there's a golden bow. Did you get a key?
Yeah, I did get a key. There's only one though. Yeah, nothing up here.
You gotta be careful for that guard.
Yeah, yeah, that guard would not be good. This will work fine.
Oh, that's perfect.
Haven't used all my FP though.
Yeah, I don't have my ult up yet.
Oh, the guard's here. Okay,
Oh gosh. Okay, that was a really good ult. Nice.
Oh, fucker.
it's okay. Dying early isn't too bad. Just focus on killing the problem. Oh, nice. Okay, the guard's on me, so... Why are they both on me? Now you're gonna tag me along.
Oh.
Should we switch to guard?
I don't.
Uh-oh, I'm getting down here.
Oh, nice. I don't think we can really do him.
Alright, should we just get ourselves get up?
Please.
Or what do you think, Gino? I think we probably just run, right?
Yeah...
I mean, Shattering Crystal's good on him, but like...
Guess we can try.
Are we gonna try? Alright, YOLO, I guess.
Okay, maybe not, boys.
Okay, yeah,
Oh, we get out of here.
yeah. So let's go castle next. Maybe,
Oh, no.
Wait, what just happened? He reset my...
Oh, we
did
can
you?
we can go to the Grace. Go to the Grace.
Oh, yeah, go to Doris. Yeah, I forgot. I think I already hit it.
Kate, it's gone, it's gone. We're up to Grace.
Okay, just run.
Okay,
run,
run.
I'm running.
This way.
Do we get the church? It's pretty
I don't think
close.
we did. We've
No?
already got...
Okay.
No, I think we just go castle now.
All right.
Kind of just wasted my time there. That was insane. I wonder if I was actually revived for a bit there, but I just didn't notice because I thought I was dead.
Yeah.
We can maybe do this death camp, I guess.
Yeah, sure. We should be able to nuke it.
Not sure good fire is here though, but try to frame for
Seems
headshots.
pretty good. Oh yeah.
Nice, beautiful. Do we want to go castle now?
Yeah, sure. I think it's not a bad idea. It's always good to
Yeah.
get high level day one.
Yeah, we didn't get trolls either, so
Oh, nice.
we got banished knights again. Or wait,
Okay.
yeah, we got that last time.
You now want to go basement first? Or are we going?
I kind of just want to. I kind of want to go get some starlights because
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll buy some too.
any good items we got? There's a damage negation at full HP for 4K. I'm gonna pick that up for now.
Oh yeah, I'll buy that next time.
Oh, there's an improved sorceries for 4K. Sure.
So going down then? No.
Yeah, just down. So go down to the like ravine. Ludwig.
Go down the
and then-
ravine? Okay.
Yeah, towards the castle, and then we're gonna do the underneath boss.
Heard.
Bang, shot's good. Oh,
I vault.
unfortunate.
That's gonna.
You.
Nice ult.
He is just freaking out. Oh my god.
He doesn't like all the projectiles. Oh, nice.
Good. Oh, I got a gold. Wending Grace. I also got a Gil's Flame, but I don't know.
Got Stars of Ruin again.
I guess. Maybe I should have taken the Wending Grace, but surely we won't die.
Surely.
Warrior Jar Shard. I'll take it in case we get Grafted Dragon.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even use it. I didn't really need it last time. Dang, that was kind of insane.
That's so fast.
Okay, maybe up this way.
Yep. Nice.
Damn, you guys are cooking.
Uh-oh. Oh my god. What's this? Cast speed's good. Oh, Ludwig,
What's
you
good
can take
against
this.
this boss?
This boss is also fire, but yeah, come take this shield because it's got projectile drop off.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, it should be good. Like unless you have something better, but like, you don't have to use the shield, but just the passive on it's the.
Yeah.
That's good. Oh, there's actually another one too if you want.
2 shields? Is that a thing?
Well, it's not a shield. It's just the projectile drop off.
I see.
Watch out this. Oh, nice. Kind of insane magma shot. Yeah, it's stun on these guys,
Oh, damn.
so it's pretty good.
Whoa.
Do we? I feel like we want to level up,
Yeah.
and then maybe we can try the upstairs boss. I don't really know where
There's a Grace?
there's the Grace underneath. Is that the closest?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah, okay. We're not gonna.
Yeah, we just gotta go.
You know what? We could go do the big boss down there.
In the lake?
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to make sure this time we don't.
Yeah, we need to be on top of the circle.
Yeah.
For sure. It's so hard to get used to doing that. It's like,
Yeah.
it's
yeah,
not
go.
what
There's a ranged weapon attack boost. Do you want it? Magic attack power? Yeah, it's unfortunate too because we probably would have been ahead if
Oh,
we didn't
for
have the
sure. Yeah.
That's drama. It's drama. It's a good comeback story.
yeah. Wait, are you guys going to the mine?
We could do it after if we want.
We're fighting as Wyrm.
Oh, give me
he's
give me
gonna be
that talisman. I can golden bow buff.
Okay, here. Yeah, we can start it. It's gonna be tanky though. We just start the fight and then continue him after. We have time. Unfortunately, my best spell is fire. Okay, we should probably start the boss pretty soon.
Okay.
Oh, the circles. Okay. Yeah, we can.
close.
Where do we go?
Okay, no, just keep going.
All right.
I'm gonna go start the boss. You guys can keep fighting.
Okay.
I don't remember who this is, but
Okay, we got him.
yeah, come here quick.
All right, on my way.
I keep dodging my magma shot. It's really annoying.
Yeah, we still got a lot of time.
Oops, that's not what I meant.
Oh, it did fully close.
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still. I'm gonna ult right away.
I got improved
Yeah.
charging incantations I can grab out.
Okay. I'm not sure if we're gonna go incants on this, but
Okay.
uh-oh. Okay, this is a quick. This should be a pretty quick boss, so this should be good. Oh my god. Ludwig, can you repost him?
Yep.
Beautiful. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, we
Nice,
definitely.
nice.
There's no
Friday, Friday.
way. Surely that was faster.
That was pretty quick. Yeah, like that
Oh, yeah, I
compared
also- I
to the
didn't even level
smelter,
up.
dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Night and day, dude.
So, do we want to go upstairs castle and then,
Raider?
yeah.
Yeah,
Why don't
fine
we-
by me.
Got a purple staff. That's not that good.
Do we want to go mine? Do you need a upgrade or no?
I don't think so, because we're gonna go get legendaries anyways.
Oh yeah. True. Okay.
So yeah, I think we go upstairs castle and then kill
Okay.
that guy.
And then we go to the crater or whatever it's called.
Yep, and then we're exact same strat through the crater. Nice. That was the kill we needed right there.
Yeah, that
awesome.
was super good. I've got like a 2-minute golden bow buff too, which is
Yeah.
actually pretty big.
Okay, so upstairs.
So this guy's weak to fire, you said, yeah? I can find
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like for bows, it might be a little tough to find fire. It just
Yeah.
But even if you don't have fire, just pure physical is fine. That's what you got. Are we killing?
Nah, let's just go.
Yeah.
Fine. There's a little skip we can do. Or actually, are you just gonna go the normal way?
Yeah. Follow us, Ludwig.
Yep.
Up here.
Fallen.
So there's a jump you can do right here. So we jump up,
Sure.
and then you just follow to the left, like hug the wall.
Heard.
I'm gonna golden bows here, Gino.
Okay, sure.
At the start, it's a bell-bearing hunter, so I'm gonna hold it until he gets here. All right.
Come here. Where we going?
Okay, this guy's kind of dangerous, so we have to be careful.
Oh, tricky. Oh, fucker.
Nice. Riposte, Ludwig, if you can. Nice. Perfect. Yeah, you're the riposte guy. Watch out for the here.
Oh
Got
shit.
you.
Be alright.
Oh no! What's
Nice
that?
ult. That was perfect, actually.
we actually cut
Hold
Sorrow.
on.
Got a gold. Marcus Hammer?
Godslayer Greatsword, that's good for you guys, no?
Axe of
sorcery?
Godric. What the?
Godslayer great. I don't know.
All right.
Oh,
It's good
yeah,
for the
it's-
fire damage, but I don't think any of us are gonna like. It's not gonna be better than what we've got already.
I heard.
I'm just gonna get this guy real quick. All right, let's go to the crater.
It's erupting. Does it actually do damage? I don't even know.
I don't think so. It's kind of weird when it decides it's gonna happen. Actually.
It doesn't always happen.
Well, sometimes the eruption happens when you're already super far in. Then I don't know. I don't know why.
Did you fight this guy or no?
Oh yeah. We're probably gonna just do the exact same thing. Oh my god, why is he
On a golden ballast, you know?
okay? He's doing his
gosh. Wow, that's
6
so
charges in a row. Got him.
Okay, got him.
I can probably do most of the reviving because I've got a glintstone arc. So
Okay.
oh my god, the rain.
I mean, circle hasn't even started closing yet, so we're...
No, yeah, we've got lots of
chilling.
time. Is Ancient Death Ranker any good?
There's a Wending Grace. I guess I'll grab it just in case. Which one did you say?
Ancient Death Ranker. Is it any good?
I'm not sure. I know Ranker Call is okay-ish.
Yeah, I've also got that one too. I'm probably good. It's gonna take duration. Okay, yeah, let's head down under. I guess I'm not used to playing with Recluse because the speed that we're killing these guys at is just,
Yeah, I think
I've never done that. Damage is so fucking high.
The drawbacks you die quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the FP management's a little tricky too, I guess. Oh, I have a fire bow, Ludwig. Here.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah,
take
upgrade that to
Perfect. Yeah, get that to
legendary.
Nice. Yeah, we haven't gotten Stars of Ruin yet.
I have a stars, actually.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, I still feel like Shattering Crystal is better DPS.
Yeah,
though.
Shattering Crystal's so good. Yeah. Can't go wrong with it.
I think I might get the... For Caligo, those stars is probably better, just because it'll insta hit the head over and over.
Yeah, that's true.
Get that to legendary.
Nice call. My god, we're just cleaning up.
Ryan!
Morgoth's cursed sword.
Come on, grafted dragon from from the worm.
Yeah. I wonder who would be the best to use it though.
Hmm.
What's the scaling on it? I wonder.
Yeah,
If
I
it's
don't think.
cheaper.
Yeah, I think the weapon art is just insane no matter what.
Yeah,
And we have a lot of
yeah,
mana
probably.
to spam it, so.
Imagine if we get multiple. Like, triple grafted dragon. Yeah, grafted dragon's like some insane weapon on this boss.
That's from like first boss, no? Doesn't Market
Yeah, it
do
is.
that?
Yeah. It's from Godric.
Oh, gotcha. That sucks in Elden
Yeah.
Ring, no?
Yeah,
It's just
it
great
does
here.
suck, but in this game it's just insane for some reason. So. Or they buffed all the legendary weapons. They made them
I
like
see.
actually good.
Oh, I'm gonna buff us here.
Okay, let me there in a second.
Stand on me.
Okay, go.
I'm gonna ult.
Good. I've got mine also, so I'll save it for after.
Oh my
It's
god!
just insane, dude.
Wait,
I got a Magma
Blackbow-
Seal.
I got Dragon
That's-
Seal with Dragonfire. Should I grab that?
I don't know if Dragonfire is that good. I've already got it too.
Okay.
I think I got the best weapon I can get. I got
What'd you
some
get?
black bow with fire on it.
Oh yeah, that's really good. Nice.
Now upgrade that max,
Take
yeah?
this. Yeah, probably. I really don't know what to take. Just
I don't know
Magma
if I
shot worked
upgrade
pretty well the
stars
other
or not.
times, though.
Stars or Dragonfire? I guess I'll just do stars.
Okay. There's also a Rivers of Blood. if someone's interested in that. Okay, I don't
fire
know.
on fire. I'm good. I'm chilling.
Nice, nice. Yeah, we have a really nice setup for this
Yeah, for sure.
so far. Just no Grafted Dragon, but maybe like I got Grafted Dragon last time from someone, so yeah, probably same thing. Just go kill the Garg.
Mhm.
But
I hate the
yeah,
gargoyle.
no big read this time.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
the only
We can
boss
just
in
do
Elden Ring
Magma.
that broke me.
The Gargoyle?
The Black Kindred.
Yeah, the dual gargoyles.
Yeah.
Probably took
Oh, yeah,
me
Yeah.
9 hours. Wait, go up. Why is my guy not going up?
Oh, did
A
you?
bird.
Oh, you probably hit
Oh.
Y. You probably descended.
I see.
Wait, how'd you just do that?
I don't know. That sounds weird.
That's crazy.
Oh, I got Magic Scorpion Charm.
Nice. Is fire bad at, like, I think magic's just good against the gargoyles, right?
Yeah.
Make an ult.
The Shattering Crystal does like so much damage. It's obscene.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Nice.
Nice.
Jar Cannon. I got another
Oh.
black bow with fire if you want that, but
I got another Stars of Ruin with Ronnie's Dark Moon. You want it? And it has sorceries.
Reduce skill FP cost. Do you want that? Knight's Shield?
Skill is not for spells,
Okay.
unfortunately. I don't know what to take. I guess I'll take. Okay, so let's go hit church, and then we can do the Maggie, and then I think that's it.
Yeah. Yep. No fucking
Thank
around
gosh,
this
I'm
time.
level 15. This is the first time I ever hit level 15.
Nice. Should get the achievement, I think.
I did.
I mean, we probably do have time for the Red Wolf, but I don't. Like, if we get a slow pre-boss fight, there's just it's not worth it.
I mean, we're level 15. Like, is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Red Wolf
yeah.
really going to give us anything useful?
I'm here for the fight. Oh. Good job, team.
Beautiful. Okay. All right.
Moore gets cursed sword. Is that good?
That's
It is
okay.
good, but
All right.
Not for
I don't
not
think-
for us.
Not for us. Or
yeah. Oh, I didn't level up. Oops. God damn it. That's right. We have so much time. Gonna go back.
mission is to not fall this time.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still doing well considering the couple slight mess ups we had.
The theatrics, we could call it.
Yeah.
I will
we're just trying to make it
vow us here. Oh, well, I'll wait. Also, I think we can take this like fire buff before we go into the final fight, and it'll
So not right
it'll
now?
like last. Yeah, you can wait.
Well, there are 2 of them.
Oh yeah, sure.
So maybe grab one of these and then the other one the other time.
Yeah, I guess so. How long does it last for? Okay, boss.
I know it lasts like into the.
Is this the Godric?
It
Like
looks like Godric enemies.
Is there Vanish Knight somewhere?
This guy?
I don't know who this is. Oh, is it DTS? Ah, that would suck. One problem is I don't have any Starlight shards.
Me neither. I have ult though. Do you have ult?
I have ult as well. We still have time. We don't need to do anything crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We didn't waste any time. Okay, people are saying it's a tree sentinel here. Okay, I'll ult first.
Okay.
I'll do it. Yeah, DTS. I got a dark one.
Nice. Oh, intercepted.
The guy was blocked it. And he blocked it again. Oh my god. Okay, I guess I just
I'm gonna ult again.
Darkman this time, surely. Okay, this was a really insanely fast kill. Oh my god, this guy.
Holy shit, what are you doing?
Okay, quick.
Yep.
Take your thing. Take the HP and let's go. Quickly, we gotta go quick.
Yep, I'm gonna go.
Nice. Okay, so I'm just gonna buy the Starlights and maybe a Physic and then
Yep, same.
there we go.
What, the 50k, what's the 50k thing you're supposed to buy?
The what? 50. Just buy like the Physic tiers or whatever, and
I just
we
bought
just
some
gotta
shit,
go.
yeah.
Okay. I will golden vow us at the start of the fight.
Okay.
I think it's
Okay,
definitely
this
worth
is a
it.
bit of a slow fight sometimes, so hopefully. Okay, skip.
Skit. I'm in. I vault. Should I say vault?
All right, I'm gonna vow right now. Stand on me.
Yep, just stand around. Let's go. Oh, that's one. Okay, I guess I'll Dark Moon him.
Yeah, that's good.
I do wonder if Stars of Ruin would be better here. Okay, tail. I'm gonna stick with the fire to try to get the spot.
Yeah, that's good.
Uh-oh, okay.
Try to get a mark on him again. If you can.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we are doing so much
Too
damage
bad.
though.
Too bad we didn't get a stun there.
That was good though. That was
Okay, follow
that
us.
was good.
Let him make here.
Yep.
I think it's this way. Yeah.
Yeah. Are we gonna make it in time?
Yep.
Okay.
Dude, this is crazy. Oh.
Start blasting.
You have your ult?
Yeah. Should I use it?
Yeah. Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
That's okay. Okay, back up a little bit. I do have my ult ready.
Okay, can you ult? Yeah. I'm gonna run out of mana.
Yeah, I'm gonna ult. Hey, I feel like you should stun here. Can you go to the side? Nice. Okay, let me repost.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Nice. Oh my god,
Oh,
this is just.
yes.
Oh my god, we're gonna skip the flight. Oh!
Good shit.
Okay, that. If they get the flight attack, he has one super long flight. If they get it, then we should win this.
Yeah.
Like some
Do
Minecraft
do
shit,
I
like-
go recluse for Dark Drift again? Do we just YOLO?
Ooh, no, I think.
You want me to
can
go Raider? Okay.
Yeah, I want you to go Raider, yeah. Okay, so again, skip. Skip.
Skipping.
I've queued up. Just make sure you go Raider.
Yeah.
Dist.
All right, I'm queued. Oh, we're going crazy.
Yeah, that was probably the fastest kill I've seen. I think. That was actually insane. That was completely disgusting. Hit your Raider.
Yep, got it.
Hit, ready. Skip. Oh, that was so good.
Oh,
I don't have relics on Raider because I was using them earlier. I shouldn't have any.
Simply don't check. Okay, we got Mountain. We're probably... Wait, they said our team is ahead by 10 minutes? No.
Nah, I don't.
I think they're making 10 minutes.
No,
There's no way it takes 10 minutes
no.
to do the last boss. They're giving us a false sense of security.
Yeah, yeah, it's a plant. They sent the spy in. Yeah, that was a crazy kill because that boss can be so long too.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't skip that flight attack and then, like last time we did it, we got 2 flights. It's just no good. Okay, so here, Ludwig, we're looking for lightning weapons. Very important.
Lightning herd.
Let's make sure to get your first level over here.
Yep. The bubble blowers.
Golden bubbles.
Yeah, Raider's definitely the safe pick here.
Yeah, we have no lightning camps. Oh, actually, there's one. There's one on the map.
Gotta pray. I got Ronnie's Dark Moon already, somehow.
Oh, nice.
Damn.
Plus Magma Shot again. Okay, I got a Lightning Spear and Lightning Strike.
Okay, perfect.
Damn.
What are we thinking? Did you get a key, or do we have to check up top?
We'd have to check up top, but we can go here instead.
I'm gonna go check up top. You guys can start running there if you want.
Sure. Okay.
Be running.
Not
No
like
churches.
we're.
Wow, we only have 3 churches on the map, guys.
Okay. Got a keep, so.
You drop. Pearl Drake. Ludwig, you can take that if you want.
Okay.
Defense. Okay, we should be able to jump straight to the top of this with this lift.
Shirley.
Surely.
Never messed up a jump in my life. Not gonna start now.
Oh, that hurt me.
What? Should I go down here?
I got you.
That was insane. Did you get a stone sword?
Yeah.
Okay, projectile damage drop off here, Ludwig, if you want it.
Yep.
Okay, do we want to go south towards this jail, get the church and stuff?
Yep, yeah.
Okay.
Shattering Crystal, I'll take it. Yeah, apparently they're still on Caligo. So,
No way.
yeah,
All right.
like that fight was just,
Yeah,
I mean, that was insane.
So
That was so
balls
good.
in our hands. We got a clutch.
Do we do this fire camp? I'm
Sure,
telling-
yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I have no melee weapon to punch them with.
Oh. I can drop you a club. Over here.
It's okay, I got a good here.
Okay. Can't get this plunge.
What does a plunging mean?
You don't get it first try. I just can't freaking get it, man. Gino, I need your help. No,
I got it.
Easy.
Wait, what are you doing to him?
You can just jump on top of them, and if you spam R1, you can get a big hit.
Wow.
And it'll insta-kill them. Like, as long as you can wield the weapon. If you can't wield the weapon, actually, it doesn't one-shot, but...
I see.
Okay, let's do the Everjail.
Yeah, Everjail. I don't really want this. Nice. Okay, this is quick.
Damn, that shit was.
Oh,
quick.
you got the insta death?
Oh, is that what happened?
I think so. I think he insta died.
Yeah, I think I did take it. I actually can't remember.
Oh wait, we have there's 2 lightning camps actually. Sick. It's good.
Okay.
I think we just go straight to
Let me
the
see-
straight west. There's one in the circle and then one up top right.
Oh yeah, you're right. Nice. Good stuff. Okay, Starlight. But yeah, there's definitely. I mean, we're definitely way ahead, but it's definitely not. Like if we get
man,
bad
we lose the
bosses
boss
or
fight,
something,
it's
or
over.
we die. If we die, it's over.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Or if we get double double boss at the end.
Well, I mean, even double boss, our lead should be good enough.
Yeah, true.
But it kind of depends. I'm gonna go check the mage tower. You guys go to the
Okay.
lightning camp. Actually, there's also a scion out here if we want to take it out really quick.
I'm already at the lightning camp, but we can. I mean, it's all like close to each other, so.
Yeah, that's true. And I probably will want to hit a mine at some point.
Okay.
This one have the crest thing. Are we doing that again?
I already broke it.
Crater?
You could.
Oh, lightning anchor.
Oh, that's so good, actually. No, there's no crater this time. This time we got mountaintop, but
Do we want to just go castle now?
yeah, castle now. Yep.
Okay, I'm coming. We can kill
Well,
this
we can
guy
take out the
and then
scion,
we'll-
maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
And I should probably go check the lightning camp also. Oh, that's really
Oh, that did so much damage.
Yeah, it's the frost proc. And then you know what's funny too? I actually have I have the frost reset as well. Although I'm not sure if it's worth it in this case.
Oh yeah, since I'm on melee now, you can let me take the riposts. Blood.
I got improved jump attack. Do you want that? Here, rotten.
Oh
Power.
yeah, yeah.
I'm just gonna go check the lightning camp, but yeah, probably head castle next.
Okay.
Unless we want to go do the church, but we've already got church, right?
Yeah.
So.
Are we going to this little cavern?
Just gonna touch the grace. Then we're gonna run up towards the castle.
Do the underneath thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not worth it.
Dropping a
Wait, we
9%
have another,
magic attack.
We have another stone sword, but okay, we can do it.
Okay. I feel like the circle is gonna pull back into the lake, anyways.
It could,
right?
yeah, you could.
So,
Yeah, it's either here, here, or here.
oh, Lud, you can take this if you got space. It's range
Yep.
damage.
Yeah, I mean, we could try to go mountaintop, but I don't. To get the guaranteed legendary. But
Oh,
I
fuck.
don't know. I don't
Yeah,
think we need
that's
to.
my ult.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Who is it then?
It's Red Wolf.
Okay.
Just chasing this asshole around. Oh. And reposting Red Wolf is so buggy.
Yeah, it's really bad.
I hate when he goes through this hallway.
Oh my god, that's actually insane that he could go out there. Oh,
And the blind attack. This bastard.
why can't he even leave the room? Magma, no.
20%
Solarius
reduced
tree?
FP cost.
Improved charge sorceries. Is that good?
Yeah,
it
that's
is
good for him.
pretty good. I don't know if I've. room
Oh
for it,
yeah,
though.
you might be using
Just
incantations.
take whatever.
as well,
Just
right?
take whatever you want. I don't need it.
Oh, we got Crucible Knights.
Nice. Okay, that's one. Crucible Knights are the best just because they're all isolated. There aren't a ton of enemies around them, and then they also drop the most money. So
Fucking love
very
money.
good. Tasman.
Ooh, jump attacks.
Nice. Let's do this one, guys. Whoops. Ouch. Nice post. That works.
I feel like my rune's better suited on you. I got a rune that's a Godfrey icon.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh
really
yeah,
good
yeah,
for-
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take that.
How do I just discard?
Just press square on it in your inventory. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
All right, do we want to go jump
Yeah, let's
up?
go upstairs. Yeah, yeah, up. Take out the 2 spear guys. Yeah, you were right. Yeah. So we could probably do the Everjail on the way back.
Yeah, I think we'll have time. I've got power stance now, so I'm gonna shred. Oh, I got golden bow.
All right, let's head Everjail, and then we can hit the church probably too.
Lightning negation? Oh no, because he has lightning. Or we need lightning, sorry.
He does holy damage if you're looking for any negation. What the best buff though is like damage negation at full health.
Yeah.
That will
Right.
prevent you from getting like one shot.
Yeah, you know what? We've already got really good builds for this. This is pretty.
I kind of want to go mine and just get these 2 great axes,
definitely mine.
upgrade to purple.
Yep. Nice. Magma Shot has been carrying me this whole game, like this entire event so far.
Yeah, dude, it's been really good.
I keep getting it, and it does good work. So
Is it
All
day
right.
1 or 2?
it's day
one.
1.
We're just flying.
Yeah.
You want to go the church? I think we might
Yeah.
want the extra heals for this boss. Like he can do a lot of damage.
Oh, make it please. Oh my god. I'm gonna go start the fight, and then I'll get the heals after.
Okay.
I mean, I think you have time. It's still a lot on the circle, but it's up to you.
No, it's okay. I can just get it. Next one.
Sounds good.
It's starting.
I'm here.
Who is this again? I don't remember who this is.
What are
Is
the
this
enemies?
it's the like Revenant dudes.
I think this might be Morgoth. No,
no,
maybe not.
is it a DS1? Oh no, it's just a Revenant. Okay.
Oh, Revenants. Okay.
Okay, maybe now I can go guard the church. Yeah, I guess I definitely did have time earlier. I'll get it after. No one has a heal, do they?
What do you mean by that? Like
I'm gonna
healing?
golden vow us.
There's a healing, like, if you have a healing spell, this boss will get absolutely shredded by it. But I don't think we have one.
These should still get pretty shredded, I think, with your Dark Moon and everything else.
Yeah, I want to get that frostbite off here. There we go.
Oh, where
Why is it falling? Oh.
Nice. That was really good. Still.
Yeah, that was really
Hell
good.
yeah. Dragon Communion.
What's on it? Oh, like the passive?
Yeah.
It's not great.
Yeah. All of mine were kind of weird, to be honest.
All right, do we want to go? Maybe let's head towards castle and do the mine on the way.
Yeah.
That one's
Yep.
pretty easy mine, and we can upgrade as well.
Yeah, and then we can go. We didn't do upstairs yet, right? So.
Yeah. What color is your weapon, Lud?
Blue.
Okay.
I'm shit right now. And it's not lightning. And I
Oh,
got
there is a
Mars.
great boss. There's a Death Raper. Do we have fully?
No.
Okay, no.
I say maybe we just.
Yeah. Yeah, if we had like Sacred Order or something, we could do it. I do have the Envoy's Longhorn, but even just
it's
holding
kinda-
without any of those buffs is pretty tough.
I think we just go after castle. We can
Wait,
go.
I have Sacred Order.
Oh,
I
It's
think.
okay.
it's all right. Yeah, too late now. It's all good. No worries.
I don't know how my chat knows that.
Yeah, Sacred Order on the undead enemies, it gives you plus 100% damage. So you just totally shred them.
Oh, it's an Asher War.
Yeah. Worth checking in here.
Oh, I'm dropping 2 starlight shards for you here outside.
Okay,
as well.
perfect. Thank you. Let's see if there are any more. Kind of wonder if these glintstones are any good. I'm gonna try them. Okay, yeah, let's go castle. I guess there was also the great boss on the other side of this mine too, but
That thing's
it's fine. We're already level 11. We should easily be hitting max.
I think
and
we'll
we got
get
good
15,
builds.
Yep, I'll have a purple anchor, so we should have no
Yeah.
problem interrupting the phase.
The only one is a smithing guy because I got stone.
We're gonna go to
there's
one right now.
coming up here. It's actually, it's probably fastest to get the one that's up on the back of the castle, but maybe it doesn't matter.
I feel like this one's pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm
anyways.
sure it makes a difference.
And then we'll have the better gear.
Yeah.
For,
Okay. Which way up? Go up this way, probably. Oh yeah, we can kill this Crucible Knight too.
Oh, I want Golden Bow. God damn it. I don't know if it's worth it. Wait, how did you guys? Oh, they went around this way. Sorry, I'm a little behind.
All good. Sounds like a magma worm.
Yeah. It'll be okay.
Oh, it's a Blackbeard Kindred.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Here. I was doing my punch and he hit me out of it somehow.
I tried to suck him, but I might have been.
Fucker.
All good.
Yeah, that guy's strong as hell.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Yeah. Okay, nice. I got a gold. I got Stormhawk axe. You want that? Oh, but I got the Regal Scepter.
I need like a great axe.
Yeah, okay.
For
I'm gonna
power
take the Regal
stance.
Scepter, I guess.
Okay.
Now, what do I move?
I don't have anything to do. All right. Do we want to
wanna-
check another lightning camp? Maybe for Lud? Maybe he can get.
Sure.
I don't know. What do you think? But
That's, yeah,
Like,
I
maybe
got
we
a
just
you
go to the
wanna-
mountain here.
you want to do mountain? Okay.
Oh, no. We can go there, and then, yeah, we can take out the two, at least the one great boss there. Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm. And then we could also maybe grab the church. I mean, it's right there. I don't.
Sure.
Like,
yeah,
we're
yeah.
gonna hit 15 either way, and it's good to just, like, we might as well play it safe. The only thing that's gonna make us lose here is really dying, I think.
Yeah, or double boss or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe.
I'm just gonna run to the church first.
Yep.
Probably overkill. I really doubt it will be necessary. Do you have a key, by the way?
I do not have.
Okay.
I mean, I could probably try to get one. Can I jump in this camp? I don't know. Actually, yeah, I can probably get one. I can get in this camp.
Oh, I can get the one north of us. While you guys are, I'm a
Okay.
little ahead of you guys, so I'll run up to this ruins. Super
Okay,
quick.
I got a stone's room.
Oh, you got one too? Okay.
Yeah, I jumped in the camp really quick.
Oh my god, the storm's so.
All right, I got one as well. Although we didn't really need it. Do we do the Everjail or? Actually, I don't even know if we can.
Where are we going?
I'm trying to get up, but I'm kind of at the meme spot in the terrain.
Oh, okay.
No good way up.
We'll just do the lightning camp here, I guess.
Or yeah, yeah, okay. And then we could do. Actually, just kidding. There's no more Evergails. Never mind.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks.
It's okay. Well, I think we're gonna hit 15 either way, so
Yeah, I think so.
we had a really good day one. I think getting Lud
Yeah, we
like
got
a
Crystal Knights.
lightning bow would be nice if we can.
Yeah, if we can get triple lightning, then we're just so
Lightning
set.
scythe would be awesome. No, scythe I can't use. Alright. Ow, ow. Let a man peruse.
Oh, I'm gonna go
actually,
for
we
the
should-
tree spirit. What'd you
Yep.
say?
I had charged incants, but I don't know. I did not take it. Stun, Shirley?
Oh, there it is.
It was coming.
Does this actually work with the arrow thing?
Is it Rain of Arrow?
Yeah.
It depends on the boss. If it's a big boss, it can be good.
I got a Wending Grace. I'm gonna take it just in case. I probably fine, but
Yeah, that's actually a really good call. What do I do?
I don't think there's a boss at the Spirit Springs here, but we can just jump up. When you have Mountain, it's gone for some reason.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I got Gideon's Scepter. And I also have the Dark Moon, so I have like the double.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Damn.
Kind of sick. Should we go?
Okay.
Should we go up here and do these bosses, or?
Well, we can do the skip if we want, but
Yeah, the successive attacks and negate damage if you want this tier, 60%.
I got some electric attack.
yeah, I have golden vow here.
Oh,
but-
nice.
Oh, nice.
Wait. So where do we want to go?
I think maybe we just go towards where I pinged, over by me.
Okay, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna hit 15, so we're chilling.
I mean, this way there are more bosses though.
Yeah, I just feel like the circle is just gonna pull us away anyways.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
we would have had enough time.
No, I think we're in good shape. Right? It's just the problem with these bosses, we don't really get great passives, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh wait, are you? Or what are you doing?
I don't know where. I don't think I need to go this way necessarily. There's like a dragon and a snowfield troll over here, down below. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
think
can probably
going
take it
here
out
is
and
good.
Damn. Holy shit, y'all strong.
Oh, you got the freaking wraiths too.
Yeah, I got the race. I got a lion great bow.
I mean, I could
got
take
a-
it.
I mean, if you want it, you can try it, but
I'll take it. Anti-dragon effect sounds good.
yeah, but it's good when you're fighting the boss we fought last time. But yeah, we're easily hitting 15. I'm just gonna go kill this troll down here.
Okay. Yeah, we
There's
can.
time.
Yeah.
You don't want to get greedy though.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Just kill that and then we'll go circle. We have like 1 or 2 minutes. I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Easy level 15.
Nice. Okay, that was worth it. Okay, let's head circle.
Yep.
Okay, surely not a. I don't like. What would be? I don't know who's bad here.
Ancient dragon.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know if we can get him here, but that would definitely be crappy. I do have ancient dragon effect though. Attack boost on dragons.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, it actually is gonna be. Or is it? Wait, is this nameless cannon?
No, I don't think it's nameless. It might actually be. Oh wait.
Yeah, this
People are saying
know.
nameless. Oh, that's good then. We can. I think it's good.
Isn't that boy scary?
You should be able to kill the dragon like so fast. The first one.
Yeah, yeah. Lightning's good on the dragon.
I'm gonna use the Radon Great Bow for the dragon.
Okay.
Could be good. The R2 shoots like 10 arrows at
Yeah.
once.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen its like full damage potential, but. I wonder if Shattering Crystal would be best here. Oh, this is bad.
Wait, the nameless king's a dragon?
Oh, the face one is.
Oh, he's on top of it.
Oh, don't do this, buddy.
Okay, that was pretty good.
It,
Come on.
normally weak to fire. In the base.
I'm gonna ult.
Okay.
Yeah, don't breathe too hard. Oh my god, what was that?
Wait, what just happened? Oh, it was the mark, I think. It's the mark.
Holy shit. Get a stagger.
Oh.
So good.
I got him.
Oh my god, that was so good.
That was so fast,
That was
dude.
really good.
Yeah.
Lightning
Oh,
on
max
dodging is
HP.
nice. Okay, let's go. No double boss, please.
So it just randomly gives you a
Good.
double boss sometimes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes it's just another boss spawns in, yeah.
That's fun. That's fun for the family.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get 15 and then
You need starlight shards, so I can buy some for you.
I should be good. I should be good.
Okay. I bought 2 anyways, I can drop.
Okay, sure.
I'm
Sure,
level
yeah, just drop
14. Oh, that's fine.
Wait, drop him, drop him.
I'll
Unless
just
you
drop.
want them.
I'll just drop them when we get in. Sorry.
Okay, sure.
I just didn't want them to get
Yeah, no.
despawned. Okay, I'm dropping now.
Okay. Okay, so this guy's
Yeah,
kind of a melee
I
boss.
forgot the level.
No.
Ow.
Double stomp. He's gonna stomp again. This is looking so great here.
No, I can't. Just can't freaking hit him, man. Oh, there we go.
Nice. Nice charging. Oh my god, nice. How did that, was it the mark?
I think so.
Come on, get us a stagger.
Oh, that was so big actually. That cancel. Jump.
He's gonna stagger soon. Okay, I got him.
Yeah, we're both. I'm blasting.
I'm gonna ult. Oh, I missed. Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh,
There it is.
GG,
Alright.
dude.
Simple.
That was slaughter. Yeah, we didn't use like any flasks.
How did we cancel the?
Holy!
How did we cancel the
uh,
charge there?
Ludwig ulted, I think.
Yeah, no, I
Is it
just
your
marked.
ult?
I marked and it broke.
Oh, yeah, the mark.
Okay.
Yeah, that was such a clutch mark. Actually.
That was so perfect. That was insane, dude. Holy.
All right. Well, I assume that's it.
Yeah.
Oh my god! What?
That
They
was
saw this
so
take
clean.
3 hours. That was fast as hell.
Yeah, that was actually insane.
Oh man. You did so good, by the way, Ludwig. Like
Yeah,
you were
that was
so
really
good
good.
with the marks.
Yeah.
Guys, you're very nice to me. I tried keeping up and I tried marking and not dying, and that was basically my. But you guys were melting, bro. You were frying.
No, you were doing great too, man. The marks were adding like so much damage. Seriously, good job.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. That was Iron Eye actually is kind of baby mode. I get why the Iron Eye comes out.
Yeah, he's so good too. It's not just like he's easy, but he's also just insanely strong. But yeah, those, honestly,
he's
those were
good.
some of the fastest runs I've seen. Like, I don't think I've seen faster boss kills than what we just did. So
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
nuts.
that was insane.
Yeah, that was kind of embarrassing for the Nameless King, low key. That was like a reputation ruiner.
Yeah, I should have stayed in Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, true. Oh man, yeah, that was nuts. Seriously, so
Well,
fast.
Hey, GG's guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, GG, dude.
I was sick.
That actually helps clear half my save file too.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I wonder how much time do they have left? Because that Caligo was just so. Yeah, they're not even on the final Night Lord yet. Like,
No, yeah. They're at the room to get to it, right? The boss to get to it, I mean.
no, they're like on the third or the second night boss, I think.
I see. I see.
Dude, that was crazy. That was like actually a freaking speed run, man. That was like, we were cooking so hard, dude. Like, whew. That was such a good run. Like such good runs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we trolled the first match pretty hard too. Yeah, the laptop was like the feed good and everything. Did it look okay? You guys? Wasn't lagging or anything? You think the volcano played a big part? I don't think it made that big of a difference. Having legendary weapon is good, but like, we would have had purples either way. So. My gosh, man. That was crazy. Crazy, dude. Yeah, 2 recluse. I think we made the right call doing the double recluse, man. Oh my god. Man, that was... Alright, we're doing a team interview now, I believe. So.
Gotta talk to them this whole time. I'm very excited to see how you guys are feeling right now.
Pretty good after
Hello!
that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We feel dang awesome.
No big deal.
That run, guys, from my perspective, that run was completely crazy. Like the third run you guys did, like some of the kills on those bosses, like even the Caligo run, you guys like just the second phase like didn't even really happen in that run.
Yeah.
Is that one of the better runs that you guys have seen in your practice?
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier. I don't think I've seen a better run than even just the 3 we had. The double recluse, the high risk, high reward paid off pretty well. I don't think I've seen faster runs than that.
Yeah.
Have you practiced doing that before altogether?
No,
Not
actually,
altogether.
Dist hit me up asking to practice, and I played League of Legends till 2 a.m. instead. So that's my bad. That's on me, and I regret it frankly.
It didn't matter, you know?
It didn't,
It's
but
fine.
it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I took great teammates, great comms gets you.
Ludwig, you guys came into this very calm, very relaxed. You weren't taking the bait in the opening interview. But now that you guys have secured the win, that you're the champs, I just want to open the floor to you. Anything to say to the fallen foes, the defeated enemies on the other side of the field?
Well, frankly, I have a soft spot in my heart for Lil Aggie, Park and Harbor, and Squeaks. I think they're all phenomenal. So, to be honest, it wasn't like a battle against them in my mind. It was like, what would Gino and Distortion's 2's chat say if I really choked? And that's what I was fighting.
You're like, what is the embarrassing thing would happen if I choked?
Yeah, and then I fucking fell off into a cliff into lava and died. And then I was like,
Honestly,
That wasn't on stream on our end. No, it's
Yeah.
fine. We didn't
that
put
was
that-
on stream? All right.
We didn't put that on the program.
There we
feed
go.
for-
Heck yeah.
He's stuck on the mountain, and then we're like, well, he'll be back.
Yeah, and then from there I was
That
like,
first
all I had to
run,
do was
man.
mark and then follow. I was in my head, I was right-click following like it was RuneScape, and so I sometimes they would like double back, and I would just follow them wherever they went.
Well, y'all played beautiful.
It's not a bad strat. It's an impressive run. I'm sure your communities are going to be psyched to be able to get some of these Alienware PCs as a giveaway. I'm sure that'll be super
Wait, we're
fun.
giving
So-
it away?
Well, we got more prizes for the community. We got more prizes for the people. You can hold on to your laptop, Ludwig.
All right, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Okay, I got nervous.
next year.
I'm not giving it away. That's the thing about me. I wouldn't do that. So
He's like, no, this is mine, and I'm the winner, and I'll keep it.
That was
Fair
mine.
enough. Fair enough. You guys community, you're gonna have to pester Ludwig if you want to get the giveaway out of him. Maybe he'll keep a second one for himself too. But you seem like a humble king here, winning, Ludwig. Very.
They got that from every single person I know who plays a Souls game that's amazing at it is just like the most laid back person in real life. I was like, he's got that. He's got that energy. He's got this.
gets beat out of you. right? After
Yeah.
your 80th try trying to no-hit a game, like what anger
give up on
lies
life.
within you still?
It's the true test of a person, right? It's all distractions, all complexity left to the side. There's only you and the challenge in the game. I think that's a great point to read about.
I don't have time to be stressed out about anything else but what's in the game, basically.
True. There's
Exactly.
enough stress in the game. But congratulations, guys. Thank you so much for coming together and for playing this. And of course, to our defeated team as well. A great performance from Squeaks, Park and Harbor, Lil Aggie. And just a really fun one. I know the community really enjoyed to get together and cheer you guys along. So be sure, of course, everyone to check everybody out on their social channels. We'll be able to coordinate the giveaways of those prizes. And thank you guys so much for the competition.
And shout out to Intel and Alienware for putting on this awesome event and sponsoring. And yeah.
Shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for the
GG's.
most entertaining thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, really great runs, immaculate performances.
She said most
All right.
entertaining ever.
I guess, yeah.
She
that's
loved it, man.
pretty high praise.
I mean, that's flattering.
Oh yeah, great job though, guys. That was
Yeah, that
awesome.
was
GG, guys, that was fun, man. I won't lie, I was stressed out. But after failing, I actually think that's what locked me in. After falling, I should say. So,
Yeah, you did
yeah,
seriously, you did great,
GGs.
man. GG, dude.
yeah, GG to y'all. Y'all are damn good. Yeah. Someone said you guys were raging at Mario Kart.
I don't have a Switch 2 yet. Sadly.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks fun though.
fair.
Looks fun.
Let me tell you, it's worse than Elden Ring in terms of rage.
Yeah,
That's a
I
harder
can
game.
I can see it. Yeah.
All right, GG gamers, appreciate y'all.
Yeah, GG's.
Yeah, thanks,
All right,
man.
Peace.
All right.
Farewell.
See you guys.
All right, guys. That was a blast, dude. Ludwig did so good. I'm so proud of him, man. Like seriously, like I would not have thought that he had only played 6 hours. Like seriously, he was doing so good. He was keeping the mark up all the time. His ults were fucking super good. Like he was actually doing so good. I'm not like trying to glaze him. Like he actually fucking did good. Oh man. Oh man, that first run we had was kind of sketchy, but dude, it yeah, it was fun to play with Gino. I'd never played with Ludwig before. He's invited me to some events before, but I'm a nerd and I barely leave my house. But maybe it would be cool to do a run for like, I think he's doing Fast 50 again or something. So maybe I could do a run for that potentially. I'm barely a speedrunner these days, though. I miss speedrunning, but yeah. Oh man, what a crazy run, dude. But yeah, I guess we will. I think like the sponsor was supposed to be 3 hours long, but they said like, you know, once we finish, that's basically it. So yeah, I just want to thank Alienware and Intel again for sponsoring the stream. This was a super cool to be part of this. I believe all three of us are getting another one of these laptops. So here, just to show you guys, I was playing on this laptop. Oh, sorry, I can't. It's plugged in, so I can't really move it very much. Hold on, let me see. Maybe I can move my camera. Yeah, so right there, I've been playing on this laptop the whole time. You guys can check out the laptop. So Alienware sent it to me. They also sent me this headset. It's the Alienware Pro headset. I actually really like it. And I know I'm sponsored, but like seriously, it's really comfy. Like it actually feels nice. I bought another headset back at my parents' place, and it gave me like legit the worst headache I've ever had in my life. Because it was like compressing my head. No, I mean guys, I'm not I'm not obligated to be like, oh, everything is amazing. Like, no, seriously, the headset is nice. It's the Alienware Pro headset, and the laptop. It's the Area 51 gaming laptop that they sent me. And yeah, apparently I believe, I don't want to say 100%. Maybe it's just Ludwig that's getting an extra laptop, but I think all three of us on the team are getting a laptop to give away potentially. I don't know. I don't think I'm obligated to give it to my community, so it's possible it may go to Larksa. We'll see. We'll see. Larksa really needs a new laptop, so. Hey, she's a tier 3 sub, guys, okay? Are you a tier 3 sub? I didn't think so. But yeah, you guys can learn more about the Area 51 laptop if you click the pinned message at the top of the chat. You can also click the panel below the stream, or you can type !AW in the chat and click the link in the command. They also sent me a new monitor, which I can't really show off, but yeah. So they gave me a monitor, the laptop, and the headset. They gave me even more stuff. They sent like a keyboard and a mouse. They hooked me up with like everything you could want. I think they gave me like a tumbler. Yeah, this was super cool. I used to have an Alienware PC like a long time ago, back before I started streaming. I like convinced my parents to buy me an Alienware computer. So yeah, very cool to be sponsored by Alienware and also Intel at the same time. Are the settings at max on the laptop for Nightreign? You know what? I was having some slight lag on the laptop initially, but then I updated the drivers. No, it seems like we're on... Actually, I don't know. It seems like it's mainly on max. It's definitely high settings. Yo, Grunt Logic, thank you for the 25 months. Sukiabot, thank you for the 26. True Derp, thank you for the 28. Telesto, thank you for the Prime sub. Smarties, thank you for the 3-year resub. TLV Monkey, thank you for the Prime sub. Frosted Kiwi, thank you for the year resub. Speedy, thank you for the 27 months. I'm sorry, there's so many I can just go through everything that I missed, I guess. Bonnie, thank you for the 6 months. Sedation with the 10. Lele, thank you for the 5 months. Simketh, thank you for the Prime sub. Pop Dude, thank you for the 5 gifted. Sorry, I was just like giga locked in during the competition. Obviously, I can't. I was full focus. Pogarithmic, thank you for the gifted sub. Honger, Faceless, Czar, Scoby, Jushin, Pogarithmic, Twitch My Brow, Pingus, XM3, Robon, Zombology, thank you guys. Thank you again, Lobos, for the raid. I don't know if you're still here, Lobos. Lobos viewers, thank you for joining me. Holy crap, have I been streaming for 11 hours? Okay, yeah, we gotta call it a night, guys. It's been a long stream. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some dinner. Dist was determined to destroy Squeaks for Ludwig. You know what, dude? Gino was gonna leave. Gino was gonna leave. When we were practicing before the event started, Gino was gonna leave, and I was like, wait, let's do one more and try double recluse. And then we fucking slapped so hard, and it was like, all right, we gotta do double recluse. If we didn't do that one match, that one final match, we might have not done the double recluse, and this might have gone very differently. Seriously, recluse is insane. So good. Like, so freaking good. That I really feel like the double recluse was the reason why we killed stuff so fast. And Ludwig with the mark. Like, Ludwig pops the mark and we're just freaking going in. And with 2 recluse, when you ult, like, you have 2 ults, so you're less FP efficient. You can just spam cast like crazy. So yeah, man, that was nuts. What is this clip? Oh, the mark that did like... Dude, that mark did so much damage. Like, look at this. Like, what? What the? I gotta say, chat, you know, after the Bandai event, this was a nice win. This was a nice win in my book. That felt good, man. That felt good. Check your highest damage. What is it under? Stats or something? Characters? No. Guide? Wait, how do you... Oh, it's on the screen. Right. Let's see. Greatest attack. Not actually that high. 15,555. Yeah. Some people are bitching about the shifting earth. The thing is, okay, I want to say, Gino and I did not have any shifting earths active. We were on our main character. We did not go into we did not like prepare shifting earth with our save file. The reason we got shifting earth is because Ludwig has barely played the game and he has the volcano shifting earth. So because we didn't have any, it automatically chose Ludwig's and put us in the... It put us in the volcano one. Guys, also, if any of you guys are like being like rude in other people's chats, like seriously, don't fucking do that. Like, I already know that there's people probably in like Aggie and Parky's chat being like fucking absolute like douchebags. Like, seriously, guys? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what I say. People are, like... Unfortunately, that's just, like, Twitch, but... I don't know. It's definitely sad when people do that stuff. Yo, Adam, thank you for the 67 months. I mean, the thing that's like so annoying, and dude, it's such like a big thing in speedrunning, is, you know, you'll like somebody gets record and they come into your chat and like, let's say I'm like grinding a game and Spicy gets record. I have a bunch of people who are like, yo, get wrecked, noob, Spicy beat you, you know, you suck, he got record. But then it's the same thing, like, when if I get a record, people will go into other people's streams and do the same bullshit. Like, it's so BM. I really hate it. I wish everybody could just like get along, but... All right, well, anyways, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Again, thank you so much, Alienware and Intel, for sponsoring the stream. Thank you all for joining me, guys. And yeah, that was really fun. That was a really fun event. Honestly, Gino and I freaking slayed. Ludwig did super good too. That was like, that really couldn't have gone much better. The only thing that was kind of scuffed was when Ludwig fell in the hole. And then we're like Gino's like dead and Ludwig's like in a fucking hole somewhere. And I'm like clearing the camp by myself. It's like, what is going on here? But it was fine. It was fine. I thought Gino and I were gonna have to duo, but apparently, I guess if you die outside the circle, it just revives you? Because that was weird. Like, I didn't think... He got revived. and came back in like mid-fight. Which, yeah, I guess if you die outside the circle, it like revives you inside or something. I don't really know. Yeah, we did win. The double recluse was too strong. It was too strong. All right, guys. Well, again, thank you all for watching. And again, you guys can check out the Area 51 gaming laptop that they sent me that I was playing this whole tournament on by clicking the panel below the stream or clicking the pin message at the top of the chat. You can also type !AW. And yeah, tomorrow, guys, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to probably not do Nightreign tomorrow because I'm a little Nightreigned out after today. We basically played Nightreign for like 11 hours straight today. Then again, I do kind of want to do some more bird games, some more guardian games, but I do want to do RE4 randomizer, and there's also the No I'm Not a Human demo, and a few other cool things, a few other cool horror games. So yeah, we will probably do that. All right, I'm gonna find somebody to raid, guys. What a crazy match, man. That was so much fun. I mean, obviously I'm like partially saying that because we won. But, you know, yeah. I mean, it would have been fun either way. Obviously, I'm more excited because we won, but yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and give a raid to somebody here.